engage in an incredible moment together on Giving Tuesday. And many of you know Giving Tuesday is a pretty powerful day. It's one that we have found to be one where we can embody the work that we do and really showcase all of the essence of the work we do in different capacities through different lived experiences, stories, song, and so many other expressions. And so we are really excited to invite you here with us today for the entire day and get ready for an amazing event ahead.
Thanks, Jesse. My name's David. Welcome, everyone. Echoing Jesse's sentiments, we're so happy to be here with you today. One of our biggest modes of impact here at Farmers Footprint as a storytelling organization is to inspire all of you to find your agency and your path within this regenerative movement. It doesn't mean you have to go out and be a farmer. It doesn't mean you have to start a food brand. You can continue to just be an eater of food and still bring all of your brilliance and expertise to this movement. And that's where we really find that we do the most and best work, is inspiring all of you. And so today, in order to push that forward, to continue to encourage you to find your place in this space, we've assembled an incredible day-long program for you. Jesse's going to share a little bit more about what Catalyze is.
Yes, and our lineup is probably the best yet that we've had thus far of any our events. And I know that's a bold statement, but we have an array of topics for you to feel into, engage in, from reclaiming indigeneity, the potential of business for systems change, unity in action. We've got youth in regeneration. We've got elders speaking with us today. We've got songwriters, we have authors, and just an incredible spectrum for you to feel into throughout the day. Something that we know is that everybody comes from a different place and has a unique journey into this work, and someone might be inspired and catalyzed by something completely different than the person just sitting next to them. So we thought, how can we create as many points of interaction and catalytic potential in this single day event, and which is why you will see such a variety and a mosaic of different offerings today. And it's going to run throughout the day. You can join in as you please, as you're available, pop in, pop out, take your breathers, but be with us throughout this experience. And of course, you can catch the replay on the back end of it as well. But our intention with this is that one catalytic moment can showcase really a catalytic cycle and perpetuate more action, more change. The next question for you and how you want to engage in the regenerative movement, whether it's with us or whether it's in a different capacity, that invitation and door is wide open. And we're trying to open as many different doors as possible that you can go down and explore and feel that engagement really come to life in the next step of going beyond the hunter-gatherer forager of information and really take it into your home or into your school, into your workplace, into your life, and see where it goes, because that's really where we've seen the magic of our work come to life.
That's right. So we've designed this event to really make that process of having your catalytic moment as easy and seamless as possible. So this event is meant to fit your schedule, meaning you can join in at any time during the day. We know that there's so many great organizations doing incredible programs for Giving Tuesday and vying for your attention. We want you to explore all of those and our colleagues in this space. Please go and check out what they're doing for this event. For us, we really wanted to create an open space for you to come in at any time, invite your friends, copy the link up there and throw it out and let people know, jump in whenever you can. There's gonna be something there for you to see. Also, alongside the event, if you can go ahead and register your email address, we're gonna follow up in the next couple of days with a supplemental program that has speaker bios, has a ton of additional linked information for you to go deeper down any one of these topics. And also we'll have some reflection questions for you that are going to show after each of the events, and those will also be in the supplement. Those are going to be areas where we can start to challenge and push you to think more deeply about your place in this regenerative movement and what is actually possible. So do remember to share it, join whenever you can, and then please register your email address if you'd like to receive that supplement. We'll be sharing this content throughout the rest of the end of the year, so you'll have some chances to grab a couple minutes and be able to see anything that you've missed. But for today, we just hope you'll join us and experience the magic as we're all going through this together. There's thousands of people right alongside you who've already registered and who are watching this content today. So let's make this a fun family global event where we can all experience our catalytic moments together and be inspired together.
Yes, yes. So gather around this virtual fireside gathering. We consider it special and really are imagining all of you sitting around this virtual fire with us. It's as close as we can get to being in person. And as we are setting this space and setting the tone, and before we dive into this incredible day ahead, we are making an incredibly bold and yet vulnerable ask as well to support our work here at Farmers Footprint. We are fueled and funded by every donation, whether it's 50 cents to sky high amounts. Every single dollar really does matter. And I know you hear that a ton from nonprofits out there, but every single donation is fueling this regenerative movement and calling in people to this effort that have never set foot in this industry or work before, which is profound when you're calling in people from all walks of life, from financial institutions or startup backgrounds, advertising backgrounds, and the arts. The incredible capacity of Farmers Footprint to bring together people with these skill sets is one of a kind, and to be able to fuel all of the storytelling, all of the programming, all of our community, and every effort that we have creating awareness around whether it's glyphosate to raising awareness around the local farmer that's just down the street from you that might have vegetables that you just didn't even know were there, and making that connection. So never underestimate the power of your tax-deductible donation coming into this vessel, this catalytic expression of change toward the regenerative movement. So don't be shy. If you are feeling called, if you are feeling like part of that catalytic action for you is in a financial support, whether it's $5, $10, whatever that might be, we are so grateful, honored, and encourage you to act upon that, and also partake in all of our programming, all of our storytelling that we put out into the world. And an event like today, it was just really a gift from our heart to you, and really showing what's possible when people from all over the world, from all walks of life, step into this effort, and for you to see this wide open invitation for you to join us in whatever capacity that might look like.
Thanks, Jesse. With that, let's kick it off. We're so grateful to be here with you, and we hope you enjoy the show. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. So with that, thank you, David and Jesse. We would like to invite in this reflective question. And at the end of each session, we will have these reflective questions. So what needs to change in your life to embody and participate in regeneration in your home, in your community? And so just reading into the chat, if you're having some technical difficulties, feel free to hop into the YouTube link that's in the chat for better streaming. And now to introduce our next session, we're going to go into reclaiming indigeneity. And so, with this topic of regenerative agriculture, that stems from an indigenous worldview, it's important to really unpack and understand what this term indigeneity means. And so this is a video compilation of that, and we hope that you have a reflection of maybe a new angle or approach.
Every country in the world has had ancestral traditions that came from being indigenous. And so it's not about black or white people or people of color. It's about all of us as human beings being indigenous. We are indigenous, just like these trees, just like the microorganisms in this specific space are indigenous to this ecology. We are also indigenous to the earth. We are made of the elements of the earth.
To me, indigeneity is about all of us, whether we are from Africa, whether we are from Australia, whether we are from Asia, Southeast Asia, whether we are from the Pacific Islands, whether we are from Turtle Island, which we prefer to call America, Turtle Island, or Avia Yala, which is the indigenous name for South America. Wherever we are from, to honor those roots, because I believe if we go back far enough, there are earth-based cultures that resided within the home of kincentrism, within the home of understanding they were equal to all life.
Lying dormant in us, we have a genetic memory. And in that genetic memory, there's knowledge. There's knowledge in that genetic memory, all right, that goes back to the ancient, to the beginning for us, right? And in this genetic memory, there was a time when we were all tribes. Every human being lived within a tribe. Every human being recognized this reality that the earth was the mother and the sun and the sky was the father. Father, sky, mother, earth. Recognized that in our totality as human beings, all right, our relationship was to that.
We're all indigenous to Mother Earth. We have those DNAs, we carry those DNAs with hidden treasures, hidden gifts, and through self-expression, and through sitting with the trauma, what they were going through, we can awaken. And then all of a sudden, when we awaken them, it just feels so nice. It sometimes brings me into shivers and tears.
So once we identified with that way of being and thinking and interacting with other living creatures, then we can identify more with the ancestral concept of indigenousness. And as we become more indigenous and more spiritually grounded on the land, then we start to see clearly what is and is not regenerative.
As human beings, we live in a technologic, perceptional, actual reality, where a part of that technologic reality is that it erases the memory from the human being of being a human being. It's almost like a severing of our connection to any spiritual reality.
Our indigenousness is at risk. Our indigenous have been compromised and very subtly removed from us, while still calling us, Black, indigenous, and people of color. Well, that doesn't do anything if that identity isn't actually part of how we do things. And for us, removing the indigenousness is so important for the colonizing systems, because that makes us dependent on the very colonizing structures that are removing the indigenousness from us. So those are deep, deep issues that we have to reckon with, and so that we can restore that indigenousness.
I've done a lot of work around indigenous European identity, because as a half Native American, which we don't like to say America or Native American, because that comes from Amerigo Vespucci, who was, as we all know, documented to have been commissioned to look for people to enslave and gold to extract. So we don't like to name the land after him, and we certainly don't want to be named after him. But indigenous peoples of where I come from, that's one half of me, and the other half of me is European. So I had to do a lot of soul searching to not just reject those ancestors as like unimportant or unindigenous, but to really research and find that. And what we find is just extraordinary things. As Europeans, our deepest self is people who understood the sanctity of the earth, who understood the sanctity of the women, and lots of layers of confusing history, bloodshed, erasure has very intentionally made it challenging for us to connect to that, but that doesn't mean it's not there, woven into each of our DNAs.
I'm not native to this territory, but that doesn't make me non-indigenous. There are people who grew in this space, whose spirits we actually have asked permission from, and we had native people to these territories come here and spiritually ground us as indigenous peoples to this space of which they are native, which belonged to them at a certain point and was stolen from them. They are native to that territory and also indigenous.
Something that I'm really interested and curious how we can reconnect to our ancestors, and then there are tools how to connect to our ancestors. And the realm that I serve, it's this artistic human expression, and through that we can embody our ancestral voice. And it also comes with the knowledge how we could lead our new world, bringing their knowledge, their wisdom, weaving it into the modern technologies that science invented. So I think this is like a perfect time to reconnect to our ancestors and awaken this deep wisdom that we all carry, and sing it through without oppressing our voice, and integrating it to our day-to-day life.
Human indigenous to the earth, how are you inspired to tend, honor, and protect her? So take a moment today, take a moment now, grab your pen, grab your pencil, and reflect on that. And as you hold that, we'll be looking at a term that has been so much of a journey for our team, and that is regeneration. So here are some perspectives of our collective journey moving from regenerative agriculture as just farming into relationship. A journey into regenerative agriculture. Regeneration holds transformative power to restore severed relationships with the earth. Healthy soils, robust with biodiversity and organic matter, are one of the many byproducts of regenerative land relationships.
For us, regeneration is about relationships that nurture all life. The flora, fauna, soil, history of the land, and the peoples that inhabit it, past, present, and future. Regeneration is a healing of broken relationships, a process, not a destination, a mindset shift away from extraction, measuring success through community well-being, leaving something better than found, reciprocal relationships, and the communal management of collective resources.
Regenerative agriculture is an evolving spectrum with many iterations and interpretations, both in its meaning and application. Let's explore through the perspective of farmers.
Regenerative stewardship transcends practices and methods and embraces community in every sense of the word. It is a mindset that generates a system of empowerment and diverse expression from the soil to the humans.
Farming is a way for me to be able to connect to the soil and the earth, and this a healing sense that I get when I do all of that, because I do realize that the blood of my ancestors is inside of the soil that I'm working with daily. You're really just opening your heart to the world by farming.
Regenerative agriculture to me is about regenerating communities, earthworm communities, soil community, rural communities, urban communities. It's a paradigm shift, and it's got to start with a change of the mindset.
Regenerative ocean farming to me is a lot about how are you improving the space that you're working in, and are you leaving that space better than it was when you found it?
A regenerative relationship to me is a give and take. I think of the word reciprocity. Maybe you're taking something, but you're giving back just as much.
Did anything shift in your understanding of regenerative agriculture? What themes did you notice between the different types of farmers?
Each farmer tends agricultural systems that nourish and heal ecosystems, communities, and self for generations to come. They're evolving the capacity of themselves, their farm, their businesses, and even whole industries to leave a better footprint on the respective life sheds they are a part of.
Regenerative agriculture stems from a pre-industrial, indigenous worldview. Today's regenerative movement has taken pearls of wisdom, mere fragments of a larger cultural, spiritual, and socioeconomic embodiment of regeneration, and brought it into a modern context whose values and systems contrast and differ from that of its regenerative origin. It's imperative to reimagine our food system and relationship with the earth so that we can collectively heal, elevate the health of all life, and nurture the evolutionary capacity of whole living systems.
What needs to change in your life to embody and participate in regeneration? In your home, in your community?
If you believe that a different future is possible, explore a new path forward with us. Join us in healing the common ground we all share and the potential of transformation that it seeds.
Greetings, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that grounding in the terminology of regenerative agriculture. A reflective question for you all. How would you explain regenerative agriculture? I think you can see from that clip that regenerative agriculture means many things, and it's place-based. So it's very much dependent on where you are and your relationship with that place. I think for many of us on the team, it's been a journey, and we've had the benefit of thousands of hours of conversation with farmers and stakeholders across food systems, across the planet. And you can explore more of that terminology on our website. Now we're going to drop into a Monday meeting for the team, so you get a little view into our work and an opportunity for us to share our catalytic moments. Enjoy. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Monday the 30th. We're grateful to have all of you on. Robin, it's a treat having you in this too. I know you're coming from far away. It's late at night. Great. So we're going to kick off. This is our all hands meeting for the 30th. And we're going to start with our question of the week. And I figured in honor of all of the work we've been doing for our Giving Tuesday program that is aligned around our catalytic moments and the things that have affected us personally that have brought us to work on the regenerative movement, that we would kick off with a question around what your catalytic moment was. So with that, maybe I'll pass it to Leia in the top left of my screen. Lucky.
Oh man, going first. All right. Great question. I think for me, there wasn't like one cataclysmic moment. It was kind of my whole upbringing and childhood and really the way my parents raised me. I was very fortunate and lucky to have a mother who really always appreciated local, organic, seasonal food and instilled that into our upbringing. And then growing up kind of cross-cultural between Croatia, Slovenia, and California, we're seeing different relationships of food, where like Croatia, every day there's a farmer's market, every day of the week. And Slovenia, like every house still has a garden. And then coming to California with, just a different relationship with food. I think it was really instilled in us to just really appreciate good quality food and how beautiful that is. So that led me to study environmental studies and sustainability in college and start the farm at my university. And once I was in the soil every day and gardening and providing food for the cafeteria, it's like I could never not have this be a part of my life. It's just so important. And
just such a wonderful offering, and to support those hands who are doing that noble work of the farmers was just something I always felt that's just so important. So just an ode to parenting and the role parents have in this, that was kind of my catalyst, was just my upbringing and having that kind of so part of our everyday life. I'm gonna popcorn to Robin.
Cool. Yeah, same as you, Leigh. I guess my catalytic moment was less of a moment, more of a lifelong thread, mainly through trying to heal my skin. So I grew up fairly healthy on paper. My mom, she actually lived next door to an industrial feedlot, like in the 70s. Which naturally shaped, her choices around food and what we consumed as a family. So we were largely plant-based. We didn't even have chocolate. It was insane. Like, we had carob. I don't know if you've heard of carob, but yeah, it was a full-on carob in our house. And what we're eating, I guess, although it was healthy, it was sort of before organic was available or an option in our local stores. So we were having like all the GMO soy and whole grains and beans and all that good stuff. And my sister, as a child, she was really ill. My illness manifested more kind of in my skin. So when I was 13, I actually ended up getting put on the birth control pill from the doctor, which is a whole nother story I could go on for hours about, to heal my hormones. But for today, long story long, I ended up on the pill for 16 years. And at some point, I guess the penny just kind of dropped that wasn't healing anything. It's just putting a Band-Aid on a much deeper issue. So then I began the 1,000 rabbit holes and trying to heal naturally through food and alternative treatments, biohacking, herbalism, all the topical treatments. And after spending a lot of time and money, as my husband can attest to, I decided to kind of take it into my own hands and started formulating my own organic skincare and eventually set up my own skincare business. But I guess the catalyst moment for me was really just this kind of knowing that you are what you eat. And if you're consuming animals that are, unhealthy, or the plants that you're eating, and factoring the health of the soil and everything that they're grown in, that kind of shift in understanding the quality of food was like game changing for me and my skin. So yeah, you can't green juice your way to health. And I guess I naturally then followed the breadcrumb and came across SAC and Farmer's Footprint and this awesome work, and just wanted to be some part of something much, much bigger than myself and my skin. So here I am. And I will popcorn over to Evan.
Thank you. So I think my catalyst moment was reading the book Secrets of the Soil. I had gone to a major university, got degrees in biology and religion. Actually, looking back, it was completely unconscious, but I suppose I was always trying to tie it all together. And of course, school doesn't do that for you. It sort of puts you in a box and sends you the other way. And I was feeling that and moved to the Virgin Islands to figure out what I was going to do with my life. And this book found me called Secrets of the Soil that just inspired me immediately in a way that school had never done. And that was sort of the moment where it was like, all right, actually it was the next moment when I read Rudolf Steiner's agriculture course, because he was a chapter in that book. I need to go back to that book now that I'm talking about it out loud right now. But there was a passage in it that where in the preface of the agriculture course lectures, where Steiner was asked by Ernhard Pfeiffer, essentially paraphrase, why do we not show up for ourselves, follow through with our spiritual intentions for ourselves? And his answer in 1924 was Steiner's, it was a matter of nutrition. And he said that food plants no longer contain the forces people need to build a bridge from thinking to will and action. And when I read that passage, it was like, bingo, like I knew why I was here and what to do about it. And yeah, I guess you could deduce it down to that moment, actually, talking out loud about it. Yeah, I really kind of saw it all in living color. And then I went and started a garden center and tried to figure out, what it all meant. Here I am. So I will popcorn it over to Ines.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Evan. Similarly to Leia, I had an upbringing that was focused on health and wellness, and we had a beautiful garden, and my mom was also from France, so there was a heavy influence on homeopathics and the use of that. I'd say when I was 13, my best friend passed away from terminal brain cancer, and I found a lot of solace in nature, but I was kind of hell-bent on trying to figure out how I could keep those that I love around longer and have their quality of life also last for as long as possible. And so I continued looking for connections between food and agriculture and nutrition and environmentalism. And looking for these answers, I ended up in an undergraduate studies program related to soil sciences and microbiology. And I asked my professors if they knew of anybody who interwove soil and food and agriculture and medicine. And they all looked at me like I was crazy because researchers and professors mainly focus on one specific issue to hone in on their research to then have a publication for. Regardless of this, I just asked them if they ever came across anybody to please keep an eye out for me. And sure enough, Dr. Griffin, my soil science professor, came across Zach Bush and was like, hey, there's this crazy guy coming into town. He's going to have some talk about soil and medicine. And I snatched the newsletter. I was like, oh, I'm going. Convinced my best friend to drive me into town. And then it was supposed to be a 2-hour conversation. And knowing Zach, it turned out to be a 4.5-hour conversation. So my friend was outside of the door, thankfully, waiting for me for 4.5 hours. And from there, kind of had that catalytic moment of, okay, somebody else also understands and views the way in which I interweave agriculture and nutrition together, and that a lot of the things that I had already thought of were validated then. So that was kind of the catalyst moment of, okay, you're on the right track, keep going. And so from there, I just would always apply to different conferences to go and talk to people. I ended up talking to Patagonia, learning more about regenerative agriculture, and kind of knowing that there was something more other than sustainability, because there always felt like sustainability was just a surface level definition. And so that kind of threw me into learning more through Kiss the Ground and through other avenues. And from there, I just kind of I dug deep and then built out an entire garden and school and like farmers market on our university grounds to then supply food for our university. So kind of a dug deep aspect from there, kind of started all from when I was a younger little kiddo, similarly to Leia, but that's kind of the aspect of how I got in. I'm going to pass it on to Mel.
Awesome. Thank you. I love hearing about everyone's lives. And mine is actually really different. I did not have like any background in regenerative ag. Like my mom's an accountant, my dad's a salesman. We're Polish people, lots of potatoes. Like there was not like an emphasis on any of that. But I grew up, we were always very athletic, like very active family. So I always grew up like in the active realm. And then when I was a high schooler, like teenager, I had a couple cousins who got really severe cancer, and that just kind of like slingshot me into the healthcare profession. So when I went to college, I was just like, I'm going to go and work in the medicine. Like, it's just, everyone is so sick around us. Like, I need to do something to play a part in making people less sick in our society. And so I kind of went like the preventative medicine, like exercise, diet route. And as I was working in healthcare, I got very disillusioned. And so, but I was still in like the healthcare is the answer route. So I went to grad school and got my master's in that, and was doing research and was still very much in that bucket of like healthcare is the answer. And as I was doing my master's and doing more research, and you're never taught anything about, like, they'll teach you about nutrition, but they don't teach you about what the secondary layer of like what your food eats, kind of like what Robin was mentioning. So I started to just kind of do my personal research. And I guess my catalyst moment, to be specific, is really just the testament to storytelling and the power of what a story can do to change the trajectory of someone's life. Because I saw some stories about regenerative. This is 2020. It's like peak pandemic. And I was like working on my master's thesis, and I started seeing stories about regenerative agriculture. Kiss the Ground came out, and that's like obviously a big one. And then stories just like Farmer's Footprint was putting out stories at that time too. And then I see Zach come in, and Zach having more of that traditional healthcare background kind of just like locked in on that scientific aspect of my brain and allowed that door to just get like kicked open. And once I saw it, and once I saw regenerative agriculture and the impact it can have not only on human health, but then environmental health, and then economic health, and the mental health component, all of the buckets, I just got to this point where it was like I couldn't spend another day not working towards like pushing this movement forward. It just was like a threshold breaking point. So y'all know that's how I ended up going to work on a farm, and now I work here, and I'm really stoked about it. So anyways, I'll popcorn over to David.
So thanks, Mel. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit of a mix of a couple of these things. One, I think, is just starts with a reverence for food and celebration around food, which was just a staple of my life growing up. And our family gatherings were in the kitchen, not in the dining room. And the harvesting, the preparation, and then yes, ultimately the eating. But the entire thing was part of the process and a part of the way that my family gathered and celebrated one another. And I think that was the basis for where I would eventually end up in this work. But there wasn't a catalyst moment for me in the classic, light bulb going off. I think for me, it was having the opportunity to step into and work in this space over some tacos with Zach one afternoon, where he shared a little bit of this emerging story that he felt very compelled to highlight. And then I think shortly after that, it was stories like this that I heard from so many people, from farmers and from everyday folks who had, seemingly zero connection to the food they eat, aside from, picking it up at a grocery store, that they all found their way to the importance. And I think in a way that sliver of reverence for food that I had felt growing up. And that all of a sudden there was a magnifying glass on it, and all of a sudden there was a pathway to reconcile so many of the challenges we're facing on the planet, and that it could start as simply as a story or a bite of a fresh tomato from the garden, or the understanding that actually food could be medicine, and that it wasn't just a trope that we were repeating, that like it actually can be medicine. And so it was proven to me. And I think what got me really excited was that in the midst of, the last couple of years of a lot of consternation politically and divisiveness, that there was this thing that stood out that I felt like could be universal, that we are all united by our commonality, and that we need to eat. And so it gave me a lot of hope. And it's the same hope I'm feeling listening to these stories today. So I'll pass it over to Alana.
So good hearing everyone's stories. My catalytic moment started around COVID. I was working for a mental health organization in a rural community in Mexico. And on one hand, we had the workshops that the nonprofit was giving, and personally, I got to know the community. They would invite me over to their house to eat. I would invite them over to mine, and we would share a meal. And we were having a really hard time finding data of the community to know how to design the program. So one day I just woke up and decided I was going to look for some farmers that could use help. So I put on a pair of running shoes and a hat, and I saw a family. It was 3 generations of sesame farmers working on the field, and I just asked them if they needed some help. So the grandfather that was there he said always. So I crossed the fence and went in and just started talking to them and asking them questions. And I was so fascinated seeing how he knew so much about the land and about farming. And his son had just gotten back from agronomy school with all the new things that he learned and all the things they had to buy to grow their farm and their production, and everything was so expensive. And I was just so fascinated seeing how so much knowledge was going to be lost, and I knew I wanted to do something to keep that from happening, and I didn't know how. I had never been to the US before. And in that town, I met Leia that went there surfing. And she told me about what she did with Farmer's Footprint. And I was just so inspired to see that a country that we admire so much as the most developed country was valuing things that we were not. So that's when I knew that I wanted to be part of that, keeping some of that knowledge in those traditions. And I'll popcorn it to Jessie.
Right, love that. Love all these beautiful stories. I definitely for sure had a catalyst moment where it was a huge aha, light switch on all parts of my being. And it started with when, really first learning about the food system. And I was 100% a late bloomer in this category, being in my early 30s. I was definitely raised in a household that was a hustle bustle, where food was more of a have to, or you had to make a decision about what you were eating versus you get to. It was never really a priority. And so for that reason, meals here and there, fast food, my mom was making the fastest possible meal she could, for us to then move on to the next activity, to no fault of their own. They were just trying to make it, and, being able to use the innovative tools within food to get their kids throughout the day. So I came to this work very late. And when I started really hearing about the reality of the food system, my jaw was just on the floor. Every conversation, every research paper, every topic just was so overwhelming, until I came to this work and the simple suggestion and action to just plant a single seed. Just plant a single seed in a single little pot on your windowsill. And that's what I did. I was a mom of a 3-year-old and pregnant at the time. And so with my 3-year-old, we watered that little seed, watched it grow bit by bit by bit. And by the end of probably a 2 or 3 week period, it grew pretty fast, but we had some basil leaves, just a few on there to put on our spaghetti one evening. And so we had those few leaves. Spaghetti was made. And for anyone who has kids, a you never have a silent table. It is just, there's always chatter. There's always something being flung across the room. Someone's falling off the chair. It's just a circus always. But I'll never forget the moment where everybody had, basil on top of their spaghetti, and we just paused, and then all of us took a bite at the same time, and it was just silent. And my 3-year-old just closed her eyes and just had a moment. She just had one of those moments where everything stops. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. You just don't even care about what's around you. And it was very clear there was just this moment in all of us at our table, that there was such vitality in this little basil leaf, and the process of loving it from a seed and nurturing every day, and then finally having it on the table, and then you have this bite together at this table and a shared plate, was a game changer. It was just life-changing for our family, for me as a mother, how I thought about food and kids, and it just made it feel possible to do something about it. When you feel like there's no way a single individual could change the entire system, but wow, what happens when you just plant a single seed, and that change that can happen within an individual home, and how there's possibility to bring that sort of a feeling in people, to build that capacity to do so much with just that energy when you connect to your food in that way. So single seed, that's all it took, but lit a fire for sure that will never be put out. But that was my catalyst moment. And I'll pass the torch to Bjorn.
Thanks, Jesse. It's a good reminder. I was always raised, to understand concepts of food being able to heal, but not necessarily having access, to those types of food consistently. But as I grew and kind of learned more about farming, the power of nutrition, kind of like how lifestyles centered around fruits and vegetables can kind of create, specific healing conditions for the human body, emotionally, spiritually, physically, got me really intrigued. And then, I think with all that knowledge of food, I kind of learned more about the food systems and just the vast injustices related to them, across the world, not just locally, but globally. So that got me really motivated to get involved in farming and food on a way more personal level. So I think just knowing that some of the energy that we put in today can help shift someone's relationship around food tomorrow, that really gives me a spark and makes me hopeful for the future in sometimes dark world, like the power that we really hold together. So that definitely motivates me to do this work. I'll pass it over to Eddie. What do you got?
Yeah, thanks. I would say my Catalytic event occurred after a culmination of learnings once I began working here at Farmers Footprint. Growing up, my parents always had a garden in the backyard, growing tomatoes, cilantro, papaya, and it was fun watching it grow. Never really paid much attention to it because I always thought we can just go to the grocery store and just buy this, and it's just more efficient. But that was my mentality all the way through my young adult times. Once I started working here and listening to some of Zach's podcasts, that's when I'm learning about the state of agriculture and the pharmaceutical industry, and the connections between chronic diseases, glyphosate, other chemicals like Red 40, and what it does to the body. That really cemented a lifestyle change for me to a more sustainable and regenerative one. So in a way, I have you guys to thank for bringing it back full circle back to my roots. Growing, planting, that's what I would say. What about you, Pamela?
For me, I live in a city where agriculture is very present. You don't have to go very far to find a farm or to talk to a farmer. And my city is especially, the best thing about it is that you can find anything and it's very accessible for everybody. So I think that I was always in touch with agriculture. But having the chance of working with you guys gave me a whole new perspective and actually made me more appreciative of the role that food has for health and for life. So yeah, I guess that I'm living my moment. So thank you guys.
Wow, thank you everyone. Always learn something new in the morning question.
That was a reflection collection from our entire team, and now it's your turn. What is your catalyst moment? What has sparked you to be here? What has inspired you? What is calling you? Let yourself feel into those moments that move you to a new place to step into action. Oftentimes they happen, we just haven't reflected quite yet. And we heard so many different types of moments, from meeting someone to reading a story to reading a book to crossing paths or eating something for the first time and feeling a different way. Now we're going to step into a catalytic moment and experience of a doctor, our founder, Zach Bush, and a farmer, Gail Fuller, written by Alex Woodward in Ordinary Soil, that looks at a darker moment as a catalytic, but just as powerful way to move into action.
I was one of the first, I was a regenerative ag farmer before there was a label regenerative ag. So I've been, first of all, it means I'm old. But I've also been asked to speak at conferences around the country, and I went through, like most farmers, some major financial hardships. And so when I'm out doing public speaking, I kind of had to come full circle and tell the whole story, because the success stories didn't always add up, because I was in my transition, and before my transition, I was broke. And so I had to be honest in my public speaking about my financial status and things like that. And the more I started opening up, and this was before the depression had really even set in, or before I'd ever admitted it. And the more I did that, the more I started getting phone calls from farmers. Some of them I knew, some of them I didn't. Or at the conference I was speaking at, in the bathroom or in a dark hallway or in a parking lot where there was nobody else, they would come up to me. And if it was just one-on-one, then they would start to tell me their story. And I haven't, so then, I started realizing how bad it was in rural America, and it wasn't just me, and that somebody has to tell the story, and somebody has to stand up and be the voice. And it's not something I want to do, it's something I have to do. And then Farmer's Footprint showed up 3 or 4 years ago through Jesse, and that was really the first time that I talked much publicly about it. And from there, we've started working on trying to put together some farmer mental health workshops and things. And the first attempt fell through because we couldn't get any financial support, because we didn't want to charge farmers. And I sent an email out to about 10 or 20 people that I knew, organizations, funders, et cetera, telling them what we had going. And I didn't get turned down 20 times. I got 20 no replies. And that was the part that sent me into anger. Because the worst part was I got $700 in checks in the mail from farmers begging me to go forward with this. $100, $500, and a $200 check. When you ask what I feel, it's my journey, which was bad enough, and while I've been fortunate enough to get myself picked up and dug out of the hole before I ever got to that point, farmers are 5 times more likely to kill themselves than the average American, and there's just so many stories just like this.
The next character that I'm going to introduce you to in the book, his name is Mark, and he's a doctor that is back in his rural farm town, which is the same one that Jake lives in. And he's grown disillusioned with his chemotherapy research, and he thinks there's a better way, but he doesn't know what it is yet. And so before I introduce you to the character in the book, I think I'll bring up the guy who inspired this, which is Zach Bush. So come on up, Zach. I cut out all the bad stuff in this.
You're gonna have to read it. You're gonna have to read the book to find out if I'm the heroin addict or not. Like, it's part of the intrigue. Like,
yeah. That's how we hook them. All right. So anyway, we meet Mark in this small clinic where he's taken over a few shifts for a doctor there. So, and he's just seen Jake. Mark held the clinic door open again for Jake and watched him maneuver to a beat-up Toyota Tercel, moving like a man 50 years his senior, but moving. He exhaled as Jake eased himself into the driver's seat. Every week since he'd been here, he'd been diagnosing versions of the same story. Obesity? Check. Type 2 diabetes? Yep. High blood pressure? Of course. Depression? Likely. Not to mention the diverticulitis and ulcerative colitis that had put Jake in the hospital last year. Jake had mentioned in passing that his father was battling Parkinson's, and the dated patient notes left behind by the outgoing doctor had mentioned early indications of leukemia in Jake's daughter. And on top of all this, the accident. Bad luck? Maybe. But he knew that Jake had been raised on that farm just like Jake's father and his father before him. So he had to know every landmark like the back of his hand, especially an old elm, which he told Mark he'd crashed into while checking his wheat. After midnight, with a shit ton of booze and oxy running through him, something besides bad luck was going on. But why? In Jake's family, and in this town. But why? And why now? Mark watched the Tercel pull away and stop at the intersection, one taillight oblivious of the need to cooperate with the other. He turned from the plate glass clinic door and headed back to his office, eyeing the box of chemo research gathering dust in the corner next to the file cabinet. He frowned and shook his head. Horse to water, right? He could tell his patients to eat better and exercise, but he couldn't make them. The only thing really in his power was prescribing pharmaceuticals, and he was so tired of using chemical Band-Aids to cover gaping internal wounds. What bothered him more was the possibility that he could be doing the same thing with his chemo research. All this time, he thought cancer was the disease. But something had to be causing the cancer he'd been trying to cure, right? Cancer doesn't just rise up out of nowhere. Mark hit the office lights and locked up and headed out to his truck. He wasn't going to be solving any of these problems from the driver's side of his Duramax, so listening to music was going to have to do for now. He searched for an artist he'd first heard on the way back from Oklahoma City. Bison something. Bison Bridge. He found the album, plugged his phone into the truck stereo, and pulled out onto North Main Street, ready to not think about the potential futility of his career. He passed the dollar store, then McDonald's and Mr. Burger, and finally Walmart, where Main became mile 30. Somewhere around Little Goth Creek, he let go of the day and drifted into the music. My brother Tom fought your holy war. He came back different than he was before. He got the flower in his vein, and he got the nightmare in his brain. So tell me your Jesus turns water into wine. Then tell me he heals a beggar man born blind. Then why is he leaving my brother behind? Well, that was a fair enough question. Mark could understand where this singer guy was coming from. Absolutes like religion and medicine didn't seem quite as absolute anymore. So don't send your son. Don't send anyone. Just walk these streets with me tell me what you see. If you ain't surprised, then your eyes, they ain't the seeing kind. If I had your strength, I'd fix what I'd find. That was probably bordering on blasphemy in some Sunday circles, especially out here. Mark turned the volume up. Now maybe I can't deal in water or in wine, and maybe I can't heal a beggar man born blind, but I ain't gonna leave my brother behind. My eyes, they're the seeing kind, and there ain't enough love out here sometimes. Not enough love, probably, that's true. But cancer and obesity and neurodegenerative disease, nobody is going to solve those kinds of problems with just love. Somebody willing to do God's dirty work is going to have to handle that.
Yeah.
Mark was soon standing on his parents' front porch, watching the sun go down on another Monday away from the lab. He sank into the porch swing and opened the Pabst Blue Ribbon that he'd brought outside. The cobalt blue above dissolved into a deep purple as the soundtrack of early season cicadas lulled him into a slow trance. His gaze had just settled somewhere between the horizon and the gradient of darker sky when his focus was stolen by the red-tailed hawk arcing into the porch roofline and out of sight. What now? For the first time in his life, he didn't have a plan. He'd always had one of those. He didn't improvise. He didn't take risks, didn't cross the double yellow line, didn't throw caution to the wind. The first pinprick stars lit the steel blue bullet points in the sky for all these things he didn't do. What kind of life is that? To be defined more by what you don't do than what you do. Mark took a draw of the evening air and closed his eyes. One of the songs he'd had on repeat on the drive creeped over the cicada rhythm, words he'd heard 1,000 times, but never really heard. Well, if those old boots don't fit no more, leave them where they are, outside the door, and let me see your feet slide across the floor. Maybe those boots don't fit no more. He pushed up from the porch swing and bowed to the empty prairie, nodding his head before shuffling his socked feet back and forth, up and down the entire length of the whitewashed planks, to the melody he was now singing out loud, which was strange, because he didn't sing. He didn't dance either. All right, so what do you think?
Oh, man. I mean, I had a similar experience that you did, but that first chapter, when I first read it, I couldn't pick it up for another few weeks after that, because the only occupation that has a suicide rate near where farmers are at are physicians. And I had seen one of my colleagues kill themselves within like 12 months of our completion of 15 years of training together. And you can't really measure the heart of a human being that wants to become a doctor or a farmer who wants to raise food for a world. That's the biggest thing you hope for as a human being, is to put your effort into something that will change lives, provide and nurture And so that the heart that we go into these fields with is, I think, full on, and is at least as full on as we know how to as current humans to apply a condition of nurture or love to industry. And the fact that farmers and physicians both end up with the highest suicide rates, and then you back up for a moment, you realize we are both being taken away from our hearts and the knowingness within us by the same industry, which is a chemical industry that has deprogrammed us of our power to heal or to grow or to create, to nurture. And we are taught to be technicians, and we are taught to be arbiters of a chemical toolbox that has so recently hit the human scene and that human condition. And so the suicide rates are, I think, symptomatic not so much of the economic collapse, because who cares about going bankrupt, really? It doesn't really blow your character. What is the blow is the loss of the heart that's not just from you, but those that you come from as well. And for Gail, I hope you get the chance to reflect on what it feels like to be a multi-generational farmer on the land that your family blood, sweat, and teared over. And what it looks like and feels like when suddenly it's on your generation to lose that farm, and what that feels like, and you start to measure that as not your own heartbreak, but some sort of deep ancestral collapse or whatnot. And I think as a physician, I didn't have physicians in my background and my family, so I didn't really have that multi-generational effect. But what I did have was a whole history of grandmothers and everything else in my field that had nurtured, whole communities into their health. And so I carried with me the desire to nurture, the desire to heal. And I was the oldest of 4 kids, and so you kind of have that burden of proof that you do the right thing and good things happen. And so when you feel like you're doing the right thing and you're going in with that open heart, and all you're seeing back is brokenness, and the very farm fields that your ancestors, grew are now failing. In the physician's world, that looks a lot like death of those that you are trying to care for. And the suicides you described there, all you have to say is the word oxy to me, and I go into pretty much full-blown PTSD, because in rural Virginia where I was practicing, oxycodone is, it is a death nail. That drug is so effective at stealing the soul or disconnecting humans from their soul. And I was watching children become addicted to oxycodone in these rural environments. And these kids, by the time I'd been practicing medicine for 10 years, you're starting to care for 16, 18-year-olds that are dying of oxycodone overdoses or suicides or whatever it is. And when you go in open-hearted and you think you're going to do something good, and you end up feeling a bit more like the technician at the door with the Grim Reaper or something, and you're watching just innocents marching into the machine gun fire of a chemical industry that we call a pharmaceutical industry that we think is there for the goodness of all things. And you start to see that technology that fundamentally separates humanity from its nature, from its own capacity to heal. It's just a very, very intense journey. And like the chemical farmer, the chemical doctor has to put up so many layers of denial and so many barriers around the heart to protect us from that reality, because it's too much. It's just, you can't measure that. You can't. At any rate, so you end up being the husk of the person that's looking into that windshield that you described. And the irony is you never got to the point where you committed suicide. I did get to that point. 2 beautiful kids, amazing wife, the whole thing. I was like the picture perfect dude on the cover of everything, chief resident, president of the student body, blah, blah, blah. And I had picked the bridge I was going to drive off at night. That story is so eerily close to where I was in 2009 and 10 that I just couldn't get past chapter 1, because I was looking at my own fate and the fate of my patients and all that in a single chapter. So you really know how to fuck people up pretty good. short run. So at any rate, that's what I read in that first chapter was brushstrokes of that all coming through. And then every chapter that unfolds in that book it just tears layers off the heart and exposes the injury, because even at Farmer's Footprint, everything we've ever done, I hide behind the science, my emotions, so that I can function. Because if I could really tell you guys what we have unleashed on humankind has already been unleashed. If we all changed instantaneously today, never another drop of herbicides and pesticides on this planet, you will not believe the Holocaust that we have unleashed, that will rear its head not now, but in 2 generations from now. And in 2040 and 50, what we are looking down the barrel at, you cannot even imagine. And so to go to sleep with that, you can't function. And so you just create a whole thing about glyphosate and tight junctions of the gut and gut health, and you have to tell all these stories in a way in which it's possible to tell the story and like raise a red flag of things that people can start to deal with the information without having any capacity to actually understand what's happened. And I really truly believed at the beginning of 2020 that we were going to reveal, something of this horror at a deeper level, and we were very blessed, y'all, that pandemic was nothing compared to what it could have been, because when nature really reveals what we have, the consequences of what we have done, what just happened in 2020 it's going to look like a little rumble strip compared to we've already unleashed in our genetics. The scary thing about genetics is it remembers trauma. And if you are of a species that does not know how to clear trauma, that trauma gets passed on generation to generation. And even if those next generations never see the trauma that you carry in your wounds, the wounds are much worse than the trauma was. And so the festering nature of genetics is really scary, because it's not until the 4th generation that all of the previous memories of those previous 4 generations move from an epigenetic kind of behavioral change to the genome to an actual shift of the genome. And that's called a germline mutation that happens in Gen 4. And so when we start talking about the 1970s and what got unleashed in the 1970s, it's the kids born in the year 2000 that would start to really show us what Gen 2 would look like. It's their children born in 2025 will show us Gen 3. It's their children born in 2050 that will show us the real record of what we've done. And so when you really wrap your head around that, it's a story that's too painful to know. Until you start to read this book, I think, and you start to see the resilience of humans in here. And what I didn't know was healing. The reason I am not suicidal today, knowing way more about the nuclear bomb we've set off, as I was just describing it, than I did then, is because I've got to see healing. In the last 10 years, I have witnessed healing on levels that medical community never told me possible. And if they had, then I would not have taken the whole damn thing very seriously, and I probably would have skipped most of med school, because we don't arbiter healing. We arbiter a palliation of disease. And if somebody had told me that spontaneous healing could happen in human beings, I would have just, I would have gone and studied that. That would have been much more interesting. And so where we end up today, I think Gail and I both, is a newfound resolve, that despite the Holocaust that we will walk through together as human beings in this next 25 years, we're going to be able to love each other into a state of healing that nobody can calculate, because for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. And in my growing experience as being human right now, is the opposite and equal reaction to heartbreak is love.
Hello, my name is Gil Fuller, and along with my partner Lynette, we run a diversified livestock operation in the beautiful Flint Hills of eastern Kansas. We grass-finished beef and lamb, and we also have pastured pork, pastured pigs and chickens. The reason I do this is that the greatest people on earth, the farmers, are sick. Physically, mentally, Farmers are killing themselves 5 times more than the average American citizen, and it's way past time for somebody to help them. And I've struggled myself with mental and physical health issues in the last 10 years, and I've also been involved in education. And so the more it seemed I opened up as a speaker and showed my vulnerabilities and some of my issues, it seemed the more farmers started reaching out to me for help. And so I decided, I took it upon myself to try to find ways to help farmers heal themselves while they're healing their land. And so with that, we have started some workshops, 4-part series of workshops in Kansas this fall that are dealing with farmers' mental, physical, and spiritual health, and trying to help them help themselves while they help their families and their communities. And it's been very rewarding, but at the same time, it's extremely difficult. I mean, it's really tough when you see people hurting as much as they are. And so, I guess that's part of why I do what I do, is it just doesn't seem to be much help out there for them. And like I said, it's just past time these people get the help they need. So I think, it's time that the consumers understood how bad it is and how important it is that they help step up, make sure the farmers are paid fairly, treated fairly, and reconnected with their communities. And so we're trying to reach out not just to farmers, but to consumers also. And I think that's why it's really important to have organizations like Farmers Footprint involved, because they can reach the masses much better than I can. I can help a few, but we also need help from other larger organizations to reach out and to reach the masses. So please help support me and Farmers Footprint, help them. Thanks, and have a great day.
Our thanks to Gail Fuller and the incredibly important work that he's doing in the realm of farmer mental health, which is a very challenging aspect of the food system transformation that we're going through. We move from that very challenging topic to another one, and that is our relationship with pesticides as a form of agriculture production. So today you're going to hear from some folks from Center for Food Safety and Semillas de Vida, who are on the front lines enforcing policies that are already on the books in some cases, and in some cases need to still be written, both in terms of our regulation of pesticides here in the US and also the efforts to stop GMOs.
Hi, I'm Amy Van Son, Senior Attorney with the Center for Food Safety, and I'm here to talk to you about the Roundup on Roundup and our efforts to get this dangerous pesticide off our shelves. Center for Food Safety is a nationwide membership-based nonprofit with a mission to empower people, support farmers, and protect the environment from industrial agriculture. Or as I like to say, dismantle industrial ag and replace it with something that's actually good for people and the planet. Roundup, or glyphosate, is an herbicide. It's the most widely used pesticide in the world and the active ingredient in Monsanto's Roundup formulation. 300 million pounds of glyphosate are used just in the US every year, most of that in agriculture, and mostly on Roundup-ready GMO crops, something Monsanto created starting in the 1990s, and now which covers the vast majority of most of our commodity crops, corn, soy, canola, etc. So since this 1990s start of the GMO cropping system that are engineered to resist Roundup, there's been a 10-fold increase in the amount of Roundup sprayed in our environment. IARC, the World Health Organization's cancer research arm, years ago found that glyphosate is a probable carcinogen. And other scientists, like our own Environmental Protection Agency's scientists, agree that it is at least a possible carcinogen. Glyphosate is also a well-known liver and kidney toxin. Despite all of the evidence of the health hazards posed by Roundup, mainly to the people who spray and are exposed through their work to Roundup, like landscapers and farm workers, but also to people like you and I who are eating residual amounts of Roundup in our food. Despite all of these health risks, EPA has allowed this pesticide to stay on the market. That's where Center for Food Safety and our legal team comes in. For decades, Center for Food Safety has been fighting these GMO crops that are supported by this hazardous pesticide glyphosate. And most recently, in 2020, when EPA came out with its interim registration review decision, finding that glyphosate posed no cancer risk whatsoever and no health risks of concern at all, we took them to court. Now, under our federal pesticide law, EPA has to review pesticides every 15 years to determine if they still meet the safety standard. Here, EPA determined that glyphosate did in fact still meet the standard, ignoring the decades of evidence of harms to human health, including hundreds of thousands of people with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using glyphosate or a Roundup formulation thereof. Despite all of this evidence of harm to human health, EPA essentially said you can bathe in glyphosate and your health will be unharmed. So we took them to court, and before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, we won. And in summer of last year, 2022, the Court of Appeals said that EPA did not have enough evidence to back up its finding that there was no health risk, and specifically that its cancer determination was not logical or internally consistent. That EPA had ignored its own advisors and its own experts when they said there was epidemiological evidence, meaning real-world evidence and studies, of the increased risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, as well as evidence from animal feeding studies of tumors being caused by glyphosate. EPA fully admitted in that litigation that its ecological risk assessment and the harm to our environment, especially threatened and endangered species, was not adequate and took it back on its own. Now, as we stand, there is no legal determination by EPA that glyphosate or Roundup meets the safety standard that Congress set. With this incredible court win in hand, we will continue the fight to get Roundup off of our shelves and to protect our farm workers, many of which we've heard from suffer from cancers, other lifelong illnesses, and even miscarriages because of their exposure to pesticides, including glyphosate. So if you support the work of Center for Food Safety, you're supporting pro bono expert legal help for farmers, farm workers, and eaters to get these toxic pesticides like glyphosate off of our plates and off of our farms. We know that glyphosate causes these health harms. In fact, there's new studies every day confirming the link between glyphosate and cancer, as well as other impacts to organs, to our reproductive systems, and so forth. It really is an undisputed fact at this point that credible scientists, medical scientists and researchers have found that this is a dangerous chemical, despite what Monsanto would have had us believe for decades, that it is no more dangerous than table salt. A lot of things inspire me to do this work, but I would say that my catalyst moment was when I had already gone to law school here in Portland, Oregon at Lewis and Clark, and joined with the Northwest Environmental Defense Center to do student volunteer work. I knew I wanted to do something for the environment, and I wasn't quite sure. And all the groups got up and talked about their work, and there was protection for the air and the water and lands and wildlife. And then one person stood up and said, if you want to work on food and genetic engineering, come see me. And I had never heard of genetic engineering at the time. I did not know that food was genetically engineered. And it was through that group that I learned that the way we produce food affects everything. Our lands, our air, our water, our health, just about everything. So rather than specialize in one type of environmental protection or public health work, I love working on food, not only because I love food, but because it touches all of those things. So that would be my catalyst moment.
This is where I had my first big accident. Right here, I'll show you exactly the crack that my hose got caught in. When I pulled my truck, you heard it go, ow!
At the end of the second spraying season, Mr. Johnson discovered a lesion on his knee. It starts spreading and spreading, and you can see by October 2014, it was covering his whole body. He calls Monsanto. He's just looking for answers. No one called him back.
Popular weed killer, Roundup. Roundup.
The active ingredient in Roundup is the world's most
popular weed killer, glyphosate.
Glyphosate was patented originally as a stripper for industrial boilers. Then he discovered, actually, hey, this thing kills weeds.
We're using this stuff to maintain profitability. To maximize your yield, you gotta minimize your infestation of weeds. The residue is in the seed, and if we use that seed for food production, then it's in the food.
Go around spraying the whole forest. You change the whole environment. You don't hear no birds singing, any insect, nothing.
These pesticides are affecting the life cycles of these different species.
4 studies had come out showing that Roundup causes genotoxical damage.
The Monsanto paper showed us all those things.
As more information comes into the case, the knives get sharper and sharper.
We knew that it caused cancer, but we didn't know that Monsanto knew.
My cancer is called cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, non-Hodgkin's.
Monsanto made a choice to not put a cancer warning on the label.
The common joke out in the country is that it's so safe you can drink it.
I had upwards of 7 IVs.
10 bags a day.
I had 20 treatments with radiation.
I lost 35 pounds.
Okay, man, I thought I was dead.
It's got to stop.
I think we've got to look at these things from a bigger picture.
You are what you eat. You are what you breathe. You are what you're around, your environment. This is about food. This is about health. This is about the soil. This is about environment. This is not an Lee Johnson story. This is bigger than me.
Our findings that we just presented today before the Collegium Ramazzini meeting are timely and extremely sensitive because there's an ongoing, very important decision about whether or not we will relicense glyphosate here in Europe.
What is made publicly available today is a partial but definitive result on the leukemias.
Today I have the great pleasure to speak about the first result from the long-term integrated study on glyphosate. We decided to test 3 different test compounds: pure glyphosate, the Roundup BioFlu, and the Ranger Pro, that is a commercial formulation, is banned in Europe but still used in the US.
The first finding is that there are dose-related increases in mortality from leukemia. The second finding was that a very high proportion of these leukemias occurred in the rats in the first year of life. This is a most unusual finding.
Half of all our animals with leukemia died. 2 from glyphosate, 2 from Ranger Pro, and 2 from Roundup, and mainly in the very high dose.
But all of those were low. All of those were in the range of what's considered to be the acceptable daily intake.
The first animal died at 21 weeks of age. The second one, 35. Half of our animals bearing leukemia died before the second year of age. That is really, really uncommon. Really, really uncommon.
Hello, my name is Malin Jönsson and I work in the Fundación Semillas de Vida, in the Foundation Seeds of Life, and we struggle to create a healthy food system starting from the seeds. And we are concentrated actually in the diversity of maize, and this is because Mexico, where we are working and where we are founded, is the center of origin and domestication and constant diversification of maize. It's a process started by the farmers about 10,000 years ago with a small weed plant called teosintla. It's almost like the size of a wheat plant. After about 500 generations of farmers and indigenous people selecting and saving the most adapted seeds, we now have the amazing large cob that we recognize and love today. And the part that is domesticated, it's actually because if you put a cob in the soil, there will not be any maize plants. You have to take the grains from the cob and then sow them. Well, actually today it's the most cultivated grain in the world, and of which this US controls about 1/4 of the global trade, so it's a very important product. Well, in Mexico, there are 59 officially registered landraces and thousands of varieties, because each family or community that saves the selected seeds develops their own variety, adjusted to their preferences and their particular climate conditions. So this maize diversity has an ample range of colors, and from white, from orange, look at this for example, to red, to purple or blue or pink or mixed colors. The maize is a plant that has in parallel have been developed hand in hand with the Mexican food culture, within which we can find over 700 dishes cooked with maize. This genetical diversity, like each plant is unique, of course, is essential for the future of maize, since it is how the plant is adapted to the new climate conditions or cultural preferences. This through the selection and the natural mutations occurring in each harvest. And this is amazing with the maize. It's unique because it's unique also in the versatility that it has, because it can be sown at sea level up to about 3,800 meters above sea level, so it's very adaptable. But its continued existence is under threat. After genetically modified corn was approved for commercial use in the US in the mid-90s, here in Mexico it commenced an intense lobbying campaigns thought to introduce it in Mexico. And around 2005 it was clear that such authorization was very close. So we started to organize ourselves to protect the immense maize diversity and therefore also our food culture. Well, in our case, we founded Fundación Semillas de Vida, Seeds of Life. It's a non-profit through which we have fought, and we still are fighting for a healthy food system starting from the seed, and we were constituted in 2007. Actually, a very important year, because it was 1 year before the total liberalization of the import of corn from the US. And here it's also like in 2009, there were the first authorization, the first permits for commercial use of GMO corn were granted in Mexico, and the patent owners were amongst others Monsanto. And in 2018, Monsanto was bought by Bayer, which is one of the largest pharmacies and agrochemical corporations in the world. And it was actually Monsanto, which was the corporation that invented and patented glyphosate in 1974. And now it had, in this moment, it had invented a GMO resistant, a GMO that is resistant against the same pesticides. So the thing with these GMO plants, and like the majority of all GMO plants, and in particular the GMO corn plants in the world that are commercialized, is that you can drown them with the glyphosate, all the glyphosate you want, while killing all of the other plants, well, almost all other plants, because nature has this way of developing their own resistant plants against these against the glyphosate. But the glyphosate also contaminates the soil and contaminates the water, and of course the health of the people. So it's quite problematic. It's a threat against biodiversity. Well, in 2002, 2013, Semillas de Vida initiated a law class action, together with 20 other organizations in Mexico, to protect the Mexican population's right to continued access to the maize biodiversity. So here we actually succeeded to establish a precautionary measure, which means that a temporary prohibition of all GMO maize cultivated in the country. And now, 10 years later, this measure remains in place, and we have succeeded to maintain the prohibition, even though GMO corporations continuously intend to eliminate it. These are corporations which have unlimited resources. It's sort of a Goliath against David. Well, early on, we understood that the importance of not just preventing the cultivation of GMOs, GMO corn, but also the vital importance of the support and defense of the land-raised maize. Therefore, during the last 16 years, we have also initiated and supported locally based projects which aim to preserve and support seed diversity, in the hands of the farmers. These through local seed banks or houses and seed exchange fairs, maize diversity, documentation, training in seed conservation, and organic inputs. Our results have been published in about 6 books and also spread through social networks. Simultaneously, we have understood that beneficial national policies are critical for the situation. We have therefore worked to stop laws that hurt bioculture diversity, and also, for example, the last year we campaigned for a reform in the general health law that would have started to regulate the organic inputs, since today they have the same regulation as the chemical fertilizers. And also, on the other hand, through this bill we also aim to include a gradual prohibition of highly toxic pesticides such as the glyphosate, because here in Mexico we actually have a lot of chemical substances that are prohibited in other places in the world are permitted here in Mexico. But unfortunately, corporations won this round, but of course not the war. At the same time, we have also promoted other laws that can protect the bioculture diversity, especially maize. For example, there was such a law was approved in April 2020, and it is called the Law Protection and Support of Land-Raised Maize, and it was promoted by us through lobbying and an information campaign. Up until today, we have also succeeded in stopping, on the other hand, the privatization of seeds. There was a reform that have now been suggested 3 times in 2012, 2020, and 2022. It is actually a reform that that they will probably continue to pressure to be initiated. Also, on the other hand, in 2022, our struggle resulted in a presidential decree that gradually prohibits glyphosate and GMO corn. And we have the pending laws to support this. We haven't really seen it in reality yet, because also we have a great resistance here. Unfortunately, Bayer Monsanto and other corporations that would lose a lot of money if this became reality started their lobbying. They started their lobbying in the US and also here in Mexico, but mainly in the US was the consequence that they convinced the US authorities to initiate a panel of controversies within the free trade agreement between the US, Mexico, and Canada. So, because this is important, because even though we can't sow GMO corn in Mexico, it's illegal to cultivate it. Actually, about 40% of the maize consumed in Mexico is GMO corn imported from the US. It is actually a GMO corn that it's quite different from our corn this is also why I use different concepts from the maize that we are consuming in Mexico, because this maize it's made for human consumption, it's made for animal consumption, but the corn that is important, it's actually made for corn combustibles, chemicals and for mainly for the food industry and also for feed as well. And it's a corn that is homogenic. The DNA is basically the same in all of the seeds, and these are patented by corporations like Bayer Monsanto. So it's a quite different kind of corn or maize that is important. But it's a liberal market. It's a liberalized market, so the prices are the same. So it's also I think that this corn is sold to dumping prices here in Mexico. That means that it's sold for prices that are below the production cost. So right now, in this moment, we are in the middle of the negotiations within this panel of controversies, and we continue this struggle to protect our health and biodiversity and right to decide what we want. But it's very complicated when we have this situation.
All right, thank you to all our friends at Semilla de Vida and also Center for Food Safety. It's so inspiring to do this work alongside you all and advocacy toward glyphosate, GMOs, policy and education. If you haven't watched it yet, check out Into the Weeds film. It is so powerful. Highly recommend it. So for the reflection question, it's gone. So anyways, we're gonna be taking a break now. We have about a 5-minute break, but I wanted to, I'll pause there and then we'll intro the next session. All right, take a Sunshine 6, get outside, enjoy the weather wherever you are. based in the heart of Mexico City in Xochimilco. And I had the great privilege to visit the Chinampas about a few months ago. And
the future is ancestral. Growing food is an inherently cultural and spiritual endeavor, not an isolated process. Agriculture serves as a continuous ritual, nurturing family, village, tribe, culture, well-being, place, and the entirety of life itself. Its vitality emerges from the intricate interplay of temporal, climatic, biological, and spiritual elements interwoven across generations and cultures. In today's age of information, where knowledge is at our fingertips, we find ourselves amid a deluge of data, yet many of us still starve for wisdom. When it comes to regeneration, there's a place we must acknowledge, support, and turn to for deep wisdom rooted in generations of experience connected to place. Meet Low Tech. Low Tech is a movement that investigates lesser-known local technologies, traditional ecological knowledge, indigenous cultural practices, and mythologies passed down as songs or stories. Low Tech, driven by radical indigeneism, reimagines how indigenous wisdom can shape regenerative, climate-resilient infrastructures. These ancient indigenous technologies, when integrated and expanded, hold the potential to dramatically reduce humanity's ecological footprint and counter impending environmental crises. Today, we are going to explore an example of traditional ecological knowledge in Mexico City.
For me, the most important message is that campesinos, peasants, farmers are the most important people in society nowadays. No? We live in an artificial system of abundance that is created by subsidies and exploitation of nature and of people. But time is running out for that system. And that artificiality doesn't prevents us from understanding the value of farmers. No? So doesn't mean that we all have to become farmers, but it does mean that we have to be more conscious and more supportive of farmers. And the easiest way is just eating healthy and good food. My name is Lucio Usoviaga, and I am the founder of Arca Tierra. Arca Tierra is a project that connects the countryside to the city. First of all, by means of an agroecological production, work with farmers, and we produce ourselves. And secondly, we have experiences which we offer rural tourism, where people can come and learn about agriculture and food production. The Chinampas are an artificial system. They are an agro-ecosystem that goes back to more than 3,000 years ago. They are islands built on top of the Xochimilco Lake with the purpose of producing food. It's one of the few places in the world where human intervention has had a positive impact in terms of biodiversity, co-created with nature, and the foundation of many cultures and civilizations that have settled in the Mexico City basin. Well, the Chinampas are in Mexico City, no? They're part of Mexico City, and they are in the southern part, and they are the last remaining lake, no? More than 400 years ago, there used to be 5 lakes in Mexico City, and now we only have Xochimilco. So Xochimilco gives Mexico City oxygen, it sequesters carbon, also it is an important refuge of biodiversity, it gives water and also food. Well, there are still 2,200 hectares of Chinampas, of which only 20% are still being farmed. But of that 20%, maybe half is produced for ornate plants, not for food, no? And just a very small percentage is produced in an agroecological fashion. There are just a few farmers left in the Chinampas because it is physically a demanding work. No, traditionally it is frowned upon to be a peasant. No, unfortunately, people don't see the importance of farming, of campesino farming. Also, it's badly paid. So, taking that into account, we ask ourselves, why would anyone want to farm? No, if you don't get enough money, if it's not valued, and if it's a physically hard job. No. Well, we've been working here for the last 13 years, and the core of our project is working with campesino families to support them in different ways, no? In cleaning the water and the soil, implementing new methods of agroecology, recovering ancient technologies and methods of farming from the Chinampas, also reaching good markets, no, that pay a fair price. But most importantly for us is giving the campesinos, the farmers, the trust, no, we put our trust in them, and in that way they can be confident about themselves, of their true value and importance to the place and to the city. Our most important goal is to make farming attractive in the Chinampas in a way that it is profitable, that it is valued, no, that it is interesting, supported. Because before thinking about what it would look like if the Chinampas were farmed, no, all their extension and all the ecological benefits, cultural heritage, it's more a phase of resistance. No, that's why we have our campesino school, our education program, in order to enable young people to come back to farming. It's very interesting to know that we're standing on an archaeological site. No, depending on who we read or listen to, the Chinampas are maybe 4,000 years old, 3,000 years old. No, so the original culture of the Mexico City Valley is a water culture, and it only survives in the Chinampas. So the richness of the heritage is so big, no, and important to preserve. And it's tied to, of course, agriculture, but also food, no, landscaping, traditions, festivities, beliefs, cosmology. So it all goes back to the Chinampa. It's a way of flowing with nature, and literally flowing because this is a water system, no? And the ancient people from around here knew how to deal with flooding. So it's a way of working harmoniously with nature. That is like a more scientific interpretation, but behind all that, there are many religious beliefs, no, prior to the Spaniards coming here, that goes around Nahua mythology and cosmology, no, in terms of cycles, no. It's more like a circular way of thinking about things than a linear metaphysics or religion. Probably the most important ingredient in Chinampero agriculture is the mud. No, the mud from the bottom of the canals. It is used to build the Chinampas, no, as its main element. It is used to germinate seeds. It is used as a fertilizer. So it's just using the mud that concentrates all the sediments from the minerals, all the organic matter that has decomposed for thousands of years, and bringing it back to the soil, no? So it's those kind of circles. Another one could be like the trees we see everywhere around here. It's a variety of willow, and they play many roles, no? Preventing erosion, creating a microclimate, pruning and recycling nutrients. So it's all those cycles that the Chinamperos, the Xochimilcas, know in a very instinctive and ingenious way. The most important lesson here is how humans can co-create more life. The Chinampa used to be a food paradise. There were plenty of fish, of crustaceans, of amphibians, hunting, and agriculture. And all of that benefiting the entire ecosystem, plants, animals. So it's this way of thinking about humans in a role of having a positive impact of enhancing the processes of nature. So that's for me has been like the biggest inspiration, and most of all last decades that we've been really scared of what humans are able to do. The Chinampa show us doesn't have to be this way. We can work with nature in benefit of everyone, not just humans. The soil that we have here, it's an incredible black soil that we have about 10 to 12% of organic matter, almost an unlimited reserve of nutrients and minerals. But we also have a lot of salt, so we have to always cover the soil, plant a lot of trees, diverse plants, and it's how we call it is our black gold. But it's not only the soil, it's the entire system. In my opinion, Chinampas can teach us how to stop thinking about bringing inputs, from the outside. I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna buy that. We can have fertility produced in the same site. We have all the vegetation, we have the climate, we have the water. So with that, we can create a autonomous agriculture. For us, it's really important to share our work with many people, and that's why we are very excited to be collaborating with Farmers Footprint, because I think that many projects are isolated, and we're facing very similar challenges. So we're really thankful for this opportunity, and we invite everyone to come to visit the project.
Mi nombre es Sonia Tapia y soy la directora de Agricultura en Arca Tierra. Dentro de este ámbito de agricultura orgánica, agricultura agroecológica, y agricultura regenerativa, muchas corrientes de la agricultura, de alguna manera mi formación como agrónoma me permite saber, y saber que hay una necesidad importante de hacer las cosas mejores. Entonces, el que este proyecto tenga estas características me motiva mucho, porque es un proyecto que tiene alma, es un proyecto que nos permite conocer, nos permite entender y sobre todo transmitir este conocimiento a otras generaciones o a personas que les interesa saber sobre agricultura. Entonces a mí me da mucho gusto, me da mucha energía poder transmitir, poder enseñar todo este contexto de agricultura en las Chinampas. Parte de los módulos que damos en la escuela no solamente es la parte técnica, que es agricultura regenerativa, agroecología, sino también nos permite saber y sensibilizar a los estudiantes sobre el cuidado de los recursos naturales que contamos aquí en la Chinampa. El cuidado del suelo, el cuidado del agua, el uso eficiente del agua y de los recursos. Entonces creímos que era importante que ellos conocieran estas técnicas para que lo implementaran, para que lo conozcan con los demás productores, cómo lo hace la gente de las redes. Entonces nos permite de alguna manera tener este impulso para que otras generaciones lo hagan en el momento que nosotros ya no estemos por acá. En la escuela aprenden a manejar el suelo. El suelo de las Chinampas es un suelo muy característico por las condiciones en las que está. Tiene salinidad, tiene mucho sodio, tiene hay un exceso de humedad constante. Entonces tiene características muy particulares que, a diferencia de otras partes de la ciudad, no las tenemos. Entonces aquí me permite saber y conocer y sensibilizar a los estudiantes sobre el recurso que tenemos en la ciudad y sobre todo el manejo tan particular de las Chinampas. Entonces el implementar agricultura regenerativa, implementar algunas otras técnicas nos permite todavía fortalecer la biodiversidad en el suelo, la interacción que hay con los demás elementos de la naturaleza. Entonces ellos tienen que aprender justo el manejo y poderlo replicar, hacerlo en sus parcelas, hacerlo en otras parcelas o con los productores, o incluso enseñarlo, también. Al final del proceso, al final de estos 6 meses que ellos participan con nosotros, la idea es que sean productores independientes, que tengan su propia parcela, que ellos puedan implementar todo lo que aprendieron durante esta capacitación, tanto técnica como teórica técnica, como en práctica, que básicamente es el 90% es práctico. Entonces ellos tendrían que replicarlo, ellos tienen que ser estos productores muy capacitados, tanto en esta parte del manejo de los recursos como también en la parte financiera, ¿no? Para que lleven todas las cuentas de lo que gastan, de los ingresos y egresos de su proyecto y puedan tener un proyecto exitoso. En la escuela tenemos varias formas de aprender. Una de ellas es hacerlo, aprender haciendo, y con una técnica es de campesino a campesino. Entonces hacemos un recorrido en las parcelas de los productores de la red y ellos nos muestran las técnicas que están implementando en su parcela para la conservación del suelo, para nutrirlo, para conservarlo, para hacer luz eficiente el agua. Entonces todas esas técnicas ellas las aprenden haciéndolo. Tienen que hacer actividades con los productores directamente y después en aula vemos la parte teórica que les hace mucho sentido porque muchas cosas las aprenden allá, las identifican y cuando las llevamos al aula a través de este sistema un poco más gráfico, ellos entienden y relacionan todo lo que aprendieron en campo con lo que están viendo en aula. Entonces se vuelve más sencillo el aprendizaje. En muchas comunidades rurales la participación de las mujeres se ha incrementado. Y esto es a través de la migración de los hombres por buscar mejores alternativas para la familia. Se van a Estados Unidos, se van a otras partes del país. Y las mujeres se encargan ahora de la tierra. Es una gran oportunidad porque eso las vuelve autónomas, las vuelve empresarias, las vuelve productoras. Entonces nos da esa oportunidad de seguir en el campo haciendo lo que nos gusta y cuidando de la tierra.
So for this section, we have the question, humans have had an unprecedented impact on the environment. How could we apply indigenous cosmologies to modern day living so we can participate in enhancing nature's processes? Just like the Chinampas are living archaeological sites, the next section we're going to talk about how can we have an impact in our environment through a decision that we make multiple times a day, every day, which is what are we going to eat? There are many different ways where we can make this decision in a way that enhances our environment, creates more aliveness. And we're going to share just a few of these ways. We hope you enjoy as much as we did. Have you ever wondered if recipes really shape great cooks? It's something to ponder, but I'm not entirely convinced. When you start cooking, starting at a long list of ingredients might make you think you need every single one for a tasty meal. But not for Nana. She starts the other way around, using what's on hand and letting her creativity flow. What's in season? What needs eating up soon? It's about figuring out how to blend these things to cook up something delicious for yourself and your loved ones. Recently, we went to Arca Tierra's Chinampas and harvested beets, fresh fennel, and kale. Nana tells us to see each ingredient's personality, to think of them as alive and in relationship with other ingredients. Take beets, for example. I briefly remembered those boring boiled beets from my childhood. But don't be fooled. They're vibrant and hearty. They're sweet and social, so they'll team up well and make a great base for many dishes. We whipped up a tahini and miso sauce for the beets. Then there's fennel, with its unique taste like an old lady who's bold and knows what she wants. She's refined and seems exclusive until you find a way to her heart. Nana loves lentils, and they paired up great with fennel. Throw in some lemon zest, and a simple dish turned into something delicate and layered. And then there was kale. It looks bitter and tough, but with a bit of olive oil and a little human touch, it softens right up. We added carbonero to the fennel dish and made a massaged kale salad. We shared our meal with everyone on the chinampa. Some were working, some were resting, but we all came together over food and shared a moment. The chinamperos who grew the vegetables were happy to taste them prepared differently. We showed them gratitude for being invited in the land and receiving nutritious food from it. Harvesting, preparing the meal, and eating it together was like a breath of fresh air and a tight hug.
Love those metaphors from Alana. Thank you. Our reflective question: what meal can you make with the freshest ingredients you can find? Look for inspiration in world cuisines. Up next, we're going to be shifting our focus from food as medicine into the business.
Hey, everybody. I am really glad to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much, each of you who are here as part of the panel, and anybody who's participating from afar. Thank you for making time to join us in this conversation and in this offering. When I was thinking about it earlier, I was thinking what I really hope comes out of this and what I will perceive as a success is if all of us can generate new thoughts and disrupt some old assumptions through our thinking that we're going to do together in this next hour. So I want to invite everyone into that. I'm going to do a brief introduction. We're not doing a lot of introductions because I'm hoping people can read about us in our bios. But my name's Travana Frost Littlefield Grenfell. I'm on the faculty here at Renourish Studio. Renourish Studio is a learning community where we are supporting business leaders, specifically in the food system, to develop ourselves and our businesses in order to help the systems that we're part of to be better able to nourish all life. So everybody in this panel is part of our cohort that we work with pretty rigorously. We would meet weekly on Zoom and then 3 times a year in person to do basically business and leadership development for the sake of large-scale systems change. And what I want to do tonight is give a short introduction to what we're doing here and why we're here and how this panel is going to go. And then I have some questions to ask, and I'm hoping that all the panelists will reflect kind of in the moment on the questions. And we'll be done in about an hour. So that's the plan. And yeah, I'm just going to take a moment and drop into why we're here. The topic was regeneration in business. So for me personally, you know, when I look around the world right now, what ends up happening every day is that I am just leveled with some new horrible news about violence and destruction and tragedy and the erosion of our living planet's capacity to support life. And we're seeing that playing out right now on a global scale in somewhat unprecedented ways. And you probably see this with me, but if you scratch the surface of almost any of those horrific problems, what do we run into? We run into business. We run into business interests, which are affecting our capacity to resolve conflicts, to find solutions, to work with our planet and with one another in ways that are actually regenerative in a deep and meaningful way. So I feel like this work is important. And I spent quite a long time not working in the world of business. I worked in nonprofits. I did nonprofit strategic consulting. I worked with deep nature connection and relationship with the land and seeds, and I avoided business. But through this recent realizations that I've been having in the past 10 years, I've decided that working at the level of business is imperative because businesses are actually forces in our world, huge forces in our world. And the way that business works is a huge force in our world that can be a force in one direction or another direction. So that's why I'm here. And that's why I think regeneration in business is imperative, not just as a nice sounding word, but as a meaningful practice so that the people, the businesses, and the systems that we're part of are all regenerating ourselves to become better able to nourish life. So are you here for that same reason? I'm looking around at my panelists, like, are we sort of in the same area here? I'm seeing some nods. There's probably more nuance that you'll add to that. But I want to say, so to that end, it's important that we are developing ourselves as we go. So I want to do this panel maybe slightly differently than some panels. This is not a panel of experts who's here to tell everybody who's listening exactly how you should run your business. That would be not how we believe regeneration really works. I'm hoping that as we are reflecting on these questions, all of those of you who are listening will also be reflecting on these questions. You'll be listening to what we're saying, you'll be checking it based on your own lived experience and your own experiences working with businesses, and say, does that make sense to me? What's my experience of that? And that you'll also be disrupting your own assumptions and seeing how you can see things differently and apply them differently in your own work. So if you want to, it's kind of convenient. This is a recorded panel. You can pause the recording. You can take notes. You can write down your own questions that are coming up. You can write down your own ideas that are happening, and you can use this as an opportunity to learn and grow yourself and develop, not just to listen and take things in a sort of one-way street way. And that's true for everybody here too. So as we listen to one another on this panel, we're going to be, reflecting and learning and growing. So is there more to say about that? I think that's a good introduction. I will say that I'd love for you all to learn more about Renourish Studio, but I'm not going to give a big description of it right now. It's something else you can also learn about after the panel from our website. And I'd love to see any of you join any of our other offerings over the course of the next months and years. So, all right, everybody, I'm sure already the things I'm saying are probably sparking ideas for you, but I'm going to name a basic principle that we work with in our understanding of regeneration in business, which is a theory of change that as we change how we think, then we can change how we act and how we work, and that produces different effects in the systems. And that system can be our business, it can be a network that we're part of, an industry, or any other kind of living system, like it might be your family or your neighborhood or a forest where you live. But that the place that the regeneration starts is in our paradigms of thinking. And as we may have seen, most businesses come from an old paradigm of extracting value. And that's what is driving a lot of business. So they're thinking about how they get value and how do we have profits, and that thinking informs how we act, how we work, and the effects that we have on systems. So what would happen if businesses were to actually be operating from a different level of paradigm, where businesses were thinking, how can the way we work be a source of and a support for development and regeneration in living systems? And that is going to produce profits and abundance for the business and for the systems, but it comes from a really different source, a different assumption. And it requires us to see potentials in the systems that we're working within. So instead of just focusing on profit or just focusing on the bottom line or just focusing on how our business stays alive another year, we actually have to wrestle our mind to be able to look at how are we nested, what are we working on, what are we influencing, and what is possible in those systems. So a question that I have, which this may be kind of a big question to lead with, but a question that I have for all of you is, I know that as you've been working with Renourish Studio, you've been considering what are the larger systems that your business is nested within. To whom and upon what are you having an effect? And I'm wondering, what are some new potentials you are perceiving in systems that you're working to shift? And I would love to hear some examples of how you're imagining systems have potential, unmet potential to affect social change that you are actually having the ability to affect through your business. So that's my first question. I'm wondering if anyone has an immediate answer that's coming to mind, and people who are listening, and you could think about this too, as you're thinking about the larger systems that you're part of, that your businesses are part of, that your work is part of, what are some potentials that those systems have to make a difference, to affect positive change, and that you could have an effect on bringing those potentials to be reality? If you want to give a very brief introduction of who you are before you start talking, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, my name is Diana Kobus, and I'm the Executive Director of PCO, Pennsylvania Certified Organic. We're a USDA organic certifier. And I think the potential for me is about working in collaboration and understanding specifically in my business and in our industry. There's a lot of collaboration that happens in the organic world in addition to competition. It's unique in the way the certifiers collaborate. And I've really been seeing that on lots of different levels with the work that's happening in organic right now. And I think really being able to be a person and a business in those situations that I might be in with government agency partners, with other certifiers through grant programming, playing a role that involves seeing the connections and the synergies and how much more we can accomplish together rather than just singularly focusing on our business. All of the things you were talking about in your introduction about destruction and what's happening in the world, what's always happening in the world to some degree, happens because we see separation. We're able to destroy each other and nature because we don't have a consciousness of our connection. And when you understand, or when you can come to understand more often, because it's not all the time, it's practice, how we're all connected. To me, that's where like the 1 + 1 makes 3 can happen.
And how does that, I have so many follow-up questions. I probably can't get into too much detail with everybody, but I guess I'm wondering what comes of that connection and that collaboration. Like, let's assume that that's now happening in the system of organic certification across this world. Like, it's real. Now what is that producing that's so important?
It is bringing more energy into moving the needle in the greater food system, which is, I hope, what we all want. In an ideal world, there wouldn't be a need for what I do. And so, yeah, I mean, that I think is the goal for all of us in this part of the food system.
I'm Victoria. I work at a company called Flamingo Estate doing product development. I'm very passionate about food and products in general. And something that we kind of wrestled with when I started was, so much out there is about the certifications and the icons kind of that goes on packaging and are a wayfinder for customers. And we're very used to seeing that at a glance and kind of checking that box like, okay, it's non-GMO, it's organic, it's, check, 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 check. And something that we talked about is like, do we need that? Do we need to show that something is certified on package to be compelling to a customer? And what we landed on was no, like that we would actually rather kind of work outside of that system and tell the story of a farm who may or may not be certified, but tell that story and let people know about the farming practices versus just having something on label to help someone tell the story. But I think internally what I constantly wrestle with is like, yeah, but the sound bite, like people really love the sound bite. And what I've learned so much is about regeneration in general is there's so much nuance to a living system, and that sound bite cannot be replicated in every farm, or like this list of practices cannot be replicated and it's going to vary. So yeah, I have other examples, but that was something that just stuck out to me as Diana was talking in terms of systems and yeah, where we are, how we operate.
I just want to weigh in that I'm hearing you're pointing to something about potential within a system of certification.
Mhm.
And it's, there's the existing reality of how certifications work, and then there is unmet potential in those systems. And I would love to pass this to Cameron, who's been actively working on this in your business. If there's anything you want to share about what is the potential you're perceiving within these larger scale systems of certification, because that's something I think a lot of people are working on right now and wondering about.
Yeah, fascinating. Thank you. Cameron Miller, I'm the Chief Executive of Business Strategy and Innovation for the Non-GMO Project. And yeah, I've been with Renourish for about 1.5 years now. Trevana, one thing that comes up for me is that in your opening premise, I saw myself coming at our work from a little bit of a different place. And I want to just kind of elevate that and see where that brings me. And that is, I have a premise that I think that most of us in the world have the best of intentions.
Mm-hmm.
And I think most businesses do as well. We all go to work and work hard in order to have outcomes that we perceive are helping move us forward. And at the same time, I think that as a society, or at least me as an individual, I feel woefully unfulfilled in my traditional way of going about those pursuits. And I think most businesses do as well. And I think we've kind of downgraded our thinking into just simply maximizing profit and kind of doing the grind so that you can buy the next thing and kind of have a quick hit of happiness through that. And so I think for me, backing all the way up to the source of like, what is it that we're doing here? It's not about changing someone else or a system per se, although tracking to that is really important. It's more about re-enlivening who I am and how I can be in human relationship with those that I'm working with to affect, everything that we do for the better. And tracking that greater aim of like, and what is it that we're trying to achieve collectively and that we can work together to do.
Lay that out a little bit more clearly for us, Cameron. Can you just tie the work you're doing on yourself with the work you're doing in your business and with the system? How does that connect for you?
So one point of connection that, and I can take it out to concentric rings of greater wholes, if you will, but just simply working with the people within the organization, within the Non-GMO Project, and helping re-enliven who they are and their will for this work, and engaging with each other and folks in the food system in a generative way, as opposed to a mechanistic way of, this is my job and someone told me to do this, and then they're going to evaluate my performance at the end of the year and determine whether I get a promotion or a raise.
Yep.
It's more of a human living relationship where we're co-creating something together. And I can take that out to the clients that we work with and the other partners in the food system that we work with, and just simply, and it's not simple, it takes a lot of work to raise this consciousness, but engaging in that way, for me at least, is a completely different experience in living and doing business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll add just a little more transparency around this way of thinking that we're referencing right now for those of you who are listening and who are participating, for whom you're not in the studio with us. And just name that, I don't know how much we're disagreeing, Cameron. I mean, it's okay if we do disagree, but I think that part of what you're naming right now is that you're shifting your way of thinking at an individual level within your relationships in your staff team and in your business, and how you think about the system. And that's really necessary. And so, of course, I think we all agree that people are pretty well intentioned on an individual level. We all want to live in a beautiful world and to have there be safety and to have there be potential, security for us and many other life forms. And that part of what ends up happening is that when a whole system has been originated from a different paradigm with something like extracting value or profit at the sort of heart of it, we end up getting sucked in to those sorts of things that can feel really at odds with our aspiration. And so it's like, well, how does the system itself not be coming from that paradigm? It's through the people who are continuing to perpetuate and influence the system. And so we do talk about 4 levels of paradigm in modern business a lot. And the sort of baseline one is getting a return on your investment, a value return or extraction of value, which is really kind of one of the core beliefs about how a lot of businesses run. And then oftentimes people realize, oh, that's causing harm, so they want to stop the harm. So we get to this, like, let's arrest the disorder paradigm of thinking. And I was involved with that in the nonprofit world to an extent. And then you might realize, oh, we're just putting out fires all the time. We're trying to stop problems instead of actually making a difference in a positive way. So you get to this other level, which is like, let's do something good. Let's contribute something positive to the system that improves it. But oftentimes that's still you're still stuck in like what you can see. You have an idea of what's good and what's positive, and you're going to offer it and you're hoping it's going to make a difference. But the system itself has regenerative potential. And so it's very easy to see this when you're talking about other people. We are also living systems, right? If I have an idea in my mind already of exactly how Cameron should be, and I'm trying to put something in and work with Cameron so that he can be that way, it sort of limits him to actually be the full expression of his own potential, which I cannot perceive. And the same thing is true at a larger systems level. So the question being, how do we approach systems with this commitment to supporting their development and their regenerative potential, and showing up in a role that has an effect on that without controlling every detail of it. And this these levels of paradigm, I want to honor my teacher, Carol Sanford, who's written a lot of books about regenerative business and living systems thinking and development. And y'all should read her books, but she's the one who taught me this framework. And I think what I'm hearing you name is that, we may be aspiring to a different level of paradigm and then getting sucked into another one. And I will name one more thing about that, which is just that these are paradigms of thinking. So we're talking about, we're working on thinking from a regenerative level and a regenerative paradigm and supporting the development of living systems. And it may still mean that we are working on arresting disorder, or we need to get a return on our investment and our value. So those things don't fall away, but we're not driven by the thinking behind them, if that makes sense. If you're only ever aspiring to stop a problem, you're unlikely to hit regenerative development, right? So it just leads to that, the thing that can help us to perceive potential and to support development in systems is the question that we started out with, which is, what new potentials are you perceiving in the systems that you're working to shift? So you're starting to ask that question, like, oh, who can this system be? This business, this person, this industry. And that becomes a guiding light for you, that you're supporting that to come alive. And so Dana and Stephen, I don't know if you want to answer that question or not. If you want to, now's a good chance, if you can speak to some potentials you're seeing in larger systems. And if you're not wanting to answer that question, I'll ask the next one and you can have first dibs on that one.
Thank you. I'm Dana. I'm one of the co-creators of Ocean Cooperative. And I think it's a really interesting question, which ties into one of the frameworks that we talk about at the studio around the different forms of capital. And in thinking about ecological governance, I just keep noticing in a lot of our collaborations that most of our governance models is focused on the financial capital. It doesn't even actually focus on human, like people, and even less so on nature. And we can talk about some of the other ones. But it's been interesting to kind of identify some of those gaps and to see the potential that our essence and role can play in filling those gaps, and really just comes down to being authentic with ourselves and getting to that place where we can feel safe to do so, and then building out communities in order to work together in a truly collaborative way. And I think a lot of times we get stuck in limiting ourselves and limiting our own growth to grow into that potential. And I think being in the studio really helps to kind of grow into that space, even though sometimes it can be uncomfortable, but in all the best ways.
Glad to hear you say that.
I'm Stephen Smith. I'm the founder and CEO at Onda Wellness. We are a botanical regenerative wellness brand focusing on ingestible and topical products. So what I think about and what I've learned in the last year in my business and with Renourish Studio for the last year and a half is oftentimes I think about these natural systems, whether it's seasons or it's kind of the long arc of an agricultural cycle or season, and how distant those systems seem to be from our modern contemporary, business structure. And so I find peace when I look back at those natural systems and realize that there's an opportunity to integrate some of that pacing, some of those cycles into contemporary business. And one kind of analogy or example is, if you're grazing a pasture and you're always following a conventional growth trajectory that would be associated with a CPG, a consumer packaged goods startup, or a business startup, you're going to kill that piece of ground. And so what nature requires is rest. Nature requires time to regenerate. And through a crisis in my business last year, I was able to lean into the sanity of that natural living system cycle and allow my business to rest and regroup so that we could grow back with a more robust grass. The grass is growing back denser after it's had a little bit of time to rest. So Regenerative Studio is providing a space and context for me to explore these natural systems and cycles and try to integrate them into how I'm doing business, even if it's incongruous with how the VC folks say it should be done, for example. So I'm finding some peace and again some sanity in seeing how nature does it.
Stephen, that's actually a really good bridge to the next question I was going to ask, which might take what you're reflecting and kind of ask for even more concrete or detailed thinking about it. Because really what I was thinking about was the fact that I'm imagining that for each of you and anyone who's listening in too, there's ways that you think about how you want to be working. And you have an idea of how your business could feel and operate and impact the world. That is an aspiration. And you also are perceiving significant limitations around the way that business as usual functions and how you have to do your work in the existing systems. And one of the things that we work with in the studio is how to track those activating forces and the restraints, honor the restraints, and find ways to think and work differently that actually reconcile them. So we're not just beating our head against a wall of the restraints or giving up, but we're actually thinking and operating differently. And so my question for all of you is, as you consider your own, vision and dream of how your business could function, what it could be doing, and you perceive the real limitations and restraints of how you're running a business now, what are the things that you're thinking and doing that are reconcilers, that allow you to keep moving forward on this path? Anybody can answer that.
I'll go back to back if I can. We talk a lot about essence, and the essence and the spirit of what Onda is offering, I can't get attached to how it looks sometimes, because my perception or even projection of what that essence, how it manifests in the business world or to consumers I might think it's this way, but in fact, I imagine a plant growing through concrete, it just kind of goes around. And so that reconciling factor is maintaining the essence, but not being prohibitively attached to how it manifests in the world. So going with the flow, keeping the essence and the soul, but being open to, like, I sell beauty products. You think I sought that out? That's not really something I imagined, but it turns out that the oil we make is really good for the skin. And so that to me is honoring the essence of what we offer in a context that's different than I had imagined.
I'll add on to that. Touching on also what Stephen said in his previous answer about seasonality, I think, coming from kind of like, if you're putting a label on it, consumer packaged goods and that industry, and the idea like, okay, you have a hero product, it does well, you scale it, you might do like 1 million different line extensions and you have it all the time and you just iterate on that one, product that does so well for you from a sales perspective. And I think that is definitely the expectation in many different ways. And coming into it thinking, well, how can we embrace seasons and scale scarcity in a way, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but this idea and this tension between abundance and scarcity, and having something for a moment and loving it as it is and as it's kind of intended to be, wherever your local seasons kind of take you, and then selling out and that being okay, and actually not having it all year round, but circling back the next year and it still is, if not successful, as more successful, and not compromising on the integrity of the product. And I have a few different more concrete examples into that, but that was, the questions around like, okay, how do we do this? How do we take the cues from the seasons and source something locally, and be okay with that, and then also be able to show that from a business perspective that this actually works.
That's a great example, Victoria, of that honoring of a restraint. The restraint is that this is not available year round. And there's a one way to approach that, which is to try to eliminate that restraint with some form of global sourcing or preservation or whatnot. But what you decided to do is respect that restraint and then think about it differently in a way that was then going to generate a different kind of product offering, which is also, a source of revenue. So I really appreciate that example. And I'm sure there's many other very different types of examples from the different businesses that are in the room. But I hope that helps people who are listening in to think for yourselves about what's activating in your, vision and your hope and the potential you see, and what are the restraints that are available that you may want to actually honor, and think about how do you work differently around and with those restraints as a source of guidance and not as something you think is blocking you. Who else wants to share on this one? This is a kind of a big prompt about the reconciling forces, but everyone looks alive. No, Diana, you look kind of perky. Thinking.
Yeah, I'm wishing I had my staff here right now to support hopefully support what I'm going to say. I think a big way that we're encountering that right now in our business is considering the human beings that we work with, our staff and our clients, and the limitations of us in terms of time and energy and effort and seasons, right? We work with mainly farmers, and so the certification cycle has to fit in with their annual growth cycle. There are pieces that have to reconcile and fit in. And so our labor has to follow, those flows as well. And so being mindful as a staff and leadership staff of making space for that seasonality to happen, putting as little stress on the human beings that are involved in that work as possible, including sending inspectors to those farms. And there are a lot of stresses interpersonally that we all experience right now in the world, and making space for considering how that is affecting us, and planning and training each other in this kind of dialoguing, so that we're prepared to handle it. And also there's a lot of regulation dropping right now in the organic world, which means a whole lot of work on the back end to do, get all the policies in line and update all the paperwork, and really understanding how paperwork is affecting farmers. Farmers love to farm. They don't love to do paperwork. And so being considerate of the human aspects of what we do is like, okay, there's going to be new regulation. What do we do to better serve ourselves and each other in this process and still get the work done in the way it needs to get done? So yeah, considering the humanity in what we do, I think is a big way we're experiencing that right now.
I think what's showing up for me on this one is a big restraining force from a kind of theory of change perspective that I see is people's assumptions and beliefs about how things are supposed to be, how things are supposed to work, and whether that's how I show up at a job or how I engage in business, from business to business, for example. And what I'm playing with from a reconciling force perspective is, what does that conversation or invitation look like in order to invite people into showing up in a different way? What I find is that it's usually takes a while. It's not immediate, and it's super fascinating to see it evolve as that invitation's extended and that conversation's continued. And what I find typically is over time, as people get more comfortable that in fact it is safe to step into a different way of being and working, that the energy and engagement is just so different and just goes through the roof. But it's a real art. It's not mechanical. It's not a directive, show up differently and work differently. It's an invitation softly offered over time, repetitively, that kind of has people trusting that in fact there is a different way to do work and to do business.
And in some ways, Cameron, that actually relates to what you said before, where you were saying, a lot of people want to do things differently and are trying to make a change, but we don't actually have available to us any meaningful pathways for that. And that's part of what the work we do at Renourish Studio is addressing. Because instead of laying out a predetermined pathway, what we are working on doing is supporting the development of capacity for leaders and businesses and any different entity to develop itself, to think for itself in relationship with the larger wholes, so that we can actually collectively grow. And I think that, I'm actually, whenever you say the word safe, I have this little eyebrow raise where I'm like, I don't know if it's safe. Like, you have to feel like you have enough ability to engage. You're not going to lose your job, you're not, whatever. But my Carol Sanford, who I mentioned before, she's always saying, take risks. Mm-hmm. And there's something about that I really resonate with in this work, is that all of us are to some degree risk takers, and we're willing to put our necks out a little bit, at least, to do something different, even if we're not 100% sure how it's going to go, because we have enough of a confidence that we think we can keep evolving. And I'm I want to hear more from all of you, and I'm curious, Dana, what this is stirring up for you, if you want to answer this question about how you're thinking differently or how you're approaching things differently in ways that reconcile seeming paradoxes in the work.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that invitation piece that Cameron was talking about, and even around the idea of scarcity. And I think the invitation for me and what I'm doing is learning how to slow down, especially when we're thinking about seasonalities. Like, I just put out cover crops and prepared the trees on my land for dormancy. And so much of that feels like I'm slowing down. Maybe that can be considered a restraint, but at the same time, I know that those roots are going to grow stronger, and it actually is just invisible growth. And so I'm just curious about what invisible growth looks like, if we can put a name, some kind of visual to it, so that we can perceive it, talk about it, make it more conscious in our business, rather than feeling like things are just stopping. And yeah, just being able to name it, I think.
I really appreciate that. And I'm personally interested in the next question I'm going to ask, because that is the kind of work that I do. What you're talking about, Dana, is working with leaders and with teams and with businesses on becoming more developmental. And so a lot of it is this invisible growth. And so part of my job is to perceive where that's happening and nourish it, right? And support it. And know where we need to be working more, so that the conditions are there for something totally new to emerge, which might not happen on the first day, right? But it does happen. But that leads to this last question I have for you all, which is, it's about how you are developing yourselves. And I'm really interested over the course of the arc of your work with this living systems thinking and this regenerative thinking work that we do at the studio and that we are connected to Carol Sanford and Regenesis and many other practitioners. You know, how are you developing? How are you changing yourself in a way that supports the development of your business so that you can see that there's potential for your business to affect a system?
Okay. Fine. In this last year, again, to reference this pretty potent time of change, I was realizing that I was so kind of singularly focused on my biodynamic and regenerative supply chain that I was actually kind of monocropping my life. And I thought that so Renourish has really opened up these kind of dynamic and like multi-level aspects of regeneration. And so I had this kind of aha moment that the reason I was experiencing burnout is because I was in this kind of Sisyphusian grind trajectory of masculine, like forcing something that's really like offering a very feminine, healing, beautiful product, but I was doing it really intensely and in this narrow way. And so on a personal level, I've had to think about not only my, as I mentioned earlier, my business being tuned into living systems and natural cycles, but myself. If I'm burning out at 2 o'clock because I just go like a bat out of hell from wake up till 2, I can give myself a chance to rest for 30 minutes. So it's multi, you know, whatever it is. And I didn't. I used to drink more coffee. So the grinding, the burnout, like that's the same thing as a pasture being overgrazed. That's the same thing as a business not letting itself take a moment to reflect. So, you know, nature, business, self, it's the same thing for me. Is I'm trying to really let myself rest and regenerate and build more, you know, dynamic aspects into my life so that I can show up for my business and my teammates and not be burnout and reactionary or snappy because I'm tired, you know. It's all the same systems, just different scales for me.
I just have one follow-up question on that, Stephen. I think everyone is nodding and we're all relating to this. And I think probably many people are relating who are listening in. And it also reminds me of those business paradigms as well, where like if your thinking is how do I extract the most value all the time, then that's also being applied to yourself, which is actually going to last long term. But the follow-up question I have is what, other than just literally resting, which you do need to do, we all need to do, what else regenerates your will, your energy? Are there things that you do, the ways that you think and work in your business that are actually restorative and regenerative that might be different than ways that you would have thought and worked a year ago?
Yeah, other than like the very obvious physical aspects for me, which is like more running, more training, all that stuff. I picked up a couple other very small kind of consulting side projects, which seemed counterintuitive based on limited bandwidth, but actually are highly regenerative because I like to think all the time and work. And so just shifting that energy into a different group or context has been restorative for me when I come back to Onda. So supporting these other like smaller projects, it's like a creative outlet that isn't always, it's just not always in Onda. It's other kind of side projects. So
yeah, and I think one thing I'm catching in there a little bit is also part of a premise that I'm holding this premise that the way I'm thinking about my work is either going to source energy and give me energy or suck my energy away. And so there are practical, material, physical things that I'm going to need to do, those functional things. But there's also ways that I'm shifting my approach. And I've actually witnessed you do this, Stephen, over the course of the past 2 years that we've been working together. So I know you're doing it, and you may not actually be self-reflecting and conscious of it all the time. It may be becoming somewhat automatic that you're upgrading your thinking in that way. But one thing I heard you name about the consulting is that it's a creative outlet. It's a place where you can think about your work and you're actually like, stretching your mind. And I am wondering about that for everybody too, is like, are there ways you're thinking differently about your work that are actually supporting you to have more energy to do the work and do it better, that may come from some of this living systems thinking work or maybe adjacent to it? If you want to respond again, Stephen, I think there's time, or someone else could pick it up.
Just going to say thank you for sharing that. Actually, it is interesting. That would be fun for us in the studio to reflect on each other's observations. To reflect, to share each other's observations of other folks through this process, because we're working so intimately. We can have self-reflection, but gosh, what can we learn from that other perception?
I know. I think that would be interesting, but I also think there's a big hazard there, which is
I'm not asking for feedback.
Well, right. I mean, here I have the book right next to me. No more feedback.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is more like, if someone is offering a reflection or an observation of me, what does that ask of me in terms of my ability to take that information in and check it based on my own understanding of myself and my effects on the systems, so that I'm not just swallowing whole whatever it is that they're saying, but it actually is fodder for my own development to continue. Because we don't want to do is hand over our development potential to somebody else to dictate. So I like the idea of figuring out how would we do that in the studio in a way that actually did support us to stay engaged and keep developing. But this is a little bit of a tangent from our panel. Everyone who's listening is going to be like, do I want to join that group? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Let us know if you're interested. Cameron, you wanted to respond to the question about what you're developing in yourself and how that's affecting your business and potentially affecting systems.
Yeah, multi-threaded, I suppose. One thought that comes to mind is the idea that I've probably read 15 different books on regenerative ways of working, and from Carol Sanford and others, and that's great. And also, it doesn't come close to kind of evoking the same developmental experience that being in a community of practice together does. So for me, the learning that comes through being in community with others that are going through the learning as well, and then also practicing it and reflecting and doing that with other alive things versus just necessarily kind of a knowledge transfer from a book to my mind. So unabashed plug for joining Renourish is what I'm going for there. But beyond that, another framework that I found really useful in this work is the idea of function, being, and will. And my premise is that our society does a really good job of having us focus on and develop our function. I think that's how our education system is largely incented or incents us to learn and develop. I think getting in touch with both will and being feels really useful. And I think over the past 10 years, probably, I've been cultivating a sense of clarity around my will, kind of like Stephen, focusing on my being state and not necessarily just grinding myself to a pulp at the sacrifice of, well, it's for, this sense of will that I have to affect good things in the world, and through this function that I'm giving it all to. It's like, no, I need to step back and really center in who am I being in this, and doing that as a primary focus as opposed to an afterthought or kind of a corollary, like, oh, I have to do that too. It's like, no, actually, that is where you start. That's so important.
Thanks, Cameron. Yeah, I think that what you're talking about, developing your intentional cultivation of your sources of will, your state of being, and what you're doing functionally, makes a lot of sense to me. That if you're working on that personally, that would have an effect at a business level, and then could have effects down the line. So, is anyone else resonating with that, or anyone want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow that thread on developing the capacity for tenderness, which extends to all stakeholders. And it kind of relates to the last question too, around like restraints, which sometimes feels like if you're in a market where there's a competitor or even something that feels oppositional, just to extend that tenderness to that party as well, which enables me to value all parts of the system so that I can bring more awareness to know what needs shifting, which then informs how I do work and how I communicate it. So it just kind of feels full cycle.
I felt that, Dana. I felt that big. I also think that working in community through the studio, sometimes the most learning comes out of observing. And so all of us going through our different journeys together and being able to witness different pieces of that journey and in aggregate, you know, sometimes you're in the hot seat and the focus is really on you to concentrate and do that developmental work outwardly. And sometimes it's about witnessing other people do that work together and what resonates about that and what it can teach you about what you're going through without even having to like dialogue about it. And so it has been very buoying for me to work with you all in that way, and also to be part of a group of people that it's safe to have those discussions with, and it's safe to explore those struggles together. That's been very meaningful for me.
I'm looking at you, Victoria.
I was waiting for it. You know, when we first spoke, you said something to me, and I don't remember the words, but I remember the feeling of it. It was this, and it speaks a little bit to the themes that we've already explored, like rest or, you know, thinking about our thinking ideas. But I was like, one of my biggest I think like fears or hazards was like, oh, how am I going to fit, 2 hours a week to like a very overscheduled, calendar already? And you said something to me and I don't remember, but my feeling was like, you asked me a question. It was like, yeah, why wouldn't I do that? And it will actually just kind of accelerate everything else in a way. And it's similar to what Stephen was talking about, like this, having this creative outlet. But I think taking time, I think we forget about the developmental piece when we're in the grind and like have the schedule and like, oh, well, this actually also needs to be scheduled in a sense, to where it's like you need to carve out the time to make sure you're caring for yourself, caring for your team, like developing that within yourself, but within the culture. And that to me has been one of like the critical pieces, is making time for that, making time to think about your thinking, and then also like not putting a moral judgment, which I feel like everyone in the group and studio is so supportive of that. Like if you for some reason, you can't make it, you can actually take time to go through Kajabi, look through what other people are saying, do the integration work, and do it also kind of like as it fits within you. So I think to me, it's a reminder that even when I can't fit it into the schedule, I can still make time and make that progress, like little by little by little, and just keep chipping away at it and keep the curiosity and the openness and being receptive to other ways of doing things, and not feel like it has to be this rigid. I'm relating it to a calendar, but like has to be this rigid calendar.
Yeah, that's actually a great tie to the last comment I wanted to make, which is not a question for everyone to respond verbally to, but just to think about. And I'm also inviting everyone who's listening in to think about this too, which is, that to name that it sounds this simple, right? You're going to change the way you think. And it is simple in many ways, not necessarily easy. And that a lot of the work we're doing with development is around that, is around actually shifting the way that we think and remembering to do that over and over and over and re-evoking that consciousness so that we're bringing that to our work. And it makes me want to, one thing I want to celebrate about all of you is that I've seen you thinking about concrete examples, thinking about real things that you're doing in your business and in your work as you're answering these questions. You're not just going in sort of a vague like sense of, oh, that would sound nice, but you're rooting it in really interrogating your own lived experience, which is a really important part of how we develop, right? And so I want to invite you to think about this question the same way, to actually think about when have you really developed? And when have you really shifted the way that you think about something and actually upgraded that thinking and approached something in a totally new way? And what is necessary for that to happen? What is necessary from you? And what is necessary in the conditions around you? And then what is necessary for it to stick? You know, because maybe you've had a great realization periodically and then it's gone and you go back to the same old, same old. So my question is, what is necessary for you to really develop? And how can you support that to be part of your life? As you notice how you've developed, what's necessary for your development, how can you continue to make that possible to provide that for yourself? And because we all need to develop, right? And the sort of last thought I have is, I'm so glad. It gives me so much hope to be working with this cohort of business leaders of whom you all are just a small fraction, and to see the potential in these systems changing. And I'm really, really grateful that you're putting in this rigorous time to look at your own thinking and to develop and to do exactly what you're just talking about, Victoria, and make the time, because you're seeing for yourself, well, what do I have to lose? And I guess that's the last question, is what do you have to lose? You know, like, what does your business have to lose? What does the system have to lose? What does the planet have to lose if we don't change? And so on that note, I would love to just say a blanket thank you and let everybody know that Renourish is creating new offerings all the time and would love to hear from you and would love to have folks get more involved. We're having a couple things coming up in the next few months that people can join without having to join our whole cohort. So a single day summit, which I think is January 17th, and then a shorter set of Zoom offerings that you can come to. And then there is what everyone here is in, which is our longer term, deeper dive, regenerative thinking developmental community for people who are working in the food system. So we'd love to see you there. And I'm opening the floor right now in case anyone has any closing thoughts, closing reflections, questions that you want to ask me or ask everybody who's listening in, or just anything else before we wrap.
Gratitude to you, Giovanna, for an energizing hour. Thank you for the prompting questions.
You're welcome. It was fun. I don't know. I had fun. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Do you think we met our goal of trying to have a chance to think some new thoughts and disrupt some assumptions that we might still be carrying? Anybody have that? I see some nods, some thoughts. I hope that it was fun for the folks listening in and that you all also got to have some new thoughts and shake up some old ideas. And I guess on that note, we will say goodnight and thank you, and hopefully see everybody in some Renourish studio context in the future.
Beautiful. Thank you to all the cohort members and Giovanna at Renourish for facilitating that profound conversation. We appreciate it. Our reflective question is to consider an upcoming business engagement and think about how you'll plan to approach it differently based on your new thinking and insights. There's lots of resources in our guides that you'll get as part of the registration. So please take a moment to move through that and dig more deeply into what regeneration means outside of the context of just farming. So we really appreciate that. We're going to take a 5-minute break here before we get on to our next session that's going to be around storytelling. You're not going to want to miss it. And an encouragement, again, we're here on Giving Tuesday to joyfully ask for your support as we continue to build bridges and connect this regeneration. All the voices you're hearing today, all of the effort to create this program is powered by your support. So we very gratefully request that you support in any way that you can. We have a great series of packages right now, inclusive of our incredible garden club, which is a monthly deep dive into all things gardening. We have a regenerative art bundle with some beautiful prints, and of course, for some of the larger amounts, you're going to get access to all of the educational material from our friends at Commune, and other benefits, including conversations with Zach, and of course, you can always reach out to any one of us on the team. So thank you so much. You can go and give at farmersfootprint.us/give. And again, please take your time and move through our website. There's lots of resources and expansion on some of the topics that you've seen here. And we will continue the program shortly. Take a moment and step outside and enjoy. We'll see you soon.
I'm excited to intro the next session with some of the amazing storytellers in this space that have really inspired us at Farmers Footprint. We talk all things storytelling, from the challenges to its potential. It's really a context and convergence with some amazing leading female storytellers. So I hope you enjoy. Hello, good morning, good evening. Welcome, everyone. So before I say another word, I wanted to unite us just into breaths together. We are calling in from all over the world, and the element of air is one thing we're all engaging in, and that's uniting us. So close your eyes, find a comfortable seat, really aligning your spine, relaxing your shoulders, settling in, exhaling everything out. And then through your nose, slowly inhale, big belly breath. Pausing at the top. And then open mouth, exhale, sigh it out, releasing, relaxing. One more breath, deep, slow inhale through the nose. Beautiful, big breath, filling up with that prana, that life force. Pausing at the top. Open mouth, exhale, sigh it out. And when you're ready, slowly opening your eyes, coming into this space. Beautiful. So I wanted to start with an icebreaker question and hear from each of you of what ecosystem are you representing today? Which ecosystem do you really resonate and connect with, where it feels like home? And so we'll just go around, and throughout this conversation, we'll be referring to you guys and the respective entities you're representing, whether that's yourself, a nonprofit, a business, as an ecosystem. And I really just wanted to call in and remind us of the beautiful biodiversity this planet is made of, and the essence of what we really all aim to care for with our work. So, Nat, what ecosystem are you representing today?
So I'm tuning in today from the Amazon, from one of the most important biomes in the world, the largest hydrological pump responsible for rain across all of South America, also responsible for snowfall in the Andes, which in turn provides 2/3 of water to all of South America. So I'm a living embodiment of the interconnectedness of our ecosystems and biomes, the Andes and the Amazon. I'm actually from the Andes, and so to be living here in the Amazon and tuning here to the interconnectedness of those two biomes has been a very profound thing. And also I feel honored that for the last few months living here, I've gotten to really experience what it's like to be part of an intact ecosystem. And I've fallen deeply in love with the space and will dedicate the rest of my life to ensure that it stays intact and that we can leave a healthy and thriving, diverse Amazon in terms of biodiversity and cultural diversity for future generations.
Thank you. And you are really embodying and glowing with the essence of the rainforest and all that beauty it has. Love it. How about you, Margarita? What ecosystem do you feel most connected to and wanted to represent today?
So it's actually a very beautiful coincidence that I'm tuning in with you all today and that you have this question speaking from where I was born, which is the desertic high plateau of San Luis Potosí in Mexico. I don't live here. I happen to be here right now visiting family. And the Altiplano Potosino, as we say it in Spanish, is this area of Mexico that has an extremely diverse flora and fauna, but it's very desertic. So to a less curious eye, it would seem as it's very homogeneous, or as if there's not that much life happening. But the people and the communities that have stewarded this part of the world tell different stories. It's a magical land. It's extremely beautiful, and it has the most beautiful sky I've ever seen. And I've traveled a bit. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. Joy?
Yeah, it's so funny. I couldn't be further away from, the kind of ecosystem that Nat is in the Amazon. I'm tuning in here from London, which is, its own kind of urban jungle. But when you talk about the kind of ecosystems that I'm connected to, of course, there's like the natural environment and also the kind of like communal environment. And when I think about the natural environment, my heart immediately speaks to the marine ecosystem, to the ocean and to the desert. I grew up in California on the coastline, and I've spent huge chunks of my life in places that always kind of teeter on the edge between ocean and desert. I lived in Abu Dhabi for 4 years and then Doha for another 3.5 years. And for me, they are always so in parallel with each other. You can both swim through the ocean and swim through the desert. You can both drown in the desert. You can both drown in the ocean. But there's something to me that has always been, I don't know, it's always felt so complete to me, and I've always felt very much at home in these two different ecosystems. And when you speak of ecosystem, I'm also thinking about my colleagues, because they form such a huge part of my day-to-day life and the kind of shared vision and passion. And I always loved working in a space. I worked for this Earthrise Studios, and just being in a place where, it's artists with academic, journalist background, storytellers, documentary filmmakers, art historian, and all of these different kind of minds coming together from different places to kind of form a little ecosystem where we do collective work together. So that's also something that immediately comes to mind when you say ecosystem.
I love that. Thanks for bringing that in. Sounds like there's this theme, what you're talking about with the edge, which is like the most abundant place of like the coast and the desert and these different kind of people with different backgrounds and experiences coming together to create like really abundant beauty. So thank you. Dear Robin, how about you?
Love that. I suppose what resonates most with me is a bit more metaphorical. It's something we asked our team a little while ago, and my role is to steward the social media at Farmers Footprint. So, my role within the network I see more as like a mycelium network in the forest, and envisaging how those mycelium wrap around the tree roots and form those wider networks that connect the individual plants and enable them to share information like water and minerals. And in the similar vein, our role is to kind of seek out and share those stories at the heart of what we do, and those serve as the threads that kind of bind us together, fostering inspiration and ultimately action.
Beautiful. I love that. The whole underworld ecosystem, so vital. And yeah, I feel most connected to marine ecosystems, ocean, anything water. I think there's something, especially coming from a place where, my ancestors lived on an island, and there's just the amount of just resilience and creativity that comes from being surrounded by water, I think has inspired a lot of who I am and have become. So call in the ocean. Beautiful. Thank you. Love hearing all that. So now I would like to really just open this space of this conversation we're having, and really kind of taking this approach of being a bit unconventional in this kind of panel moderator dynamic, and really invite this as a circle of amazing females around storytelling, and invite you all to, if you feel called to ask a question too, this is a really open space for really just dialogue. So we're all kind of participants in co-creating this conversation, as we are all storytellers. So just wanted to give that offering, and then just really share gratitude for each and every one of you of showing up today and saying yes to this. I've personally been so inspired by each of you and your respective ecosystems over the years. And when I was thinking about the curation of this panel, like all of you were just top of list, top of mind, like dream team. And then you all said yes. So it's just really an honor to be in this space together and yeah, hear your perspectives and hear your approaches and how you're thinking about storytelling, specifically as women too. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we dive in, I really wanted to ground in the deep power and privilege of storytellers throughout time. So like I mentioned, or maybe I didn't mention, but I'm in San Diego, California. And so with the responsibility of living here and calling this place home, I've been really eager and seeking knowledge of just the history of this land and the people that lived here and some of their life ways with interacting with these ecosystems and tending for the land. And in that seeking, I've learned one thing that's really stayed with me around in Kumeyaay culture. So the Kumeyaay are the ones who inhabit the original stewards of San Diego all the way down through Baja. And one thing is in their culture, the storyteller has always been a really important pivotal role within their society. And from the young age of 7 to 8 years old, children are, starting to study the ways of being a storyteller. And so nearly most of their life, they're taking on that responsibility to have that role. And before a big story is shared, like the creation story, which will take 4 days to tell, the storyteller would fast for days before that. And so I just wanted to, in this age of so much information and social media and stories here and there and everywhere, I wanted to just take a moment to pause and really look historically at the role of storytellings in our evolution as humans, and this thing that's really helped navigate us and orient us toward our relationship with nature and our place in this world, and really just honor the sacredness of this thing that we call storytelling and that we're all doing and committing to steward and share these stories with people. We're really all gathering here today to celebrate, recognize, and acknowledge the tool of storytelling as a catalyst for reconnection and remembrance with really this fundamental part of being human. And so I'll end that there. Today's overarching theme for this conversation is to explore the role of storytelling in addressing climate change and regeneration, as well as the ethical and practical considerations that come with it. So many nuances, especially when we're posting one little thing on a square with 2,000 characters, or whether it's on a whatever format of storytelling, there's so many more nuances that I think for this conversation today, I'd love to also inspire the viewer of the stories. What should they be considering or thinking about when they're absorbing this information too? What other context is not being presented there? So we'll dive into all of that. And before we do, I want to take a brief moment and then we'll head right into our questions to do a brief reflection, because you are all storytellers. And I think it's so important to take these moments of pause and reflect our own work. So here I am holding this little invisible mirror, and I just wanted to elevate what I think is really effective in each of your different modalities and ways of storytelling. And that's kind of going to bring context to the viewer today of what your ecosystem you're representing of Earthrise, growing culture, not your work, instead of the kind of traditional bios. So without further ado, I'll start with Earthrise Studio. I've been so captivated by your work in the space of climate and environmentalism, with a lot of facts and information. You guys curate this in such an elevated, sophisticated, and beautiful way, from the photography to the design. I mean, I love everything and how you curate the content. And there's also this element you guys bring in that I think is really strong, with bringing in your own voices of your team members, yourself, Joy, Alice, Jack. And I think that's really important, because you can provide people with facts and information, but I think what we really seek is hearing other people's perspectives and opinions on that. And then also just the multiple mediums you guys use, from billboards to this YouTube series. I mean, there's so many different variety of ways you're showing up in storytelling. So thank you for the amazing work you're doing with Earthrise Studio. Next is Nat. Nat, I think it is the most beautiful thing to witness how you use your platform. And I feel like what you do so well is bring in people into these conversations that they might not realize they're interested in. And I think that's really a challenge in this space of like, how do we kind of meet people where they're at? And the way you do that through humor sometimes, through vulnerability, you have so many different kind of approaches and ways to find different people who maybe like didn't realize they cared about some of these issues. And the way you present it, I think really is approachable for people. And I struggle with that at Farmer's Footprint of oftentimes I feel like we're like speaking to the choir in a way where they already get it, but like, how are we extending and going beyond reach and reaching to other communities and places who just maybe aren't open to these conversations or having them, and just your choice to use the platform that you've worked so hard of your skill and hard work and talent to build and like just choose to bring in these really important topics, feel out of the goodness of your heart like you want to share these messages and use it for that. So I really honor and see you for that. Thank you for doing that. And then Margarita, a growing culture. A growing culture from day one in this work for me has been really pivotal in just how I think about things and the way the stories are curated. It's probably the most like back and forth Robin and I have of like, did you read this latest article, Growing Culture? Just like, oh my gosh, all these notes. We're constantly just circling the offshoot newsletter series. And it's just such an intentional deep dive into these issues that can easily be watered down. And you guys bring in so much more layers and considerations and things that people should really look at to help them decide, you know, their thoughts around it. Now knowing this breadth of information, it's really helped me just go deeper into these topics. And you know, I've had so many aha moments of like, wow, I've never thought of it that way when I read something you guys write. And that's it. That's really like that powerful moment in storytelling we have to really change people's reflection deeply of like, I never thought of it that way. So I can't praise you guys enough. And your ethos around open sourcing has been so valuable, and just being like, everyone, here is the access, here are the voices. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Love what you guys are doing always. And then Robin, I've been on the soapbox, so I'm going to pass it to you. And I was thinking last night, I was like, oh, we should probably do one for Farmer's Footprint. So I just wanted to give you that space to reflect on artwork and what you think we're bringing to the storytelling space.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, I think, you know, for us, the story of food is the story of all of us, and we're all eaters united by this common thread. So for Farmer's Footprint, that story really begins at the farm, and is kind of complemented with this element of hope. And for us, one thing we're really leaning into, and I think hopefully excelling at, from my view, is, you know, not claiming to have all of the answers or possessing this kind of magic solution to these complex problems we're addressing, and instead, you know, taking the responsibility to kindle the flames of participation. And something we're kind of striving to get better at is this inspired to build the will and capacity in people to take that ownership of solutions. So not preaching or dictating, really just believing that true change kind of begins when the individual feels enabled to make those decisions for themselves. So to take action on a personal level and then contribute on a much larger level, you know, within their movement, and creating a better, healthier world for everyone. I guess based on the back of this, I'm curious to ask how you navigate the fine line between inspiring action and overwhelming your audience with the urgency of ecological and social related challenges.
I think that is the question, you know, that storytellers are grappling with. Storytellers in this space are grappling with, like, it's such a fine line. Like, we need to get this information out there, and at the same time, the information is very dire. So how do we tell it in a way that doesn't paralyze people and put them in a state of paralysis and inaction? Because, you know, so we're kind of like, we're choosing the genre here. Like, it could definitely be a horror film. This could definitely be an apocalyptic horror film with a really dark ending. Is it helpful to tell the story in that way? Maybe for some people, they like to be woken up in that way, you know? This could be, you know, a comedy. I had like a lot of success with Earthrise, trying to, you know, distill some of this dense information into like comedic little bite-sized pieces that people could digest. And there was a wonderful response from that. People were like, thank you for presenting this to me in a way that I can understand, that, you know, like activates me instead of like scares me. And I think there's a lot of value in that. So I think just like with an ecosystem, we need a diverse group of animals and plants and fungi for it to be a thriving ecosystem. And with storytelling too, we need a diverse ecosystem of storytellers telling the story from different angles, with different perspectives, different genres. And I think this is why it's important to also ask the question, who's telling the story? You know, like, are we empowering those who have voices have not been platformed, because maybe they have a perspective that we've missed that we desperately need? And then I'll just end on saying that lately the genre that's been really calling me is the love story. I'm like, how can we reframe the climate crisis as a love story between us and all other living human beings, Mother Earth, a love story with ourselves, remembering our humanity, finding our common ground. And yeah, that's that. I feel like that's the next chapter for me.
Thank you. I love that, Nat. And it brings up the question a bit around cultural sensitivity within storytelling. And, you know, we can't separate culture from agriculture, just like we can't separate racial and social justice from environmental justice. So I'm curious what you ladies think around what ethical considerations should storytellers keep in mind when dealing with sensitive topics like environmental injustice, indigenous rights, and the history of a people and place that are so intertwined with contexts that we may or may not understand, you know, and then have limited capacity on a platform to maybe share that breath.
Nat hit the spot when she mentioned positionality and access to platforms and resources and spaces to tell story. In a moment where almost everything can be commodified. I mean, food has been commodified, stories can also be commodified. So power dynamics, power lens is something to keep in mind. I think it's a game changer in this space. We have this tendency, and it's not a bad thing, to kind of strategize and think, how can we reach certain audiences, or how can we put out certain story out there, or how can we bridge this understanding of this narrative versus this evidence-based reality as well, you know, that you can. And as Nat said, like, I think there should be a diverse ecosystem of storytellers that feed into this space from different angles. But something that personally, and I think that to some extent for a growing culture as well, it's a connecting thread in the work that we do, is appealing or keeping in mind that behind any, let's say, policymaker or politician or teacher or whatever category that it is what you do and that you might be categorized into when it comes to designing a narrative change strategy, there's a human and there's a soul and there's an individual that lives and breathes and eats and loves. And I think that in these times of despair, but also of a lot of hope, tapping into the joy and into our agency as living and sentient beings, it's a very powerful resource that we cannot undermine.
I wholeheartedly agree with what the both of you are saying. You know, people who call themselves storytellers or in the storytelling space, you know, we cannot be gatekeepers. You know, we have to open up that space and allow and foster and nurture and, you know, build bridges and really hold ourselves accountable to making sure that we do that and create space, and hand the mic to others who might be more well placed to tell certain stories. I think what's also really interesting about this question of like sensitivities and ethics as storytellers too, it doesn't just stop with like how do we create a diversity of stories. I think that responsibility also carries into what's the longevity of the story after we put it out there, right? It's also, you know, not how the story came to life or how the story is presented, but what is the responsibility of storytellers and the impact that it might have in the audience. And so that could be anything from, you know, again, checking yourself and making sure that, you know, you open up the dialogue for any biases to be, you have to be open to feedback. You have to be open to criticism. You have to be open to people telling you you've got it wrong. You know, let's go back to the drawing board, or maybe you need to step back. And I think the other question is also like, how do we think about, you know, even one thing that I think we don't think about enough is like how do we take responsibility for the mental health impacts of the stories that we're putting out there? And I think that has a lot to do with your first question as well, that fine line between, you know, showing the truth or things as they are, as well as showing things as they could be. You know, how do we stay truth to the reality of the situation, but, you know, not just stop our work there, but also think about the different ways we can present possible futures or possible alternatives. I think about the statistic a lot of, you know, survey interviewed 10,000 young people around the world on, you know, their kind of emotions and mental health in relation to climate change. And out of the 10,000 young people surveyed in 10 different countries, over half of them, 55.7%, felt that humanity is doomed. Around 75% felt that the future is frightening when it comes to the climate crisis. So I think also thinking about the framing, you know, any story can be told in a million different ways, but also, you know, what responsibility do we have to make sure, because definitely the media is involved in that, storytelling is involved with that, with how young people view and frame the world. So I think, yeah, it's so multi-tiered, but I like to think of it as both of what happens before the story is actually put out into the world and also what happens afterwards, and how to maintain those kind of sensitivities and be aware of those dynamics.
Thank you. I guess it might be helpful to zoom out and look at the platforms that we're using to tell these stories. Social media platforms have undoubtedly revolutionized how we share stories and connect with audiences across the globe. At Farmers Footprint, we really recognize the immense potential that these platforms have to amplify our messages. However, it's really important to acknowledge the limitations, and one of the main challenges is the limited attention span people have on platforms. So yeah, we're having to distill really complex topics into digestible, visually compelling content. And yeah, I wanted to hear from each of you about your experiences and insights on how your ecosystems navigate those challenges and leverage social media platforms effectively. You know, what's beyond the gram, and in the age of social media and short attention spans, how can we as storytellers ensure that our messages are impactful and resonate with our audiences?
I feel like I've crossed the line into like dinosaur territory. When I was young, any update or innovation was just like such a welcome, like so welcome in my life. I couldn't, when Instagram first got filters like 15 years ago, I was all about the filters in a big way. Then we went from the square to the portrait. I was big on that. And then as I'm really showing my age. I'm almost 40. I think I've been on Instagram like since it first started. How old is it? Like 15 years old? Oh. But as the years went by, I started noticing more and more resistance to the new changes. I started putting myself in the category of the old person that's like, nothing's where I thought it was. They've moved buttons around. And I was really resistant to moving into reels because I had found a lot of success as an Instagrammer influencer that posted a couple of pictures and put in a meaningful caption and good to go, 100,000 likes. And then this whole move to video was actually a lot harder than you might imagine for somebody that like works in that medium. I really resisted it because I didn't understand it. My medium is like, I've done series, I've done movies, and I was like, I don't know if I can get down with like 15 seconds or even a minute and a half. Like I turned my nose up at it and avoided it for a while until I started noticing the algorithm really punishing me and my photos. And then I got invited to an event with Meta, and I asked them straight up, I said, what is happening? Like, are you actively deprioritizing people who are talking about climate change, justice, like racial justice and social justice, like climate justice? Like, I'm noticing that every time I talk about anything meaningful, none of it gets seen. And she was like, well, if you're not using it, if you're not telling the story with a reel, with a video, then yeah, most likely our algorithm is not prioritizing it. And so that was when I was like, okay, I really need to make the shift. And I think it's been like maybe 18 months now that I've started using this video format. And then I since became an evangelist for all my other friends in my age group who were struggling with the same thing, who had found a lot of success a few years ago on their platforms. And like my friend, she's a travel writer and she's a really wonderful journalist. And she was like, she's a writer. And she was used to those pictures and long captions. And when I told her, you've got to start putting it into the reels, at first she was also resistant. And then like me, she started to find a lot of joy and creativity in it. So I guess that's all to say, like, we don't have a lot of agency right now as individuals in terms of like what kind of stories are resonating. We're kind of at the mercy of this algorithm and whoever's, writing it, and also acknowledging that as a new generation has come in and they are telling us how they want to receive this information. And it might not be how my generation liked to receive that information, but I have to respect that and I have to listen to it as much as it makes the old person in me groan, like, oh, another, I have to transform and reinvent myself again. But I will keep doing that because that, like, as a storyteller, what is the point of having the message if it's not relevant, if it's not told in a relevant way, rather? And so I've since then been like actively loaning out my expertise in this field to nonprofits, to people doing wonderful work, putting out 100-page reports detailing the evils of the agribusiness industry and this company, and it's wonderful work. And I sit down with it and I'm like, this is great, but let me help you put it in a format that people will actually watch and digest. And they've been really grateful for it. So I think it's also, just finishing up here, that within the ecosystem of storytellers, there are some people who are going to be really good at like researching the story. There are some people that are going to be really good at like crafting the narrative of the story. And then we really need people who know how to present the story. And I think and I'm putting my hand up as well. If anyone out there knows, is really good at that, I'd love your help to help me edit and put things out there. Like I want to work with Gen Z people who know how to package it. So we need the researchers, the writers, and the packagers, because the story needs to be, it's not worth, it kind of gets wasted if it doesn't actually land on people. And we need more clear strategies about how to make that happen.
Just to quickly add to that, it's so funny because I personally hate social media. I hate it with a passion, but it's also this very just honest reckoning of, okay, this is what this new generation of people, this is how they consume information, this is how they consume stories. And I think that's exactly it, Nat. It's like we need to respect that to a certain degree. Not to say that, we're going to always feed this beast and this monster that is called social media. I think there is space to create offline, moments of interacting and storytelling, etc., all these things. But social media is here. And there's no point of putting out stories if no one is going to see it, especially the younger generation that are growing up in this new world and who ultimately are going to be the ones having to deal with the mess that the previous generations are leaving behind. And I think the other thing about social media that's really interesting, and this is how I kind of see it, is that I use a metaphor of snacks. There's a lot of information that we put out there, and to me it's like putting out these like really tasty, delicious snacks, bite-sized snacks that people snack up and just they nibble on day to day, and with enough snacks that are thrown their way, that appetite and that hunger for more in-depth or for a bigger meal, I think, will grow. So while I don't think social media is really that space for that kind of very in-depth storytelling, which I think there's also space to experiment. And I think, Margarita, that's what I love so much about a growing culture, is like, you guys are not afraid of the nuance. You pull the stories out in a way that most other platforms don't do. You platform the communities that most platforms don't do. And you dive and build links between issues that most platforms don't do. There's a lot of nuance with the stories that you guys are telling. So I think that is very possible. But yeah, I think it's such an ambivalent relationship, but it's hard to exist without social media in this space.
For me, thank you, Joy, for that. Like, for me, it's almost a philosophical debate, but I don't think that I can fully express myself eloquently, because I hear you both. Like, what's the point of putting stories out there if they are not having an interlocutor, a recipient of the story? 100%. But I think that in these conversations, time becomes a very interesting variable and a very powerful friend, because if you, for example, the assumption under which I operate and the assumption on which a growing culture operates is the interconnection of issues. Things are not siloed, things are not compartmentalized, they're not. And part of compartmentalizing stories, it's a symptom or manifestation of a bigger ill that, in a way, reduces the power or reduces the capacity to take action, because if you separate it and you don't see the root of it all, it's easier that you can engage with that reality and that you can perpetrate it. So when it comes to social media and how the young generations are engaging, the young generations and the old, how are we engaging with social media? And in this midst of a so-called silicon technological revolution, I mean, links to communication, media, and stories have gone through enormous changes. Attention span have gone through enormous changes. The speed and the space that the information takes in our lives have gone through enormous changes. And at the same time, these platforms and these structures have, in a way, obscure certain realities and reinforce dominant narratives as well. So how can we hack, in a way, the current platforms and the current structures that we have to get messages across the board without losing sight that that's also political? That's it, that we're planting in this shorter term strategy of putting stories out there. It's one part in time, but it's, as Nat was saying, planting seeds for something bigger. Because I repeat this phrase so much because I just find it so enlightening in so many contexts. But in the words of Audre Lorde, the master's tool won't dismantle the master's house, but we can have vision and strategy to hack it, like to be part of it without being our end goal. So I don't think it was very, very eloquent, because I think it's a very tricky subject, because there's so many ways to understand this issue. But I fully agree with what was said before. And I also think that there is a bigger struggle in the space of narratives as well, and who's controlling it and who's being the traffic light of what gets out and what doesn't get out. It's also important, and it's part of the bigger conversation, and it's part of the bigger problem as well.
Thank you. So beautifully said. I want to wrap it with one final closing question, and that is around collaboration in the movement. And I'm curious on all your perspectives on this, with really how can storytelling be used to foster collaboration and collective action with the climate and regenerative ag. I think we're all kind of like storytelling simultaneously, and we all have our kind of more niches of, you know, things we focus on, but like, is there room for us to organize more? Or like, yeah, what are your guys' perspectives on just this whole space, this beautiful mosaic of storytellers we have? And is there more room and opportunity? And is there an invitation of how we can collaborate and be more in community together?
I sometimes see ourselves, or the amazing women in this space right now, as vectors of a truth. And I know that this is polemic, because claiming that you have the truth, it's a slippery slope. But you know, when you interweave, like when there is this reality that we're addressing from our understanding of life, and we fertilize that space, I sometimes feel more not the subject, but the object that puts out certain things in the world. So in reality, I think that certain things should be organic, certain things should be strategized, and community is always important and make things powerful. But I think it's very interesting. For example, I didn't know Joy personally, but I feel like I know her because there's a shared understanding of something that she reached out by her own conclusions at her own pace and space and time. Same for me, same for Nat, same for Leah, same for Robin, and for many people. So I think that there's action to be done, and then there's also organic and flexibility and play that we should keep space, and that we should tap into that intuition and to let it sprout, because I really think that that's where the paradigm shift is. But that doesn't mean that there's no call to collaboration or to action. They can both parallelly exist. I just wanted to put that. Thanks.
I love that so much. I think that that's a tension between like, how do you maintain the beauty and the uniqueness and all the power that the mosaic of different stories and perspectives is? And how do you preserve that integrity while at the same time building more bridges that then don't overpower, you know, this mosaic and homogenize it? Because homogeneity is the death, you know, of all things that, you know, we cherish in this life. So that is a very interesting provocation. Although I will say, you know, Nat and Earthrise have collaborated. I'm in conversation with your team members, Margarita, on the collaboration. I do think there is something really incredible and delicious about kind of bringing our creative brains together, and also not feeling alone in something that feels often so overwhelming. Yeah, but I love that point that you bring. I think it's so important.
Just building on that, I have to say that the genuine friendships and points of connection and organic opportunities to collaborate among like groups like Earthrise and A Growing Culture that I've experienced have been the things that are giving me hope in these really dark times. And I'm always just amazed at how there's like seems to be a higher intelligent force at work, just, you know, connecting us. And there's been elements of like serendipity in the way that I connected with Margarita, and then with Joy as well, our paths crossing, and same with you, Leah, and I'm happy to meet you, Robin. And I just like, I also trust in this like there's a divine orchestrator here, just like putting us in each other's paths, and then just intuiting into when is the right time then to turn something from like a beautiful organic friendship and shared connection and shared language and shared vision into like an official collaboration. And how can we do that in a way that looks different to how things have been done before, which have been like, quid pro quo and I can't say that word, and extractive, and like, these feel like really nourishing and regenerative relationships, both on a personal and professional level. So thank you for having us and for the opportunity to talk about these wonderful things.
Yes, it's an honor. And at Farmers Footprint, we really look at like partnerships, collaborations as companion plants where like everyone's benefiting and there's this beautiful reciprocity. And I felt that essence today with all of you. And so thank you so much, so much. This was such a just fruitful, thought-provoking, and inspiring, hopeful conversation, and an honor to be in this space together. So for those watching, you'll connect with these lovely ladies and their ecosystems. You'll find their info in our resource guide coming to you soon. And I'm going to end with one quote from Jerry Saltz in his book, Art is Life. Quote, "Art is the greatest operating system our species has ever invented, a means of exploring consciousness, seen and unseen worlds. It is an instrument, medium, matrix, or miracle that transforms old impressions into new thoughts, that makes 1,000 insignificant details light up and draw you out. For many of us, it is another country, a new home. The artist is a sort of Dr. Frankenstein, transmuting the rules of nature and the material world, memory, influence, culture, and tradition, trying to bring something new and unknown to life." And I truly feel we are all invoking that in our work. So I'll leave us with that. Thank you. Have a beautiful day, night, morning. Ciao.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
And now, time for your reflection question. How do you recognize your internal bias when telling a story? So hold that, keep that, and reflect on that today. Our next session is really based on the truth that if we are having an event about possible futures, the one voice that needs to be included is that of the youth. So we're really excited to share Temecula High School's Regenerative Agriculture Club, as well as the voices from Freedom Farmers.
My name is Austin Bateman. I'm 16 years old and a junior at Temecula Valley High School.
I'm Amanda Reyes and I'm 16. I'm Sophia, I'm 17. I'm a senior at Temecula Valley High School this year.
My name is Jordan Hermosillo and I am 17.
My entire family for generations has been in farming, but we lost touch because it's gotten really difficult, and pesticides. My great-grandfather, he spilled Roundup on himself and actually developed Alzheimer's about a month later. So we're very familiar with how these conventional practices can actually harm people directly. So that's my personal experience why I think I got into it, and learning this is really helping me learn what I can do better.
Initial interest is probably because of my sister and my family. My mom had health issues since I was young, so she's been very health focused. So she needed to have organic food or what we had available. So I've been kind of conscious about regenerative agriculture since the beginning. And then my sister helped start up this club at school, and she kind of inspired me to, continue the family legacy at the school. We've had a biosustainability class here for a while, and I've always had friends in that class. And I've kind of seen the progress from going from just an idea to the whole greenhouse and everything. And I've always loved farming. I've always kind of had a healthy lifestyle, I guess. So good food has always been part of my life. And so farming and regenerative agriculture kind of has always interested me. And so when I found out that we had a club, I joined it immediately.
My main interest coming in was actually geology, because that's what I planned to major in, and I really wanted to get a scope for the rocks and how to survey land. But as I've gone through the program, I've found a lot of interest in the pest and pest control. So I really wanted to go into it for regenerative agriculture because I know that's not really an area that's tapped into much. I would explain regenerative agriculture as a style of kind of farming and like cultivation with the main goal of regenerating soil health and also providing better food and just incorporating more sustainable practices into the farming industry for the future.
Regenerative agriculture to me is the opportunity to contribute to creating a healthier food industry, and it gives me an opportunity to help get us to that point in society where we can like actually have healthier food.
Regenerative agriculture has really taught me that we can't just like keep taking and taking and taking. We have to keep putting stuff back into the earth to make sure that we're staying healthy and happy, and that so the earth is staying healthy and happy.
Climate anxiety is a really real thing. I'm trying to get in touch with it and with the students here. I'm starting the mental health program at this school. And so climate anxiety is something that's very prevalent in our school and age group as a whole, actually. And so regenerative agriculture is it's hopeful. You know, it's a hope to mitigate that climate anxiety. I'd love to develop new sciences to help benefit farmers.
It's definitely changed my thinking about soil and soil like growth, because I didn't understand going into this club how important it is, just not just soil in general, but every single aspect. And it inspired me to even start my own club, because I was like, I was one day just like talking to this Mannion about the pollinators in our environment, and she was like the monarch butterflies, and she went into detail about it, and then it really inspired me to go ahead and take that idea and tie it in with regenerative agriculture and get some native plants up on the hillside. So I kind of learned from the class and from her the importance of our pollinators, which really hit home for me and like inspired me to start my own club.
So I'm starting an independent project right now. We're calling it the Moth Pit, where we're trapping moths in order to catalog and survey what kind of creatures we'll get on the hillside as we go in, because moths are actually an indicator species of changes within the ecosystem. So by trapping them and cataloging them, we'll be able to get more of a feel for what's going on our farm. And it's totally safe. We're setting them free. It's just a little light bulb that we run every night, and then just get a collection for data for the future.
I would love for us to be able to make a change like down the line and start only regeneratively farming.
I definitely feel the climate pressures just at school and the environment. So I'm hoping that we as a generation can get it to a point where the next generation doesn't feel like that and can have some, see the beauty of our environment.
As much as we'd like to do as much as we can to reverse what's been happening, the bigger problem at hand is the corporations and the large industries which are degrading our earth and our ecosystems. So I really hope that more progressive policies can be put into place that will kind of reverse or lessen those harmful practices which are in place right now.
I really hope that we can just kind of work towards all the goals we say we want, what we need. We really will kind of put the work in. We're not just gonna sit there and be like, we should do this, but I think we'll really put all the work in to make it better for the people in front of us, the people after us.
Wake up, I guess. We're not gonna get any better from here unless we take serious change. So really just wake up and listen, see what's happening around you, get out of your own mindset and try to be more compassionate and understanding of the greater world around you and the generations to come, because it doesn't end with you. There's all of us to go, to follow.
I just want them to listen. I just want them to kind of listen to suggestions, be open to change, because that's the only way we're gonna get better. And then be a little bit nicer to everybody else.
We don't know what we don't know, and we need the future leaders to help guide us into learning what we need to do for the environment.
We do need to make a change. I know it's been said for years by countless people and scientists who are a lot more well-versed in the subject than I am, but it's time. It's been time since the 1970s when we first found out that this was a real issue, and it's been getting worse, and we're past the breaking point. We need to stop and change now.
Imagine a community full of abundant life, where intergenerational knowledge is shared and ecological awareness and literacy are at the center. Imagine that at that same intersection, we are honoring the diversity above the ground within our community and below the ground, where millions of tiny microbes are exchanging resources to create that abundance. Who's responsible for bringing all of this together in a way that helps children thrive in their emerging future? Right now, children receive little to no ecological education. It's no wonder that there is a disconnect between what they eat and where it comes from. It goes beyond that, though. Children are disconnected from nature itself and have not been taught that they are a part of nature too. Where does one begin when an aha moment like this happens? The moment where one realizes we have a severe need to help children increase ecological literacy and simply get out in nature and learn from her teachings. We feel it is important to go beyond addressing the symptoms and instead provide the knowledge, resources, and support that educators in the community need to regenerate themselves and learn how to model and facilitate the same for children. This is why we have created a program where educators, whether they are in a classroom, are leading a homeschool group, work for a community program, or teach on a farm, have adequate training and curriculum to guide children on their ecological journey. Right now, we are having great fun teaching educators across the country through our hybrid online cohort. These educators will visit our ranch at the completion of the online cohort to participate in a week-long intensive, where they will apply their learning through a student teaching type experience on our host ranch, Deeply Rooted Ranch in Burton, Texas. Once the training is complete, we imagine hubs of educators, farmers, and children weaving the use of our curriculum throughout classrooms, homeschool environments, and on farms and ranches, where the community is invited to share in the continued learning of what it means to build reciprocal relationships with the land and with each other while nourishing minds and bodies at the same time. Let's regenerate together.
Amazing things happening in Gen Z. Thank you. Our reflective question is, think about the youth in your life. How can you support and inspire them in their quest to steward a more regenerative future? Coming up next for our next panel, we're going to talk about the realities of transition as it relates to investment and finance. We're going to hear from a number of folks who are approaching regenerative investment in very different ways, and we hope you enjoy the discussion.
Welcome to the Pathways to Regenerative Investments. I'm Koen van Seijen, I'm your host of tonight. I also host a podcast on investing in regenerative agriculture and food since 7 years now, and we've had about 250 episodes where we explore the role of finance and money in this transition. And I think it's safe to say that there is a role for finance and money in this transition, but it's also a tenuous one. It's not easy in the current financial system that's focused very much on extraction to find ways to put money to work in a way that makes sense for farmer, for soil, for local communities, and for investors. So the term is getting definitely hyped. We see regen investment now currently everywhere, but what is it? What can it actually deliver, those terms? And the current terms are almost always about control and extraction. And just to mention another one before we dive in, because we have a great panel of experts here and doers in the space. An interesting tension is time. Most funds or most structures are 10-year horizons, fund horizons, and that is in many cases not enough. But at the same time, that's what investors are used to. So how do you dance that dance of getting enough money in while staying true to the regenerative principles, where time is usually not 10 years and could be a lot more, even though, of course, we are running out of time and there is this urgency. So there's another tension there as well. So with that short intro, I'm very happy to have these four amazing people here with me today. I'm gonna each ask them to introduce themselves and what role, how they are playing that role with money in this transition. And I'm gonna start with Catalyze, who is on the bottom of my screen, just to kick it off with an amazing hat and glasses. So please, Catalyze, welcome here and take it away.
I was so hoping I was not first.
Women's first. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, Kun, it's great to be here with you and with everyone else on this production. I am Callie Rose Ostrander, as Kun mentioned, and I am the co-founder of Terra Regenerative Capital. We are a investment platform that provides flexible and regenerative capital to projects in the mid-tier of the supply chain. Our goal is to incentivize market access for farmers because we see a way to be non-extractive in this space by not focusing on farmland or farm lending, both of which can be good, but have historically also caused a lot of trouble in the space in terms of over leveraging farmers and maybe denying land to folks who want that. So nothing bad about those spaces, but our focus is on providing market access to value add markets for farmers. And specifically right now, we're focused in North America. So we invest in everything from mills and maybe a slaughterhouse or a dye house to brands that provide aggregation and aggregate products from many small farms in order to sell them into a bigger marketplace, either B2B or B2C. We also have a couple of investments in the distribution area. And again, we see this sort of messy middle of the supply chain as a way for us to make market rate returns. We look at anywhere between 8 and 12%. And for the farmers to gain value and bring that back to their production so they can continue to invest in their own transition to regenerative. And maybe I'll just, let's see, what else can I say? We've made 6 investments so far, and we are starting to raise a broader fund next year, January 1. Tara, my co-founder, her family will be the anchor partner in that. And we are not a traditional VC fund. We don't really see VC as a good fit for this space, given low margins and length of time it takes for anything to grow in agriculture. But we do see that this is not a pure act of charity, although there absolutely is a place for nonprofit money. We are really looking to be able to provide good projects, good money, and leave them an exit on terms that work for them. So the last thing I'll say is one of our other goals is to, wherever possible, help structure exits that land the equity back in the communities where these business and facilities are located. So we look at everything from providers and factory workers to buy in to the equity round at the beginning, and also things like ESOPs and other forms of cooperative ownership as potential exits. So our goal is to not only invest in something that we hope will bring farmers more money and ability to transition towards soil health practices, but also at the end of the day, wherever possible, and where the founders agree that that wealth gets transferred back to, in terms of ownership, back to the community that it's serving. So now I'll just leave it there. Thanks, Kun.
Super interesting, and so many follow-up questions. But first, we're going to go to the other 3 gentlemen on this call. Otherwise, we're not going to get there. So I want to ping it over to Ian, who we had on the podcast a long time ago, and we should have again. But yeah, we have a long recording history. I'm now going to think when it was, which I might want to find out. But anyway, it's been a couple of years. I'm very much actually looking forward to hear an update here. So Ian, first of all, an introduction for anybody who doesn't know your work and the work of your team, and then we'd love to hear an update. So what brings you to the financial transition space connected to agriculture?
Thanks, Kun. Yeah, great to be here. I look forward to being on podcasts again. And really, my work, I'm Ian McSweeney, and all of my work is focused on the land and focused on recognition that capital needs to be returned to the land, that we need to stop extracting capital from the land, and we need to think about business and enterprise as very appropriate and needed spaces for investment, but the land itself is something we need new models to hold permanently to ensure that everything we're doing on the land continues into the next generation, that everything that's been done in past generations to steward land can continue into next generation, that we can begin to right the wrongs around how we own land, how we came to own land, who has access to land now, and many more issues. And really, I believe, and my work has been focused within a nonprofit land trust structure, believing that and donations and grants are critically needed there, because we need to deflate the value. We need to decommodify land. And so a nonprofit allows the capital come in to reduce that value and then hold permanently, and not simply push down the road for the next transition or next generation that happens, but to move into structures that will permanently decommodify land and permanently provide 99-year access for farmers, farm businesses, food enterprises, community stakeholders. So that's my work. I co-direct the Farmers Land Trust with Christina Villa, and we're focused on creating these nonprofit common structures to hold farmland with communities, nonprofits, land trusts, farmers, farmland owners around the country, and seeing the real growth and the real need for this work. So great to be here. Great to have the opportunity to share on my work and connect with all of you.
Super. And then over to Jesse, who has a beautiful background, and also is on farm, so that definitely helps. So Jesse, what brings you here today, and how does money and finance plays a role in your transition work?
Well, thank you, Koen. I'm really excited to be here, and honored to be here with Calla, Ian, and Peter. I'm wearing a few hats in this conversation. It would seem I am a shepherd. The sheep you see behind me are on Studio Hill. We are a savory hub. We teach holistic management. We help farmers think holistically and get started and transition. And I am we have benefited here from investment into regenerative ag, which I could talk a little bit more about later, but in that we are a borrower with Steward. And they helped us expand tremendously, both our education and all of our education, agritourism, and livestock production enterprises. And but today I'm also now the VP of Marketing at Steward, which I'm very happy to be and honored to be. It is a thrill to help move capital to farms and enterprises that really are doing great work on the ground, regenerating ecosystems, communities, economies. To date, Steward's community lending model has moved $27 million into the space, which has been, direct from people who want to fund regenerative agriculture to the people who are doing the work of regenerative agriculture, and it's been tremendously rewarding to be a part of that. So I'm here today and grateful to share that work with you. Thank you for having me.
And then last but absolutely not least, Peter, definitely take it away.
Thanks very much, Koen. Thanks for having me this morning. I'm Peter Ponticus, and I'm with Biome Capital. We're a relatively young and new investment fund. Really, our goal is to find those pathways to get capital into the regenerative agriculture space. And there's a number of things there, looking for investors that are interested not only in, wanting to earn a return on their capital, but finding ways to make that capital, useful and significant in terms of improving our food systems broadly. On the investment side, primarily, I shouldn't say primarily, but we're looking at a number of different things, but primarily anchored around farmland. And I think when we think about how that looks, we don't want to be kind of a traditional farmland fund that simply goes out, buys land, and then rents it to a farmer. That's exactly what we don't want to be. We want to be partners with our farmers, which means that we'd like to buy land alongside the farmer partner, operate it together, and share in whatever returns we can generate. And at the same time, finding ways that we can apply regenerative techniques to that land and improve yields, improve soil health, improve outcomes. And so broadly, that's kind of what we're looking at. We're also interested in things like the messy middle that Calrose already mentioned. There's a lot of work that can be done on the infrastructure side. CPGs is another area that we're interested in. And then broadly things like technology and how that can improve the farm situation and outcome. And so we're thinking broadly, but again, anchored in farmland and anchored in working with farmers directly as partners, and really with an eye on developing ecosystems in local areas and those deep relationships with farmers and communities. So I'll pause there and hand it back on.
Super, thank you. And a question to all, but we can go around, or whoever feels, so I don't put people on the spot. Whoever feels most the urge to answer first. Like the term, I think, regenerative investments. I don't know if you've already seen it popping up on conferences, and I wouldn't say billboards, but let's say we're going to see a lot more of that. It makes me always, it's a bit itchy, and it's interesting at the same time that the term gets hyped so much. I think it was before a bit impact and sustainable, but it really feels like the next term. When you hear that, what beyond the hype and the regen washing, let's say, that's happening, what comes to mind in your work that of course you cannot tackle all the issues with the current financial system in one product and then it's all perfect and we're there, but if you had to name one example that your work really makes it clearly more regenerative, I'm not saying it is regenerative, that's going to be a whole different discussion, but clearly like distinguishes your work from the very extractive financial system most farmers have interacted with, most people have mostly interacted with, and honestly we're mostly part of. If you had to pick one thing, one tension you're trying to solve, what would that be? Whoever feels called to answer definitely can just unmute or raise your hand, unmute, and go for it. Go ahead, Peter.
One tension that we do see, I hesitate to call it a tension, but one thing that we do tend to see is how we think about time horizons. And one thing that, I've had some conversations with farmers, and the conversation is around land values and how we think about kind of what a fair value for land is, what kind of return we can expect to earn over a longer period of time. And our investors, would tend to think of a horizon of up to 10 years. Conversations with farmers, 10 years is short, obviously. And they're very willing to buy land at current prices, even if they think it's high, because they're not going to hold it for 10 years. They're going to pass this on to their kids. In their minds, the horizon is infinite. And so one of the tensions that we see is, how do we bridge that gap between what investors might be looking for and how a farmer thinks about a horizon, right? And fundamentally, that's a huge disconnect, right? And so we're thinking about how do we mitigate that? How do we find a solution that helps both? And that could involve things like finding.
Any thoughts? Because I'm thinking many people will take notes now.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I mean, ultimately, how we approach it is we want to be able to see the farmer at the end of the horizon. One of the discussions we have is, okay, if you guys are only going to be here for 10 years, what happens after that? And really, we want to be able to structure something where, there's a structure where the farmer can eventually buy back into that land or own that land, right? And so that exit scenario is really, really important, not just for the investors, but obviously for the farmer and more broadly for the community that they're living in, because obviously the farmers want to own their land as much as they can. That's part of who they are, and they want to be able to transfer that down to the next generation. So, thinking about how the exits happen, thinking about how the farmer buys back the land, maintains control and ownership of that land, that's really important in the conversations that we're having.
Catalyze, you also unmuted, I think. Or Ian, you want to jump into that? Go
Yeah,
ahead, and then we go
I'd love to. Yeah, just jump in, kind of to expand.
Time horizon is an interesting one for you. I think you mentioned 99 years, so that's
Yeah, interesting to think of that time horizon and just the regenerative investment. And so for me, the regenerative investment comes down to kind of for who and for what. And so in our work, it's raising philanthropic capital to reinvest land back into community, back into farmers' hands in a longer term horizon. Because it is a longer term than a 10-year fund investment horizon, and it's multi-generational. And at the same time, most next generation farmers are not caring for the family farm. The aging out of farmers without a next generation outpaces next generation farmers 5-1. So what to do with those exiting farmers that don't have a next steward, especially those that have had fund investment to improve soil stewardship, ecosystem, other metrics of great success? Like, how do we mitigate the risk of that being lost and build assurances that that'll carry forward for generationally, regardless who the owner, farmer, operator is on the ground? But that kind of really long-term horizon that we need to rebuild soils and ecosystem in our work. So thinking about an ownership structure that can help protect and ensure that is really important.
And you're finding the only capital until now, only between brackets, but the only capital until now wanting or being able to unlock that is philanthropic.
Well, a combination. We work with investment and philanthropic capital. Primarily, the investment capital is going to be for the enterprises and the systems that are built on the land that can generate returns that are non-extractive. But there is some balance of investment capital to be used in land transactions as well, but primarily philanthropic capital for the land acquisition side.
Catalyze, you unmuted before.
Yeah, I think it's so important what both Ian and Peter are doing in terms of ways in which that ownership can stay with the families and the people and the communities who are tending the land. I think I've even seen some examples where there are a couple of just beginning trusts that are buying back land for indigenous folks, and really this movement of giving ownership and providing capital means or capitalistic means for ownership to lie with the folks who live, whose livelihoods are on the land and who are stewarding the land, I think is just so central to the challenges that we find ourselves in today. Homelessness, food security, land degradation, all of these issues, I think, really fundamentally come back to how we relate to the land and ownership of the land, and how that props up the economy, because it can do so in multiple ways, some of which continue extraction. And I think some of the examples today on the phone or on the whatever we are, Zoom, help begin to restore and regenerate. And that's what the World Economic Forum defines regenerative capitalism, is like that it gives back, builds more, and creates more wealth than it extracts, exploits, or destroys. And that's the same thing as regenerative agriculture, right? That you employ practices that restore more energy and health to the soil, to the land, to biodiversity. And I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing with capital. You have to look at, does this capital make this place better? Does it help the people have more prosperity who live in this place? Does it give them more long-term prosperity, which can often be tied directly to ownership? For us, we stay away from the land space, but we really try to invest in that connectivity to the market. And that's a place where I think we see a lot of people, in terms of the tension we see a lot of people who are calling what they're doing regenerative, but if you're driven by a need to do that 10-year exit, there's only so much you can do. And if you're driven by VC level returns, there's only so much you can do. And that means that you're going to predominantly focus in tech. And again, tech is a place where ownership does not reside with the farmer or the land steward the vast majority of the time. And nothing no knock on tech, but I think that we have to look a lot more at physical assets,
Just a small
physical
knock. Let's do a small
infrastructure,
knock.
and market access.
And then, like, you're going out now in January, it depends when you're watching this, maybe you're already out. And that's, I think, the tension as well, like how willing, how flexible are investors? Because as long as it's your own wealth you're putting to work, and that, of course, you probably could have more flexibility. But as soon as you hit the market between brackets, then like how funky you can be is sort of dominated, like how you can move. Like, have you had many conversations already to explore like how these kind of exits, for instance, I'm referring to Catalyze, the exits to the community, how that falls within the investor community? Is there interest in that? Is there skepticism? Like, what kind of funky terms can you come up with, or what might be too funky?
I think that right now, as we get started, it's a special group. These are folks who are looking for a certain impact with their investment. This is not necessarily someone on the market. They can make a great amount of money in a CD right now. I mean, if you're just trying to maximize your dollar, or you're a high risk, high return person, this is probably not the space for you. So I think, we're doing a lot of work with impact investors and with folks who are really have a mind towards either, food security or legacy or regeneration, and who are willing to, they're okay with 10 to 12%. This is something that they want to make a return on, but they're okay with that money being locked up for a good period of time, as long as they're able to get that back. So, and I'm not delusional here. Most of the capital in the market is not in this space. However, I think that there are enough of us in the impact world and in this space that we'll be able to put enough together to get started, to prove it out. And then as it grows, what's so wonderful about a regenerative space, right? This is one of the principles of regeneration, is that it builds more wealth in that space. And so I actually think that if we're successful in investing in the economy and the ecosystem that supports these things in a regenerative way, that our returns are actually going to get better over time. Instead of depreciation, we're going to see these types of deals being worth more in the future. And that is dependent on a certain lofting of the space. But I think, we're realists to start. There are some family offices, there are some impact investors that are willing to take that risk because they want to see this grow. What's wonderful is, as it grows, I think there's going to be more opportunities for people who are maybe more along that spectrum of, I want my money to do good, but I still want my money back. So it's a phased growth. This is something that's living. It's going to change. It's going to build.
Super. Thank you so much. And then, Jesse, you both at Stewart and of course at Studio Heal, like, how do you apply regenerative practices? I don't have to ask because behind you can see it with the sheet, but when somebody asks, well, what is this buzz around regen investments, and what do you go to answer normally for people to wrap their heads around that?
Well, I think Callie gave a great explanation that I think it provides more value than it extracts over time. And the question, I think, is, how do we define value? And how do we, I think the biggest tension I feel in the space right now, and since the beginning, in terms of regenerating, investing in regenerative, is, what is a butterfly worth? What is clean air worth? What is soil health worth? These are qualitative values that we all recognize but can't quantify, and the market wants to quantify them. And I don't know that we should quantify them. I don't know that we should monetize nature. But these are all values these are all things we value, but the market hasn't figured out a way to assign a dollar value to it. And again, I don't think that we should. I don't think that's the right way. But I think one of the cool things that the community lending model does is it puts the lender usually in the same region as the regeneration project. I value clean water near my home more than clean water on the other side of the planet, so like the value becomes more clear to me as investor. And I think that that's a way that we can make that connection of value more concretely. But I also view this, as Calla was saying, as this work that I'm doing on the farm here is capital accumulation, but it's ecological capital accumulation. Like, my soil is getting stronger, my grasses are getting stronger, my sheep are getting stronger every year, and they're becoming more and more and more productive. So my economic bottom line is becoming better and better and better every year, because the ecosystem is growing more abundant, and I'm able to make a better living off of it. But it's a 25-year, 30-year, 40-year process. In some parts of the world, it's 100 years. So, like, how do we invest in ways that have that timeline, if we're just valuing things economically and not considering all the holistic picture?
And we only have like 50 minutes to crack this. Most of it we already used up. Now that's a huge overarching theme. Do you want to value nature? If we don't, it gets destroyed. If we do, we undervalue it. And how do you get around that dance? Plus, a market wants us to value everything in a dollar, and not even in different amounts, of course, which is not something we're gonna tackle here, I think, unless somebody has an easy go-to answer there.
Well, I just want to say it's not that much of a mystery. In the US, we do value it. We value it in the 6th largest spending packet in the federal government, which is the Farm Bill. Like, it actually does have a dollar value in the form of—
And in Europe, it's the largest spending we do.
Yeah, so I actually think socially it's important to recognize that we do value agriculture, and we understand, at least historically, that it hasn't been the best fit for a market-based economy the way we've had capitalism acting in the past. I think as we evolve capitalism, we can step into this space a little bit more, but it's important to understand that it is valued. It's valued socially, and how much we have a guaranteed bailout for farmers. It's called crop insurance. We have guaranteed markets for farmers. They're commodity markets. It's just that those things are only applicable to certain commodities that are highly, highly monopolized by very large corporations. And if you're trying to farm outside of that system of fence-to-fence single commodity production, you have to fend for yourself in a market that doesn't value you, because the social benefit is actually just being directed to a certain type of agriculture. So it's not like, oh wow, we don't value it. It's like, no, we do value it. Like you just said, Kuhn, it's the largest spending for your government. So it's that value is coming in through government and not through necessarily the open market, although the way that money comes in provides huge markets. Like, that's what Cargill and Bayer are based around, as these, and Wells Fargo, and the amount of money that banks have in debt to farmers. Like, this is all based around those federal subsidies. So I just think it behooves us to be a little bit more, have a little more acumen when it comes to the economics of agriculture, and not try to compare it to the economics of, say, tech. Or a single commodity, because it does have a much more shared value. Than my iPhone is valuable to me, and in as much as you can call me, it might be valuable to you, but it's not really valuable to you. But the food that Eat Jesse grows is going to be valuable to you in a different way. So anyway, I just want to let's just call that out.
And thank you for that. And I want to be conscious of time, of course, and make sure we have time for a round of more personal stories, which I know in some cases, but not all, is what was your own, let's say, regenerative catalytic moment? Could have been a moment or a slow realization. Like, how did you maybe roll into this space? How did you fell into the space? Or did you walk into the space? How did you wake up in the space? Maybe in some cases, what was your entry into, let's say, the regen movement? We can definitely call it like that. And I will leave it up to you. Who wants to go first? Like, who feels the strongest calling? We're all looking at each other. Jesse, go.
I'll go first. Well, I had 2 moments that really defined my journey. One was I fell in love with a girl, and she had a farm, and I found myself a farmer. Unfortunately, shortly after our wedding, her aunt, who had run the farm for 40 years, got cancer, very aggressive cancer, and passed away. And we, up to that point, and the farm had been very, you know, conventionally managed, chemicals, atrazine, Roundup, glyphosate, tillage, patented seed, and all that kind of stuff. And we were so scared by the cancer that took one of our heroes that we stopped spraying anything and everything, and quote unquote went organic, and thought we were doing all the right things. And the next spring, the fields that were lush and green for 40 years were sand pits. They looked like they were just decimated. They weren't even dead. There was no death in them. They were sanitized. It was remarkable to see, and it broke our hearts. And we stumbled onto, after years of losing crops and 3 jobs off the farm to support losses, stumbled onto holistic management, the Savory Institute, brought animals back to the land, and were able to start regenerating the dead ecosystems and cycles of nature, and got very far in that, just kind of feeling our way through and learning all we could from everybody who would talk to us, and learning the art of humility in a complex system, which was an invaluable lesson. And so we got to a point where we were ready to expand. Our neighbor, who had 50 abutting acres, called and said, "Hey, listen, I've had it with Vermont winters. I'm moving to Florida, and do you want to make an offer on my property?" Which we'd always wanted, like secretly. We had been, that was in our wish list, was to acquire those acres, because it would have allowed us to expand significantly. And so I met with every bank I could get a meeting with. I met with 5 banks on the Hill. We took tours, we did presentations, we did slide decks, we did underwriting. And then with a day to my deadline to make an offer, the last bank standing said, "This is great. The community needs it. You have the track record, you have the knowledge, you have the expertise. It's going to be great, and we can't fund you because we do not participate in ag." And I said, I would have loved to know that a month ago. And on a weird universal moment, I get a text from a cousin of mine who says, "Hey, I've just interviewed with this company named Steward. They make money available to regenerative ag projects. Do you have anything you want to talk to them about?" And lo and behold, 6 months later, we own the land. My mortgage is with 350 people who support regenerative ag, and not with one giant entity that doesn't care a whit about me. And so it was those 2 moments: one, witnessing the death of a place that I love, and 2, and its need for regeneration. 2, traditional money isn't coming into this space. It's too bound up by things you all wrestle with and understand better than I do. But so I understood it, but I understood there was a need for something different. So
thank you so much. Really good way to kick off this final round. Go ahead, Peter.
My journey into regenerative agriculture, I describe it as it happened very slowly and then very quickly. And very slowly because I spent 30 plus years in finance and investment, and primarily in public markets, in public equities and derivatives. And I knew nothing about agriculture. And I grew up on the prairies of Western Canada, surrounded by millions of acres of farmland. And like I said, know nothing about agriculture. And so, fast forward to halfway through 2020, and I'm contemplating retirement from what I've been doing for 30 years, and not knowing exactly what I was going to do next, but also knowing what I didn't want to do next, which was more of the same that I'd already been doing for 30 years. And I get a call from a good friend of mine that I used to work with saying, "How would you like to help out on a project? I hear you're not working right now." And I said, "Sure." And it was basically starting up Biome Capital. and he says, we just need some help with putting together some data on farmland and statistics, and I think you like doing that kind of stuff. And I said, sure, I'll help you out. And so I started with that, and then slowly got more and more involved and started learning more about agriculture. And then I think a big turning moment, it was, and Jesse doesn't know this, that this was a big turning moment for me, but I actually visited Jesse on his farm in Vermont. And we spent a couple of days, and we walked the farm, we toured around the area, the community, he drove me around in his truck, looked at different farms, walked his own farm, and he's like, you see that piece of land over there, and you see those chickens, and you see those sheep, and here's how we corral the sheep and move them around, and look at that strip of grass, look at what we did over there. And to me, that was a huge turning moment, and that's where it became very quick. And I think, there was a couple of things that kind of came away, I took away from that. And I think one was just how difficult, what Jesse was doing is not easy. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's a difficult thing to be a farmer. It's a difficult thing to regenerate land. And it's a huge, huge commitment. And I was just so impressed with what he was doing. And I think secondly, just not just difficult, but just how important what he's doing is, and what, farmers are doing for the food systems, for their communities, for soil health, the way Jesse was thinking about, regenerating the land on his farm, creating better outcomes for not just for himself, but for the community. All that stuff just really struck me, and just how necessary this all is. And so from then on, I think that was almost 2 years ago, actually, that I was at Jesse's farm. And from then on, I've continued to work with Biome and continue to work on different projects. But for me, that was the journey. So, like I said, very slowly, but then very quickly.
Super. Thank you so much for that one. And then, Catalyze, you want to go first, or Ian? Who wants to? Ian, go ahead.
Sounds good.
They're both pointing at each other. Go ahead.
So yeah. For me, there's been two kind of experiences in life that have really brought me to here. The first, when I was growing up, I didn't grow up in a farming family. My parents had a backyard garden, so was connected to agriculture, gardening in that way. But we were surrounded by 1,500 acres of kind of both pristine natural area and farmland that, as I was a very young kid, was bought by a dairy farm that was at the stage of going into kind of both industrial dairy farm production growth and also acquisition of a gas station convenience store. And so I grew up watching both this gas station convenience store spread up everywhere around the state region, and this land just be completely degraded and used to just cycle the excess manure and grow silage corn and try to extend acre to acre, road to road, decimating wetlands, waterways, anything in the way to really just maximize production on the land. So saw that kind of transition of agriculture in my backyard, saw kind of measures to stop that, the town, then the state. Ended up going to the U.S. Supreme Court, and it changed the Clean Water Act to protect inland waterways that had not been protected before that. So watching that kind of as I grew up in those different stages of reality for that really just impacted me in many ways. And I felt from that time period like a distilled belief that came out was we're so disconnected from the land. And that's a fundamental issue. And until we find ways and support ways that exist to reconnect with the land, we're not going to solve so many of these other systemic issues. Later on in my career, about almost 20 years ago now, got connected with and started to work with the Temple Wilton Farm, which was one of two founding CSAs in the modern CSA movement in the US, that now has 14,000 plus CSAs of all different types for food and agriculture and different enterprises and products. But watch them as a farm started in 1984 around this vision and impulse, struggle to hold land. They never owned the land they were on. It took them 27 years. And our collaborative work to raise the money, both investment capital and philanthropic capital from the community, partner with a community loan fund, partner with their CSA community, and do a lot of outreach to raise the capital to secure the land in a local nonprofit and secure a 99-year lease for them. So that kind of the growth and need and importance of that CSA model for all it is for farm businesses and stewardship of land and relationship to food is so important. I saw there that the need is also to expand that to land. Communities need to own land, communities need to invest in land, communities need to hold land for regenerative agriculture. And that's been my work ever since.
And then last but not least, Catalyze.
I resonate with what Ian's saying about seeing land shifts as a child and watching that and being very impacted by that. I think for me, I was in the climate change space and the city and county of San Francisco, and we did, I was in charge of inventories for carbon footprinting, and I did over 5 years, we did 5 different types of inventories. So your standard geographic consumption, second, what I guess you call scope 1 and 2, and then scope 3, and then full life cycle inventories. And at some point I had counted everything, every possible way you could count it. And I just realized that I started looking for places where the things I was counting like this could not only go down, but could reconnect. And I started looking at things in cycles. And at the same time, I also, this is going to sound strange for someone in climate, but I actually think it's pretty common. I wasn't very familiar with biogeochemistry. I was very familiar with the sort of pollutant-based framework for climate change and not for how the planet actually works, which is how it moves large elemental cycles to create life, which is biogeochemistry. And I had simultaneously an accident where I was out of the office for about 1.5 years on medical leave, and I got to be outside a lot. And it kind of, all these things came together. And it was like, I was outside, I was seeing nature, I had understood cycles before, and I was getting to understand the science of it. And it just moved me wholeheartedly and fully into this space of regen ag. Climate, you're very broad. You have to kind of know everything about a little bit of everything. And it was a very physically enjoyable sensation just to move completely in this direction of like, I can be here, this feels good, and to begin to understand life and how humans can be not just bad for the planet or do less bad for the planet, but how we can do more good, because we're going to live, we're going to eat, we're going to want to go to Greece in the summer to lay on the beach. Like, it's about having a good life. And I think that the wonderful thing about regenerative principles and stewardship is that you can live that life and know that you are also living in ways that are benefiting the future generations and the restoration of the planet. So I had a lot of confluence of events that sort of led me into this space about 10 years ago. And I honestly don't see myself going anywhere else.
Thank you so much for that. And I think to wrap up, if we have a few more, if something comes to mind, like ideas or tips for people wanting to find their pathway or moving into this space, I think I would kick it off with absolutely doing what Peter did, is to visit a farm, or depending on where you are, go to Vermont. But to spend time on farms, to soak it in, especially if your path is not, let's say, land-based at the moment, you don't have access to land, or you're not farming. There are a gazillion other things to do, to be built, from processing all the way from branding to finance structures. Like, everything has to be rebuilt sort of in this transition, but it all starts on land. So definitely reconnect with that would be my kickoff. Any other things to add to that from any of you before we wrap it up here? any tips you give to people that say, oh, I would like to learn more, I would like to know more, I would like to do more. That's the better thing. I would like to do more. What do you tell people when they ask you that? What should I do?
I think one thought, it completely starts on land, and it also starts in community. So I think for myself, and maybe all of us or many of us, deep learning comes when we're on land and we're connecting with other people and having conversations and seeing that direct engagement and sharing and investment and return play out and learn from that. So the balance of kind of engaging locally and engaging in a broader way is really important, and to lean in locally where possible.
Any last thoughts? Anybody else before I wrap up?
Just farm tours. Like if you can get out and get on a farm, or pay a farmer to take your kids out and go with them on the day for class, or, I mean, farmers are not there to teach you everything, but a farmer is usually very proud of what they do, and finding and supporting a farmer in your community or a land steward in your community, whether that's in the forest or with a river or a little creek. I used to have a creek that ran by my house in Berkeley. It ran on the sidewalk, but I loved it, and I talked to my neighbors about it. So, I think it's about finding something in nature that you love and learning about it, and learning about it with other people, because that's where it really is the most rewarding.
I usually say the same, get out there and fall in love with the land. But since that's been covered, I'll say read Wendell Berry, read Vanda Nishivo, read Fukuoka. There are great ways to fall in love in your living room too.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it's about education and just building that awareness. And I think so many of us just think our food comes from Costco, and we don't think much more than that. But you got to get out to see the local farms and go to the farmers markets and start talking to people, and just become more aware of where food's coming from. What are the actual systems that happen behind that? And that really will start to open people's eyes, I think.
I think that's a perfect end. I want to thank you all so much. Thank you to Farmers Footprint for hosting this conversation. You will find a lot more in the description below. I'm just pointing below, but you will see that in the video. This is part of Giving, I'm going to say Thursday or Tuesday, I never remember, of Farmers Footprint. I want to thank my guests of today here to make time in their very busy schedule, changing the food and the financial system, let's say tackling two giant beasts at the same time. And thank you so much for the time today, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. So if you listen to this, definitely get out. Get out after this. Close your laptop, your screen, or wherever you're viewing us, and make sure you get some soil under your feet. Probably barefoot is better. So thank you so much for your time today, and see you next.
So the reflective question is, how do we cultivate non-extractive investment models in a financial system designed for extraction? So let you ponder for a few minutes on that. And for our next session, we've had so much serious conversations today. We've had investments, we've had business. And we wanted to make sure to lighten the mood and bring some humor, bring some comedy. So next, with our very own Farmers Footprints, Farmer Greg, we're going to have a comedy skit with his farm crew. And I genuinely hope you think it's funny.
Hey, we're the farmers at 1,000 Tiny Farms, the real farmers of Cardiff. I'm Greg.
I'm Evan. And I'm David. We often get the question here from our customers what sort of farming practices we put to work. And we've heard of organic, we've all heard of regenerative, but what we practice here is beyond regenerative.
What's beyond regenerative, you ask? The farm boys of Cardiff don't just take care of their plants, they love their plants. Not a lot of people get it. They really love their plants. It's all about
relationships. Some people think we take it a little too far.
Sometimes relationships can be super exciting.
Dude, you get off your phone already and make the bed?
Oh, I'll be making my bed, all right. Oh, Kelly Sage, I see you. Activists? Say no to GMO? I like. Kohlrabi. Rainwater? Compost? I like those too. Hey, Greg, I'm ready to make that bed now. Sorry to make you wait, Cherry. You look stunning tonight.
How are you doing today, sir?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, just dinner for one?
No, two. Obviously, I'm on a date here.
Oh, right, yeah, of course. Let me grab another menu.
Sorry about that, Cherry. Oh, so funny. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, you're so cool. This is exciting, isn't it? What's your compost empanada? Hey, what do you say about getting out of here? Awesome. That was fun. I'm so glad you had a good time. I did too. We should totally do that again.
Sometimes relationships can be challenging.
Welcome to therapy, Farmer Greg. How's your relationship going?
Well, our relationship's been real challenging. You know, I think I give her everything she needs, which is really kind of tough to understand sometimes. I'm always guessing, you know? One minute you want a little bit of water. Well, next minute you don't want that much water. I mean, I give you a little bit of compost. You get a lot of compost. Put all this time and love and energy into it.
I wish she would just tell me what she needs.
And finally, when you find the right rhythm, the relationship can flourish.
I wrote this song for you. What did you think?
So, do we take it too far?
I don't think so.
No, we don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, with beyond regenerative farming, there's no compromise.
Oh. Good night, Soya. Good night, David.
Good night, Greg. Good night, Cherry. Good night, Evan.
Good night, Dave. Good night, Callie.
And just like that, the farm boys of Cardiff tucked their plants into bed for a good night's sleep. Together. They just can't wait to wake up for another day of heartwarming farming. It truly is a labor of love.
We love you, regenerative farmers!
I hope you all had a good belly laugh with our regen comedy. And with that, what does Beyond Regenerative mean to you? In the realm of regenerative agriculture, diversity in all forms is paramount, mirroring the essence of community. Regardless of your life's journey, your presence is not only essential, but also deeply valued. This movement thrives on collective contributions of individuals like you. The Farmers Footprint online community is a rich source of invaluable resources, and today we're fortunate enough to hear from two esteemed community members, Emmanuel Rivera and Kat Kramer. One of the first things to go in a dictatorship is the ability to gather, as gathering is where a shared sense of strength, knowledge, and support lie. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude, as this gathering is not made up of just individuals. We are a community, a tapestry of diverse backgrounds, experiences, and aspirations woven together by a common thread, our shared commitment to the earth, to each other, and to the future we are cultivating. As we delve into various topics today, each one a vital facet of the agricultural landscape, we are here because we recognize the power of collective action. Agriculture is not merely a series of tasks, It is a sacred dance with the land, a reciprocal relationship that sustains not just our bodies, but the very essence of our existence. The essence of agriculture goes beyond planting seeds and reaping harvest. It lies in the connections we forge, the communities we nurture, and the legacy we leave for generations to come. In a world that often feels fragmented, our collective commitment to sustainable practices and regenerative principles serves as a unifying force, a call to action that transcends borders and binds us together. Community is not just a group of people living in proximity, it's a support system, a network of individuals who share not just resources, but dreams, aspirations, and a vision for a better world. Our gathering today is not just about exchanging ideas, it's about igniting a flame within each of us. A flame that propels us to be better stewards of the land, champions of sustainability, and advocates for change. It's a clarion call to take what we learn here and carry it into our local communities, knowing that our individual actions collectively shape the world we inhabit. I want each of you to know that you are not alone on this journey. Within the folds of this community, there's support, guidance, and encouragement. I am here, as well as others, ready to stand beside you as you navigate the path of sustainable and regenerative agriculture. Together, we can turn aspirations into action, dreams into reality, and make a lasting impact on the world we call home. I am pleased to allow you all to hear from Emmanuel and Kat, who both joined the community earlier this year and have had a transformative, lasting impact because of their connection points that came through their own local communities and through the Farmers Footprint community. This is one of many community stories.
Hi, I'm Kat.
And I'm Emmanuel.
And we're based in Long Beach, California, and we started our journey into regenerative design, myself from an interest in plants from when I was young, and as an adult really becoming interested in learning how to work with nature.
And my journey with regeneration was different. I actually didn't have a lot of exposure to plants or to nature, and it wasn't until 2020 actually, when we were working on a community garden project, that we stumbled upon a video, Greening the Desert with Jeff Lawton, and that really inspired us to the world of permaculture, regeneration, and how to help rejuvenate areas that were previously maybe degraded.
And that definitely motivated us in the way that we built that community garden, and continues to do so in the way that we see how much it's flourishing using those regenerative techniques. And then not just within our own garden, but meeting and working with others within the movement and community has been very motivating and inspiring.
Yeah, and also learning. So we've been doing a lot of learning in this, the topics of regeneration, and the more techniques we discover, the more practices we explore, the more exciting it is to bring that into implementation with others and keep us learning and growing.
We've really appreciated Farmers Footprint in this journey. They've been a wealth of resources and just a good way of knowing that there's such a wide community in the state, in this country, and around the world.
Yeah, and the community on Farmers Footprint has been really accessible. Just really a lot of people around the world, a lot of experience levels. It's been great to go into some of the meetings where you get to connect with others and have the meet and greets, and we really learned a lot from interacting with others.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I've learned from working with the community here in Long Beach is just that community is key. To be able to acknowledge that there's many ways of doing regeneration, and that there's it's very valuable to have a wealth of perspectives and to work with others. And I really feel that through community is the way that we're going to really make a difference.
And I've learned from working with some youth recently is that starting small is really important. There's all this world of regeneration, but just even the basics of how seeds grow, how nature works, how soil and plants work is really eye-opening and empowering to youth to see how this functions. And once they know there's a process to it, then it really kind of opens the door to exploring how they can be a part of that process.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Inez and the Farmers Footprint team have just been so welcoming and open and ready to share resources with us.
Yeah, actually, through our connection with Inez, I was able to find a part-time job in mindfulness and gardening because she curates a lot of resources and opportunities in the regeneration movement, and it's been an awesome opportunity I've been with for the past 6 months now.
One of the projects that I'm excited about that we've been working on is we recently this spring expanded our food forest and added a native corridor to our community garden, and just the joy of watching those plants start to establish, seeing more native pollinators, knowing that it's a wonderful habitat that we're creating that is going to provide food not just for ourselves but for all of the creatures has been very wonderful.
And another success we've had is we launched a business back in October 2022, so we've celebrated a full year already of educating and empowering people through nature-wise regenerative design, educating them on how to bring regeneration into city and urban spaces, and doing that through consultations, designs, and education and speaking engagements.
And so how can you or anyone get started with regeneration? Start simple, start small, start where you are, and build community around you. Find like-minded people who are interested in this movement and see what you can build with them. I know that you'll find that you'll be able to build a lot over time.
Yeah, and starting small, you can just do right where you are. We have like a little bowl in our kitchen sink that any water that would normally go down the drain, we use that to water our plants. We have some plants on our balcony, and just those seemingly small steps can really grow into something big, like a seed growing into a tree.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kat and Emmanuel. If you didn't catch that, they have an amazing business called Nature-Wise Design, where they're able to create regenerative gardens and green spaces across the greater Los Angeles area. Not only that, but also through the community resourcing, Emmanuel found a part-time job working as a garden and mindfulness teacher for youth. Our commitment is to inspire will and build capacity to collectively accelerate regenerative food systems as a means to restore human and planetary health. So, we pride ourselves on being able to support you along your journey, wherever you are. So please join the Farmers Footprint community. It's a free online space with over 8,000 people from over 100 countries, and you don't have to be a landowner or farmer. In fact, we encourage people who don't actively farm to join, as you are an integral part of the regenerative process, regardless of your interests, passions, or work. What capacities do you need to build to be a bridge builder between your local community and the regenerative movement? I take that upon myself to do a lot of resourcing for people, and that may look different for you. But in which ways can you be that bridge builder? I'd like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you, whether you've been watching, interacting, or supporting our work throughout the year, and especially to those who have generously donated. Thank you. We deeply appreciate your contributions, especially considering the financial challenges that many have faced this year. Whether it was a donation of $5 or $200, your support is making a significant impact in bolstering the regenerative agriculture community. We recognize that without your backing, we wouldn't be able to carry out the work that we do. Your support fuels our ability to share stories, build community, and advocate for a regenerative food system. We are thrilled to announce that we are halfway to our Giving Tuesday match goal this year, which is a testament to your enthusiasm and dedication. And if you have the financial means, we kindly invite you to help us reach our Giving Tuesday goal. Your continued support ensures the growth and success of our initiatives. For those unable to contribute financially this year, please know that you can still support our work by sharing it with others or by volunteering with us. Every action, big or small, contributes to our shared mission of fostering regenerative agriculture. Once again, a massive, heartfelt thank you for being an integral part of our community and for making a positive impact on the future of regeneration. Introducing impactful change within communities takes diverse approaches. Farmers' Footprint has been dedicated to cultivating connections and forging global partnerships through the power of storytelling in the online realm. On a parallel note, Will Harris, hailing from White Oak Pastures in Bluffton, Georgia, has been reshaping his community through the transformative lens of regenerative farming. His recent literary endeavors, A Bold Return to Giving a Damn, delves into the profound principles guiding his journey through his personal 10 Commandments. Join us as Will Harris shares his insights and experiences.
Children of my generation were taught to obey the 10 Commandments. I'm not sure how much emphasis there is on this today. It was a big deal in that earlier era. I was a very average student academically, and I was probably a below average student spiritually. I never fully got the 10 Commandments because it troubled me that they were mostly focused on telling me what I should not do. I don't believe that a person's goodness is wholly based on what they don't do. So while I don't contest these biblical instructions, I made myself a set of commandments about what I will do. I will treat the animals that I husband with respect and dignity, providing them with an environment that allows them to express their instinctive behavior. I will study the cycles of nature and learn how to not obstruct them. I will implement practices that leave the soil, water, and air better than I found it. I will heal the damage that my family's previous farming practices have inflicted on the land that I tend. I will provide a comfortable and wholesome life for my family. This includes my biological family and the many White Oak Pastures that I have come to accept as family. I will provide the abundance that our land and herds produce to nourish those who need and appreciate it. I will nurture the village that we live in. I will get off my ass 7 days a week and work as hard as I can and invest all that I have to make all of this happen. I will openly teach what I have learned about these things to those who want to know. I can only come up with 9 commandments, but I can achieve 100% of those 9. That might be better than achieving 70% of the original 10. And while I know they sound like plain common sense, and they are, rooted in the traditions of American agriculture, they are also a departure from what has become the norm of modern farming and food production, which makes it a radical act to return to them.
Hopefully you had time with that reflection question about your childhood social conditioning and how you aim to evolve and align more with your personal essence and ethos today. As we look at our next session, we're going to be looking at regenerative health, the future, and also the trajectory of what it looks like to come from a Western philosophy into a regenerative state of health, communities, and well-being. We hope you enjoy this session with an array of voices that have walked very different paths of health, well-being, academia, and found their way into a new and transformative way of looking at human health and soil health and how it all intersects together and relates to one another.
Welcome everyone. It's so wonderful to be here. My name is Stephanie Yawa DeWolf. I am a facilitator, a coach, a cultural producer, and I'm arriving to this panel today, The Future of Health and Regenerative Living, As someone who's also deeply interested in health sovereignty, especially the health sovereignty of marginalized communities, and really sitting with these living questions of how can we find collective liberation and healing in our health. I'm joined today by some pioneers in the health fields, and we're going to discuss the future of health and regenerative living. I think that we're sitting in an exciting moment in time where so many people are expanding how they define health, and they're letting that definition include regenerative food, integrative and interdependent approaches, community, culture, ritual. So it's really an honor to be opening this circle in conversation with pioneers in the integrated health fields who are leading their own catalyzing shifts in health. I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then we'll jump right in with some questions to hear from each of them. So starting first with Joan Henry, an earth singer and Tlalatli Cherokee. Joan is both Heheshka, lead drummer, and Dekanogizgi, traditional song carrier, and a Native women's traditional dancer and versatile performer connected to living earth. Encouraged by her elders, Joan founded the acclaimed traditional drum group of Mothers of Nations singers and dancers, later known as Sky Women Singers, the first women's drum ever invited to the National Native American Veterans Powwow in Washington, D.C., and the first to preside at Indigenous Peoples Day opening ceremonies for the United Nations, where Ms. Henry has since presented on healing and spirituality among First Nations women and offered opening prayers and song for the International Day of Peace and the World Indigenous Forum. Ms. Henry teaches, presents, and consults at schools, universities, and museums, ranging from Wellesley and Vassar colleges to the Smithsonian Museum of the American Indian in New York City, works with women and youth in Indigenous communities in the United States and Canada, and directs arts and healing programs in upstate New York. It is her prayer that she honors the many elders who have guided her by continuing to sing our world new every morning and to sing it to sleep each night. We welcome you, Joan. Thank you for being here. Next, I'd love to introduce Dr. Naisha Winters, Executive Director of the Metabolic Health Institute. Dr. Winters is a global healthcare authority and the best-selling author in integrative cancer care and research consulting with positions around the world. She has educated hundreds of professionals in the clinical use of mistletoe and has created robust educational programs for both healthcare institutions and the public on incorporating vetted integrative therapies in cancer care to enhance outcomes. Dr. Winters is currently focused on opening a comprehensive metabolic oncology hospital and research institute in the US, where the best that standard of care has to offer and the most advanced integrative therapies will be offered. This facility will be a residential setting on a gorgeous campus against a backdrop of regenerative farming, EMF mitigation and retreat, as well as state-of-the-art medical technology and data collection and evaluation to improve patient outcomes. Welcome, Naisha. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you all.
And last but certainly not least is Dr. Zach Bush, the co-founder of Farmers Footprint and founder of the Seraphic Group. Zach Bush is a physician specializing in internal medicine, endocrinology, and hospice care. He's an internationally recognized educator and thought leader on the microbiome as it relates to health, disease, and food systems. Dr. Zach founded Seraphic Group and the nonprofit Farmers Footprint to develop root cause solutions for human and ecological health. His passion for education reaches across many disciplines, including topics such as the role of soil and water ecosystems in human genomics, immunity, and gut-brain health. His education has highlighted the need for a radical departure from chemical farming and pharmacy, and his ongoing efforts are providing a path for consumers, farmers, and mega industries to work together for a healthy future for people and the planet. So thank you and welcome, Zach. Thank you all for being here to gather around the topic of regenerative living and the future of health. And just following in line with the theme of the program for today, I thought I would invite us all to open and sort of anchor in what our catalyst moments were around the topic that we're coming here together to speak about. And so I guess in the spirit of sharing space, I'll model and go first, and then I'll just give you each a chance to share about your catalytic moment, specifically an example of a story that's had a profound impact on your perspective and your journey regarding health, or maybe a very specific moment in time where things really started to shift for you. And it's hard. I'm sure that there's so many catalyst moments for each of us. I thought I was going to talk about some of my awakenings to racism in the medical system. But as we were all getting to know each other before the call, I realized that probably the most important catalytic moment for me to anchor in was about 2 years ago. I think it was either an herbalism training or at a retreat. I can't quite put a finger on it, but it was the first time that I really internalized the idea of our bodies being of the earth first and foremost, right? This idea that like, I am not a human being who has any sort of control over the well-being of these other kin, these other beings around me and what they need, but rather I am born of this world. These are my maybe siblings, but even that is a very human way of making meaning of all of these, what I'd like to call relatives, other living things around me. And ever since that moment, my whole orientation to life, to ideas, to what we as humans do, how we make meaning, how we move through the world has shifted. And I have to continue to come back to that, remembering that like I am an extremely, extremely young descendant of bacteria on an earth that has existed for billions of years and eventually bore me. But it is such a shift in perspective and a departure from what the sort of modernist ideas of who we are as humans teaches us. And so, I just felt really called to share that as an important catalytic moment as we open the circle. Okay, I'd love to hear from some of you. So Naisha, why don't I start with you and just invite you in to share your catalyst moment?
Sure. It's very, very, very obvious for me in that, I was 19 years old. I had left my family of origin to be in college, sort of leaving the environment that I came from, which was not an easy environment to come from. And so I kind of thought that if I just leave it, I'll somehow be better. But no matter where you go, there you are, and your own inner zip code follows you. But for me, my pivotal moment was a diagnosis of a terminal disease in which I was given several months to live, and of which I was given no options for treatment because it was too late. I got to experience firsthand the failures of standard of care. I was pre-med. I was going to go into medicine, into standard of care medicine. And because I had been literally ignored, dismissed, written off with a script pad, not heard, by the time they did figure out what was going on, I was too ill to even take in a single dose of chemotherapy, for instance. And so I was basically left to my own devices, right? Exactly. I can look back now and go, well, that was fortuitous, but it sure didn't feel like that at the young age of 19 years old and being completely away from any support system. And so what it did for me is it catalyzed a few things. Number one, I had not really made a decision to be here. Like very simply put, that moment, there was a moment of relief when I first heard the words and a moment of, what a great exit strategy. And then almost as fast, the inner pilot light lit and it was like, no, I'm here. I want to be here. And the next 32 years have been an exploration of why I was given this opportunity and what I can do with that information to change the cancer conversation in particular, and the health conversation in general. So that's been one of those pivotal moments. But what I recognized and continue to recognize over and over and over is that we cannot heal from the soil in which we got sick. Very simply put. And that ripples through me in so many arenas, in so many ways. You can interpret that in every way out there. And I think I'll leave it at that message continues to ripple through.
Oh, thank you. That's such a powerful an irrelevant message, and I think something we'll be able to circle back to. Thank you so much for sharing. Joan, what about you? Would you like to share your catalytic moment with us?
I think I come from a lifetime of catalyst moments.
Mhm.
I don't notice that there's one. I could go recent, I could go childhood. That's my life experience is a continuation, not just of catalyst moments, but of being a catalyst, whether I intended to or not. And yet, if I had to choose a moment, it would be one of two. And I mean, of one of a billion. The assignment I had from one of the chiefs I work with was to be part of a panel, to be part of representing the northern indigenous nations. And I thought to myself, everybody else that was going made sense to me except me. It was ensconced around a pilgrimage, which is literally the awakening of the womb of the Quetzal. So it was a pilgrimage to 4 specific, I guess you'd call them pyramids. We'd call them temples. Somehow we got down to Palenque, and our first few days were in the jungle. I very specifically didn't speak Spanish until I did West Side Story, because I had such a resistance to growing up in and around where my father was working for the government and being addressed in every other language except ours. In no time at all, I was speaking Spanish I didn't know I knew, and Mayan that I didn't know I knew. It was literally a turn of cellular memory. And if I go back in my dad's family a ways, I can track that. So it was not just being there, but the fact that your environment informs your cellular memory. It doesn't just inform your physiological memory. And your cellular memory is 7 generations long. That's our tradition of comprehending it.
What a powerful story. And I want to circle back to what it means to dream what comes next after we've heard more from each of you. Thank you so much for sharing. Zach, we would all love to hear about a catalyst moment that comes to mind or heart for you.
Yeah, so appreciate the stories shared there, and so many of those resonate, and certainly feel that same thing, Joan, of all of us. I think as we look back on long lifetimes can feel and see so many catalytic moments that were perhaps not perceived or understood at the moments that they occurred. But my biggest one, perhaps visible to the world, was my career shift. I think I've had a lot of more tumultuous and more seismic changes happen within me that are kind of more in my spiritual worldview. But the big pivot that happened for the public perception of who I am, it happened as I wrapped up 17 years of work in academic medicine, and I had gotten a couple of subspecialties there and found myself in really severe depression, mostly due to the isolation that occurs almost intentionally in the academic environments. Academia has designed itself to pigeonhole you very tightly into a tiny little hole, and then your metrics for value are measured by your capacity to bring dollars into the university through that pathway because you're an expert in this tiny little thing. But if you move out of that tiny little space, then you're considered not an expert. And so there's this very interesting phenomenon of building up your egoic model of, you're an expert, you're this thing, but what they're doing is shrinking your ability to participate in a broader discussion around yourself, who you are, what humanity is. And so for that, the industry expresses a very fractured, very, myopic view, and ingenuity and all of our creativity is in the context of that fractured state that we are designed to walk into. And for that, we're kept very weak in our ability to manifest transformation. And so I think I was, like all physicians, I think, anybody going through academia in any field is actually programmatically disempowered to be a catalytic agent of change. And if there's any industry in our world that resists change, it's academia. And that's a sad statement because we've built so much value and self-identity around education. And when you look up the word education, you realize that word means programming. You are literally being programmed. You are not being taught to think. You're not being taught to learn. You're being programmed. And so that we have moved to this form of, I think, the most insidious form of colonialism through education. We have stolen not only indigenous knowingness within each of us, because we're all indigenous to this earth. We've all have 4,000 generations backwards in time that root us in soils, root us in sense of place, a purpose. Well, all of that has been divorced from us through this programming of education. And so for all of the horrific humanitarian crises that we see expressed in war, I think that injury of ultimately education is far deeper and far more insidious than our wars are. It's easy to sit here and feel deep grief over the condition of Syria or Ukraine or Israel and Gaza, and we can be heartbroken very obviously. That it's less obvious that you should be deeply heartbroken that you've been trained as a parent to sign your children up by the age of 5 to deprogram them from their idea of being from source, and that they're, like Joan just taught us right before we joined this call, the tradition was our parents were there to physically create a space to steward us through our physical experience, but our grandparents were there to steward our spiritual development. I really appreciate that, Joan. That insight's very deep and resonates deeply with me, because it was my grandmother who really I call to every day in my life now. And I'm very tragically sad that it took me so long to find my way back to grandmother in some ways through my life, because I was so distracted by the world's metrics of value, the world's metrics of success in this academic path that I took, that took me more than halfway through my life as I've lived it in this kind of think tank of belief systems. And Joan, you've been just a fount of wisdom for us today, but the fact that you point out that the word belief has the word lie in the middle of it is so potent. That realization that when you are taught to believe something rather than know something, you have outsourced your reality. And so currently, in all of the beliefs that we have been trained to hold, we have been subjugated to an abstract reality of value systems, an abstract reality of disempowerment, an abstract reality of who we are and what we're here to do and where we could go as a society. And so for all of that, this cataclysmic moment of depression took me down to my knees, to the point where, in my isolation there and crippled by a couple $100,000 of school debt, my kids growing up and heading towards college, and finding out in the midst of all of that the pharmaceutical industry was shutting down my cancer research because it had a promise of really creating a massive sea change in our understanding of chemotherapy, because it was a nutrition-based therapy. And to see all of that world kind of shattering, to realize I'd spent 17 years studying to be at the pinnacle of a career or a industry that didn't want human healing to happen, was a super dark moment in my life. And I think I came to that moment that maybe was spoken to earlier by Naisha, which is, actually, I can see both paths. I can see that I'm actually much bigger than this life, and I can see I can let go of this life, and I can go back into my expanded state, and I can remanifest a different thing. Or I can stay here and be a part of this machine that I don't understand, and now realize I'm not in alignment with, and I can be a part of programming my children and my grandchildren into the same belief systems that got me there. And so it was pretty obvious that I was ready to leave. I was like, okay, I see that I did this as a learning journey. I learned from this life. I learned what I need to. I want to apply that knowingness to a future that I can start new with. And it was really my patience in some ways that I think saved my life, because my patients at this point were all dying. After you've been a doctor for 10 years, you start to really realize that none of the things you were taught were working, because you made their blood sugar look better for a moment, but now they're dying of depression from the drugs you put them on. And they had a heart attack, but now they're dying of heartbreak because the meds you have them on have them so suppressed in their capacity to feel or have any sexual connection with their loved ones, and like they're just falling apart at their value system, which is, does it feel good to be alive? And you start stacking drugs on top of people, and you inevitably rob them of that capacity to feel and be alive at that level. And so I was in that state of realizing I was failing my patients, but I was watching some of my patients reject the paradigm that I had, had them locked into, and I was watching them rebirth, in their bodies rather than have to let go of that body. And so I started asking for that. I was like, if you can make me a living sacrifice, then I'm willing to stay. But if I need to sacrifice this body to become the new thing, I'm totally willing for that too. So I really kind of had a couple month period of my life where I was able to really hold and embrace both those pathways and prepare for both pathways. I was prepared to let go and all of that. And so I think it's those moments that if we have free will, I don't know, but I know we always have opportunity. And that's the feeling I have inside of me is, do I ever wake up with the ability to make a new choice? I don't know. I think the way the world works, we are actually so subjugated to the laws of nature that we are becoming who we are rather than deciding who we are. The decision up in your head is such a poorly informed, matrix, whereas you're becoming who you are today is something that is so deeply programmed into nature and is so deeply impossible for us to escape. So while I may not have free will, I found opportunity, and the opportunity that I was led into was the ability to become a catalyst, as Joan was speaking to. Each of us have the opportunity to move out of that victim perpetrator coin that we have been trained to flip back and forth, and finally stop pulling that slot machine handle to find out, am I a victim today or am I a perpetrator today? Am I a victim today or am I a perpetrator today? Because we can flip that coin every 10 minutes. Like, we're so good at it that we do it subconsciously, victim, perpetrator. To come to that point where that coin now looks irrelevant, and now you're asking that deeper question of, is life relevant? Is my life relevant? What do I want to design from that life? What am I becoming from that life, in that life? It's a deeper question. It was the thing that finally released me of the victim perpetrator mentality that had me really bought into this colonial, hierarchical 50-year career journey that, someday you'll be a professor of medicine, and right now we're going to pay you less than a manager at McDonald's, but hey, someday we're gonna help you get out of your school debt, and we'll waive your school debt for a little while, don't worry. Now I'm half a century old and I'm still paying my school debt today. It's just so fascinating, the stuckness that we create for doctors and others pursuing that academic career. And so I was in that space, and then to find out that I could create and become creator rather than victim perpetrator was a massive catalytic transformation. And I was shown that I could become something that was full of opportunity rather than, programmed into anything. And that's where my learning began. And so in 2010, I started experientially learning on the professional level, what is the source of life? And that, of course, took me straight into the soil, as already been referred to by these two wonderful wisdom keepers that you're with here. And so the soil became, quickly my pathway into understanding a new possibility of human life. And as it went further, I realized I could create companies, and I could create projects, and I could create ideas and visions that would attract people to them, that would do things so far beyond my imagination. Jessie Gardner is here organizing today. What this woman has manifested over the last 7 years of knowing her boggles my mind. I don't understand how she does what she does every day. And she was attracted to a vision that the world could transform through the story of our relationship and our children's relationship to the soil. And I've watched Jessie create, almost in real time, impossibly beautiful experiences and immersive connections for people and planet. And I'm watching her raise 3 of the most spectacular young women this planet will ever know. And so this is the journey that I have found, is I have the opportunity to create from my space, attract to me those that will co-create with me. and then be witness to them go far beyond my original vision. And I get to watch them become creators, and then I get to watch those creators fall in love with each other. And there's just nothing more magnificent to finding somebody like a Jesse or a Jeffrey or Kari or Mary, all these people that are around me, watching them fall in love with each other and then co-manifest and co-create. I feel like I just the most privileged human being on the planet to be with the group of you today, because this is a manifestation of generations starting to express themselves through us. And so, Joan, I appreciate your native tongue that you shared with us when we first began, and I would love for you to share that with the audience, because just hearing the sounds of your language ignite, just as the Spanish language maybe ignited in you, or the Mayan language, your language ignites in us a memory, and it is in that memory that we can see through you to our ancestral presence here with us. And so the catalyst that each of you represents is extraordinary, but then getting to watch us come together as catalytic beings and co-create something, this is the magnificence. And so as all of you listen in today, you are becoming part of a community that we can call Farmers Footprint, or we can call whatever it is, but those are just, again, that's the mental game there, that's a word. There's something deeper than that, which is a vibration. And you guys are being called and hearkened to this moment because the tuning fork that has been struck, that humans are of nature, which is absolutely the opposite of what the Oxford English Dictionary says, which says all nature is all things on earth, the plants, the animals, everything except humans or anything humans have made. The English language literally wrote you out of nature and wrote everything that you will ever do out of nature. And for that, we create an unnatural world that gets more and more isolated and divorced from the reality that we are actually born into. And so we are responding to this tuning fork. We are catalyzed by the opportunity to be together. And so I'll turn it back to you there, Steph, to redirect us. But I'm just so blessed to be in this moment with you, Naisha, you, Joan, and of course, Steph. Thank you for guiding us through this discussion.
Thank you so much, Zach. Truly, as we're all speaking and sharing, I'm feeling the vibrational shift. I'm so aware and feeling in my bones that nothing we do is planned, that everything comes together as it's meant to. And I just really want to honor the wisdom in each of your beautiful stories of catalyst moments. I was harvesting a little bit as each of you were speaking, and even beginning to kind of visualize what happens beneath the ground, right? What we might see on surface, but the root systems and the mitochondria and the mycelium, all these things webbing and rooting together and creating nodes. And it's very clear in each of your shares that becoming, remembering, reclaiming that internal knowledge, surrendering to maybe not knowing, surrendering to the inevitable change that is constant. But I also really heard a choice to commit maybe to the opportunities, a choice to commit to being alive, a choice to commit to trusting that you're there for a reason, from Joan's story. And as I sort of think about how we can direct the conversation in a meaningful way for folks listening, I think about those folks who are maybe just stepping into this becoming, just stepping into this this shedding of certain programming or shedding of certain framings of what health is. I often in my work in health education encounter that folks carry so much shame because they've been told that health is this one thing that looks very informed by sort of biomedical and commodified definitions that really just keep us ensnared in a system of commodity and keep us further removed from that essence, that cellular knowing that one of you spoke to. So I want to maybe just invite you to think about the folks listening who are awakening to this maybe earlier, right, than each of us have shared. And Naisha said, we cannot heal from the soil in which we got sick. And asking each of you to reflect on, from where you're standing, how does health, this construction of health, connect to regenerative living? And what is the soil that you're holding as a vision from your position, from your work? Obviously, like it's a very vast question, but I trust that what you need to say will be spoken into the space. So I'm inviting that in, and Joan, just naming that, I'll give you a chance to sit with this, but I'd love to invite you to close us in song, or close us in a formal sort of closure in your native tongue as we wrap our conversation. So I haven't forgotten Zach's invitation to speak your language into this space. Okay. Do y'all want me to repeat the question, or do you feel like you're holding it? Is it okay? All right. Why don't we start with you again, Naisha? Hear from you. Yeah.
I've like these little like popcorn words popping in my head here. So frequency, connection, community, memory, regenerate, like all these things. And one thing that just keeps kind of coming over in waves that I think for me would be a simplification for maybe people new to this conversation is the way I was taught immunology was that our immune system is our 3 R's. Okay. And so I'm going to add a 4th R, which is regeneration at the end of this. But for what I thought was just so interesting is there's also even a 5th R, resonance, all these components here. But what I was taught and how it stuck with me and how I even educate patients to understand their role in their immune system and even the collective immune system of our planet is this concept of recognize. That's the 1st R. And so much of that is recognizing, being the observer of everything in, on, and around you, of self, of other, and recognizing that you are not separate. I think that's really powerful. The 2nd R is respond. Okay, I think our medical system is based on reaction, not response. And not recognizing. So it kind of jumps right into the middle of the R's immediately. And this is an opportunity to respond, like be with that. You've now recognized whatever it is and feel into that. How do you respond to what it is that you're recognizing? And then the 3rd part of the immune system is remember. And that word is what gives me goosebumps. And that's the word that when Joan brought up about like remembering that I've known this language or I've known this part of myself or this culture forever, that is that place that takes us back to connection, that takes us back to frequency, that takes us back to relationship and community. And so the way that I think about like this global immune system, especially given what we've all come through collectively, that we collectively got to experience our immune system either from the 3 R's of recognize, respond, and remember, or where we tended to, the majority of us experience it in a reaction mode. Therein is another crossroad, another opportunity here. And so I feel like that just needs to be in the room, whatever way that feels. But those were words that all just percolated up. And it just reminded me of some simple things I learned in medical school that I think I translate them differently today than how I originally learned them. So, yeah.
And what does regenerative or regenerate add? That 4th R you mentioned that you would add. Just elaborate a little bit more on why would you add that 4th R,
One of the things actually, when I had the privilege of having a conversation with Zach on my podcast not too long ago, and the thing that I think when we look at the world around us, it can feel pretty bleak. It can feel pretty hopeless. It can feel pretty like just completely without any vitality or any hope. And so for me, regenerative also assumes a level of hope. And even where we are looking at building this hospital in the future is in a desert, where to the average, to the average eye, it looks like there is no life, there is no potential there. And so for me, this concept of regeneration is to realize even from what seems to be absolute nothing or death or destruction, something new can be revealed.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you so much. Joan, I want to call you in. I see you. I just see the words really moving you, and I would just love to bring you in. What do you have to add, or how do you want to respond to that question?
I think I want to redefine some of those words.
Cool.
by their original ways. I have a brother who often reminds us that remember means to put yourself back together.
Nice.
And it's interesting because it's the accidental critical edge of those three R's that you're talking about, and the fourth and the fifth R that are there. There's more. There's more. There's so much more. And I think as a person, for someone who's coming to these ways, I offer them what my grandmother taught us as kids. Does that make sense? Big eyes, big ears, small mouth. Listen, that's what we were taught. That's all she would do. That's all she'd do. And that is how nature teaches everything. Mother Earth, everything on Mother Earth learns in this way, learns through play. Chalagi people, we say it to the way they translate why we're here. We say we jumped down, and the way it translates is we jumped down to play and learn. And so I'm always reminding people that play is first, and that if we even for a second remember that. I'm sure Jessie, with the spread of her kids, is seeing this all the time, constantly, and I get to see it in my grandkids. That the whole process of learning through play is constant, ongoing learning. And the level at which it sticks has so much to do with the level of joy. And that's everything that Zach talked about when he spoke of how lonely and dry and isolated things that's the place that he got to. Yeah. Nobody has the right to put you in that place. That's not the legacy of being on this planet. That's not the legacy of being a being of creation. That's not Mother Earth's legacy. It's very puzzling that people go there in an effort to control Mother Earth's legacy. I'm very puzzled by that. And for us to continually be in relationship with, that's why we say, most people know this phrase for that. They know mitakoas, which means in well, I speak Dakota and kind of crappy Lakota, but kind of, I always say that because my Dakota's better. That it means literally all my relatives. It means everything is my relative. In Chalagi, we say gusti idadni. If you were to take it apart literally, it means we all live here. But it also means we are all living here. Not just we are all actively, because we have these strange verb forms. They're very specific. It's a very precise language, and it doesn't use as many words as English by half. But the whole idea of gusti dadadani is that everybody lives here. Everything is alive is also inherent in that same phraseology. And the memory of that puts us in relationship. So when I think about what you've asked, Steph, and I think about what Nisha has offered, I keep coming back to because everything we do either puts us closer in relationship to things or not, or not. And there's that choice that Zach was talking about too. There are real choices and real opportunities. I don't know, maybe in English there's a big difference, but I don't know that those are really that different. I think what happens is that people confuse choice with control. And it really is more like kayaking. In fact, everything is more like kayaking. You don't have to have your paddle in the water all the time, but you have to have it at the ready. And you have to be riding, you have to be paying attention to the flow of the waves. You have to be listening all the time and in flow with it, because you might have to put your paddle in the water to get away from those rocks over there. Or you might be coming upon rapids and you might want to just wing through those and throw your hands in the air. But the idea is that it's all and how could we not be in a case of flow when we are by nature vibrational beings? That's, to ask a physicist, it's too good for me to make up. It just happens to be centuries old knowing that as vibrational beings, not only are we connected to everything, but we are also affected by and affect everything. So there we are again, once again, in that incredible relationship that is what makes me so happy about. I had to ask somebody what they meant. I had to ask Jesse and Leah what they meant when they said regenerative health. I said, talk to me about what you mean by that, because I've heard a lot of uses of that word. And I don't know where we're going here yet. And what I'm most excited about is taking that word apart and again generating or creating. That things are generating or creating, because that's what's happening in nature all the time anyway. And we can be a conscious part of that, and a conscious element in that flow, and have one kind of effect, or we can just sort of tumble along downstream and do whatever and be what were those words? Victim perpetrator? Why bother? I think that's what I got. This.
That's beautiful. That reminds me of spending time in the garden and in my mom's kitchen. And when I'm talking to people about food as medicine, I invite them into play. But, just really naming and affirming that you don't need to be an expert. And that play might be one of the gentlest ways to find our ways back into this cycle of creating, of regenerating, of recreating, knowing that some things might die and other things will get recreated, and that is a much larger natural wisdom that also allows us to let go of the need of expertise. So yes, this, and I forget the last one. Maybe it was here. Thank you. Zach, what would you add?
I love all of those insights. They're so synergistic there. But your first R was realize. Was that what it was?
Recognize. Yeah.
Recognize. Yeah, I think the thing that strikes me about soil as maybe the perfect kind of demonstration of nature, in that it is such a complex ecosystem in its makeup. And so soil has no identity outside of the complexity of its constituents. Dirt is what it becomes when it loses its biodiversity within it. An oak tree is always an oak tree. It's one species. But soil is the entirety of the ecosystem itself. The only thing other that you could point to that's so obviously the whole in its definition would be something like coral or something like that. Coral reef is understood to be only have its identity in its complexity of ecosystem. Rainforest may be similar, where you got, and a rainforest is a rainforest because it holds hundreds of thousands of species per acre. But what we're failing to see in that obvious thing is that actually every element in nature only sees itself as the whole. And so humans, in our desire to characterize, say, well, that's an oak tree. not realizing that the oak is connected through that mycelial network to a forest, and it only understands itself in the context of the entire biodiversity of the forest. And so that first word of the immune system, recognize. Well, first of all, maybe one thing that came to mind is, what's the purpose of the immune system? Because I was taught that it was there to be our battleground. This is where we go to war with the world around us to keep the body sterile. And of course, over the course of my career, 1992 to 2012, that period of time, we suddenly realized we were completely wrong about the immune system, and we realized that the human body is a complex ecosystem like the soil itself. There's no such thing as a bad bacteria. There's only a loss of biodiversity that then allows bacteria to behave in ways that can seem threatening to the health. But the fact is that the immune system is there for relationship rather than war. And so the purpose of the immune system is to maintain a relationship. So there's another R, I guess, for your pantheon of R's that are coming out. But the relationship that we are called into in being human is actually to have the most complex ecosystem. And so soil systems, every teaspoon of soil has more microbes than are humans on the planet. So there's over 10 billion microbes per teaspoon. But that pales in comparison to the biodiversity within the same cubic centimeter of the colon of the human. We have recently discovered that the colon of the human is the most biodiverse ecosystem on the planet. And we're starting to realize that intelligence is the result of biodiversity speaking into a single vessel, speaking into a single neurologic system. So what gives us the perception of human intelligence is actually an ecosystem capable of connecting with a single neurologic experience. And so I am only as intelligent as the soil within me. And so ultimately, this is a beautiful recognition of the fact that I am an ecosystem. I am not separate from nature. In fact, I am nature. And in fact, I speak not only for nature, I speak nature. Nature speaks me. And this is just this really distilled reality that science is finally arriving back at our original indigenous wisdom, that we are of the earth. We are speaking of earth, through earth speaks us, the whole thing. And so these are old ancient knowledges, knowingness is that we're finally, quote unquote, learning again. And so a lot of the regeneration of humanity right now is a remembering that putting ourselves back together literally at the genetic level, because I think we were schismed by a belief system of separateness. And that's the original wound of humanity, is that we are separate from nature. And so not only is that the Oxford English Dictionary, that's the Bible. The first chapter says I was kicked out of the garden. And you remember the exact symptoms of being kicked out were shame. They immediately covered their bodies. They were suddenly realized they were naked. They felt shame for their own physical manifestations as human bodies. What a strange reaction to being kicked out of the garden. But now we can take a look at our modern civilization and say, wow, this is what it looks like a couple 100,000 years later. If you really hold that you've been kicked out of the garden, you are going to manifest so much shame about who you are. You're going to not know the beauty that you hold within you, let alone the beauty that is encapsulated and shines through you. And so this is our regenerative moment as humanity. We had to have the Nesha experience of, okay, you got a few months left. Humanity has been put on its hospice moment. We are at the end of our pattern. Our infertility has reached a rate that will put us into extinction over the next few decades. And so we've got our hospice diagnosis. And so now our choice is kind of back to my cataclysmic moment. Okay, we can see that path, and we can embrace that path actually in a very holistic and high vibration way. We can say, wow, thank you, universe, for the 300,000 year journey on a 4 billion year old planet. What a beautiful journey it's been. Let's spend this last chapter of humanity loving our family back into it, resolving the conflicts that I have seen resolved at the bedside of hospice patients who suddenly, with a single word, with a single insight, resolve decades of broken relationships with their children, with their grandchildren, with their sisters and brothers. Like, I have seen such healing happen in so few words when the vibration shifts within that individual and they move out of the victim perpetrator into the creator mode, and you can suddenly feel God in the room because that person is now vibrating in their full expression of the divine. And that heals instantly things that seemed intractable and irreparable. And so we are now in our hospice moment, thank God, because we would not have changed direction had we not been given the terminal diagnosis. And so the reason I run around speaking so much about extinction is we need to be aware, we need to realize the moment we're in so that we can take full opportunity to be in that moment. And so we are on our hospice moment, so we can embrace an awake gratitude pathway of reconciliation and healing and march into our extinction in almost a state of ecstasy, which I have seen patients die in ecstasy because they know they're about to birth into something so much grander than this physical body can contain. And so they can feel that opportunity and they actually go across the veil and they see what they're about to become. And then they come back into the body for a moment and be like, oh my God, you can't believe how beautiful it is out there. You can't believe what's about to happen to me. I am so blessed to be able to go into this next chapter. And I want to tell you all how grateful I am and how much I love you and how beautiful each of you are. And then a moment later, they're back in the coma and they're back unconscious and they're back in their space. And then the next day, it's all acceptance. I am 100% accepted. I'm going to go do this. And I was just speaking to our ancestors and the ancestors said this. And like, I saw that happen again and again and again as a doctor. And my third subspecialty ended up being hospice and palliative care because I was so riveted by having the opportunity for my job to be paid to sit and watch across the veil every single day, 80 patients a week dying in my care. 80 times a week, I got to look across the veil through their eyes into the wisdom, into the beauty, into the infinite nature, and then watch them bring that message back and deposit another seed in my heart that would start to sprout something new. This is such an amazing moment we are in, y'all. And so we can march into that extinction and rebirth completely. Or we can be that 10% of hospice patients that suddenly realize, oh, I was totally off. I totally get it now. I saw the other side. I know who I am. I had believed a lie as to who I was and what was things, all the things. I'm now releasing all of that. I'm surrendering all of my previous beliefs, and I'm now in a knowingness of what I'm here to do. And suddenly their disease is gone. And it's very awkward to 10% of the time have to write miracle in the chart. And so we ended up coming up with a scientific term called spontaneous remission so that we don't have to write miracle. But the word spontaneous remission actually has a Medicare code attached to it. So you can bill Medicare for miracles, it turns out. And so spontaneous remission is truly phenomenal because it's not healing. It's totally different than healing. In spontaneous remission, you do a CT scan on that person a couple of months later, and there is no evidence the disease had ever been there. In healing, you'll get scar tissue, you'll have a hole in the brain, you'll have all this stuff go on. That's a healing process. That's a remembrance of the injury and an integration of the learning that came through it. And so there's beauty in healing. There's nothing wrong with it. But spontaneous remission is something totally different. It's a remembering of who you were before the disease occurs, and you manifest the original design. And that's what we are moving to, is are we going to march into an aware extinction and love each other into reconciliation so that we can use this technology of a human body that I think is very specifically designed to vibrate in frequency of love. And that's our gift to the cosmos, is love, our capacity to translate beauty into this vibration of love. That's why you're here. That's why you signed up. That's why you fought for the opportunity to be in this body right now, to suffer what you're suffering, to feel as lonely as you, so that you would know the vibration of love, because it's not, ooh, I fell in love vibration. The vibration of love I was shown this year so potently in this pilgrimage of Mary Magdalene I did, so potently that love begins in the purest vibration. You can't even believe how pure this vibration is, of grief, of complete loss of the thing that you just saw that was the most beautiful thing in the universe, and it was pulled away from you by a humanity that was in its darkness and did not know what it was even destroying. That level of grief is the beginning of love. That is the vibration of love that will be a wave, a carrier wave that moves through every frequency of feeling in your body. And so we need to lose our corn syrup version of love. And we need to actually feel the entire journey of that, which is going to begin in grief. Oh my gosh, what have we done to ourselves? What have we done to each other? What have we done to our earth in our sleeping state, in our ignorance, in our forgetting? And what are we going to remember? What are we going to put back together? And what we're about to put back together is the genetics that we were originally designed to have, which got broken by fear, guilt, and shame. And when we release fear, guilt, and shame from our genome, it will literally rearrange into a new expression of biology. And I don't even know if we're going to look like the human beings we're in right now, but we are not going to go extinct, people. When we remember our original design, we are going to explode with vitality. We're going to explode with creativity. We're going to explode to become not the disease and the cancer on the planet that's sucking life out of the very planet. We are going to become the co-creators with this nature we are born within. We are going to let nature create through us, and we are going to be blown away every day by the beauty that will be manifest through the hands of other humans as they find themselves part of the creator and find themselves part of this opportunity that we are in. So for me, the soil is the place in which we will be ultimately recognized, because right now we are staring at other humans and we're so mad at the people that we're trying to love and that are trying to love us because they can't see us. And we get all upset at each other. Well, you can't see me and blah, blah, blah. And we feel, hurt by that. Well, of course we can't see each other. We've got these egoic shields that keep each other from being able to see each other. But nature has no ego, and she can see you completely. And so to begin this journey back into this deep healing, look into the soil and smell the humus. Get a handful of soil this holiday and let a grandchild or a child smell that with you. It smells intoxicating. There's so many layers in it. Moist earth is one of the most rich culinary experiences you will ever have. In our laboratory, we study ancient earth every day, and we are blown away by the speed at which human cells heal when shown 50 million year old soil. What does that mean? It means that nature already had an antidote for your disconnection that you would live into. She planned for this journey. She knew we would become this disconnected, and then she planted in her soil the mechanism by which we would remember and reconnect. And the first thing that happens to human cells when they are exposed to 50 million year old soil is they suddenly create a whole bunch of tight junctions to create a single uniform identity. Say, oh, you're that cell, I'm that cell too. Let's get together and we're going to be a cell membrane. We're going to be a gut membrane. We're going to be a vascular membrane, blood-brain barrier. It does all this stuff in a freaking petri dish. It's not even a human body. And the immediate instinct of a single human cell is, let's connect and build something greater than ourselves. Let's get this thing going. Let's connect and build something magnificent. And that's 50 million year old soil that ignites that energy in a single human cell in a freaking petri dish. And so I get to witness every day this awe-inspiring reality. The soil is our reconnection. And when we reconnect, we create something greater than ourselves immediately, because we are part of something that is just vibrating in pure beauty. And that's ultimately what I'm inviting you all into, is let's connect. We have a group of humans now that are moving through this organization that we call Farmers Footprint, but we are ready for our next manifestation, which is moving from an organization to an organism. You guys are being invited to connect deeply on this holiday. Reach out through our websites, reach out through our program, reach out to our peoples, reach out and connect so that your grandkids and your great-grandkids will know that their ancestors are not just grandmother. Their ancestors are the soil from which we were imagined. We were imagined into this reality. What a glorious, glorious thing to receive. So connect for the soil within you.
Thank you so much, Zach. As we wrap and honor everything you've spoken into this container, I also want to invite Naisha and Joan to add any other invitations you have for our listeners, even if that's just to connect with your work. All your info will be listed below this recording, but please, your closing remarks, your invitations, and then we can wish everyone a beautiful rest of their day and wrap up. Go ahead, Naisha.
I don't know if I could add anything to what Zach and Joan have already put into this basket, except for I know that what has been shared here is truth. And I invite you to feel into that.
Thank you.
We have a saying, And I use it all the time, so I don't know how far back it goes. Nothing happens without the dreaming. It would be a good thing to remember. Nothing happens without the dreaming. We were all dreamt here. Every microbe, every breeze. Nothing happens without the dreaming. And that maybe that can be a pathway for anyone who isn't already smart enough to be a kid and already know that. Anybody who's temporarily forgotten. Nothing happens without the dreaming. So I'm going to, see, my husband marched by with a little sign at one point behind the computer that said 10-minute warning. because he knows, because he's the one driving us 3 hours to the airport that I'm able to fly out of to go to my grandson.
Oh, precious.
I know. He's scary extraordinary. He's this guy. Only
that's who I saw it first. Yay! Oh,
he's this guy, but he is bigger now. So he's bigger. He thinks he's 5, but he's not 3 until the end of January. So I'm just going to offer you, in line with the way that we do these things, we often close with a way of, let me see, can I get rid of this? Oh, there we go. So I'm gonna thank these powers, and that not just my relatives, but the relatives that are behind each and every one of us here, and each and every person listening, always just on the edge of telling us something that we need to know, if we are listening. If we are listening. And that goes for the 4-legged getting down off the couch.
I know. I was like, she's feeling you.
Animals do this with me all the time. And so I'm gonna sing a song for peace. And I'm gonna offer a song for peace because that happens to be, because it's all in Chalagi. And I'm gonna offer it because our word for that is dohi. It means peace, it means harmony, it means balance, it means serenity, it means it means, and and 3 other things, but it's all in that one word. The encapsulation is like your handful of soil, or your teaspoonful of soil, or your fingernails full of soil. It's that kind of rich. And I think we're in a time where the more we resonate that reality, the better. Because more people will wake up and dream in that, as my friend Jack DeJohnette would say, it's time to wake up and dream. Yeah, more people will wake up and dream. Another listi yaradas kicha dohi gesasti askicha yusti nasty dohi gesasti askicha yusti Rohigesesti Askicha iusti Anesti Peace over all Mother Earth. Peace over all Mother Earth. One is singing for those reasons. We are all singing for that. Peace over all Mother Earth. Peace over all Mother Earth. Sing, dream, live for that reason. That is what this says. Shana.
Thank you so much, Joan. I want to thank you in my mother's people's language. Ewelese, that's how we say thank you in the tongue of the Akposo people from Togo. Thank you so much. And I extend that thank you to each of you. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Naisha. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. And thank you so much to our listeners for tuning in. And please connect with each of these three brilliant folks and connect with Farmers Footprint. You'll see more guidance beneath the post of this recording. Wishing you all the best, many blessings. Thank you.
Happy holidays all. Thank you so much, Steph, for your leadership there. Jess, thanks. Jesse, thank you for bringing us together and weaving this basket so beautifully. Honored to be with each of you. Joan, safe travels. Naisha, happy holidays there.
Wow, what an absolutely powerful session, reframing what it means to think about health and all of our inherent connections with the land. So I invite you to reflect on this question. What beliefs around health are you willing to shed? What opportunities are you curious to explore with your well-being? I'll let you think on that, and then I'll see you in just a little bit here. Thank you. Knowing it has been a long day, I will not keep you guys too much longer. I just want to quickly first share a couple thank yous to the people that made this day possible, to all of the speakers who participated in this event, donating their time and sharing their wisdom, their genius, their perspectives, their joy, their laughter, their song, their stories, everything that we all just had the pleasure to witness over the last few hours. Thank you so much for being here and being willing to participate in these conversations. And beyond that, thank you so much for the work that you're doing in your day-to-day lives, in your businesses, on your farms, embodying regeneration and really doing this work. We're so grateful for you. Beyond that, to all of the people who were able to tune in today, whether you were here for the whole day or just popped in for a segment of two, thank you so much for carving in time in your busy schedule to be here to witness these conversations, consider this work. And our hope for this day is that you are able to take these conversations and these ideas that were shared today and take them out of the echo chamber that is Zoom and into day-to-day life by continuing these conversations with the people who have not yet reached our work, talking to your friends, talking to your family, having a conversation with a colleague, having a conversation with a neighbor. That is really the heartbeat of our work here at Farmers Footprint. That's the heartbeat of the regenerative movement. And we're so grateful that you're just here participating in these conversations. To help facilitate that journey for you, we will be providing a resource guide prior to the end of the week that will have breakdown of every single session we hosted today, external links to all of the speakers we had and their individual organization and businesses, some really tangible actions that you can take on if you want to really get involved in regeneration. And then, of course, all of the introspective questions that we were sharing throughout the day today will be included in that document in case you wanted to do a journal exercise or talk about them with your friends and family. All of that will be provided to you. And of course, if you're craving some additional resources or you want some more highlights of the stuff we chatted about today, feel free to either join our Mighty Network community and Ines will help you out. She absolutely is the resource queen. Or feel free to shoot us an email at info@farmersfootprint.us, and we're always here to help you and provide some additional guidance. That leads me to my final thing of the day. If you are at all inspired about anything we talked about today, or you're at all inspired about the work that we're doing at Farmers Footprint, supporting farmers in their journey into regenerative agriculture, supporting people who are not necessarily farmers or not necessarily inside the agricultural movement and are seeking ways to get more involved, or business leaders who are trying to better understand how they can have a regenerative supply chain, we invite you to consider donating to our work today here on Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday is one of our biggest fundraising events of the year, and it really sets us up for 2024. So for today only, we will have a $50,000 donation match. So any donation made today will be doubled. You can double your impact, whether it's a $5 donation, an $100 donation, or a $1,000 donation. All amounts are so impactful to our work. And we, of course, understand that in this economy, in this time of life, you are wanting to better understand what your funds are going to, how they're being used, what programs we're doing, and what goals we have as an organization. So if you ever have any of these questions, please never hesitate to shoot me an email. My personal email is melanie@farmersfootprint.us. Or you can also tune in to one of our monthly donor calls where you can ask questions and get a real-time update about what we're working on. We'll be hosting our next one in mid-December, so please tune in for that if you see the email coming into your inbox. That's all I have for you today. We're going to wrap it up with some beautiful music from Paul Isaac, and then you are all set on the rest of this Giving Tuesday. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful rest of your week. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. You couldn't get rid of me quite yet. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to highlight the donor tiers that we have for the rest of the day today, ending at midnight tonight. They're an awesome opportunity to really get some bang for your donation today. And I also want to highlight that we are just $10,000 away from matching our $50,000 donor match that we have for Giving Tuesday today. So if you feel inspired to donate, I ask you with joy and happiness and love and excitement for the future of this movement, please join us in joining our community, donating to our work, and continuing to tune in to all of these events that we're going to be hosting at Farmers Footprint. So that's all you'll have from me today. Thank you so much. And Paul Isaac will play some music to close us out. Thank you so much.
Blessings and aloha to everyone tuning in out there. Very grateful to be a part of this online sharing and gathering where we can continue to talk about regenerative actions and inspire and motivate each other moving forward. Mahalo to all my friends at Farmers Footprint for including me and for creating this opportunity to inspire and share with each other. I come to you today as a farmer and a musician. My name is Paul Isaac, and I've been farming for coming on 18 years. Started as backyard gardening, and now I have a 3-acre farm in the back roads of Waimanalo on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. And I'm very grateful for this space. Found a cozy little nook to share with you guys right by the cacao orchards. And I've also been a musician that same amount of time. And for me, they go hand in hand. There's a lot of metaphors for life that we find in the growth of the garden. And it's always inspiring me to write music. But when I was asked to go back to a catalyst moment, there's so many little moments along the way, but one that really stands out to me, because I wasn't raised around farm life. I wasn't raised eating my food straight from the trees like my children are. And for me, it was a self-discovery, having to get out of a certain box and just try things, plant seeds, right? I was raised in a restaurant world where I never saw a farmer grow food, never saw an animal slaughtered, so there was just no connection to food other than a grocery store. So I started just experimenting around my grandmother's backyard, basically slowly started planting trees, and then I started doing vegetable gardens. And I had never done this before, just planting seeds. And then when you see that first germination, and I'll never forget, broccoli is what did it for me. So I did this tray of broccoli, I put a bunch in the garden, and I never forget coming out after each day watching the growth cycle of this vegetable, and the day came to harvest, and it was just this beautiful, perfect head of broccoli, and I was just standing above it like, I'm gonna do this for the rest of my life, and I'm gonna grow many different things, and I'm happy to say I've continued that growth. So yeah, that day it's self-empowering. It's like I can choose what I eat by just planting a seed, and it's a communion with nature, with Mama Earth. And in a time where we don't always know where our food is coming from or who's handled our food or who's spraying what on our food, it was my direct connection towards planting that seed and then the broccoli ending up on my table. So grateful. I've had many farm to table dinners since then, but that is definitely a catalyst moment. And yeah, I encourage you all to keep planting seeds, because what we put in, we shall receive. Seeds of love as well, you know, that give and receive of love in our community. Like I said, those metaphors are all around us in the garden. Thus, I want to play this song, Reap What We Sow. This song came through right around when COVID was starting, and this song was grounding me, just reminding me that the garden has been my sanctuary, has been a place of refuge, of reconnection, and the remembrance of stuff that's ancient within all of our cellular structures. You know, we're all connected in this. So yeah, this song basically represents that, and reap what we sow. All right, I did want to say, in Hawaii we have the word aina. Aina means not just land, it means the land which feeds, the land which provides. And the staple food in Hawaii is the kalo plant. Beautiful plant. It's a corm that grows in the earth that has beautiful heart-shaped leaves that dance in the wind. It's the staple food in Hawaii, and one that I love growing here. So I'll use those words so you know what I mean in this song. I would drop all my worries, drop all my fears. The Aina is calling, she speaks perfectly clear. Respect creation, I will provide. So much to share with you, nothing to hide. Oh no. Take me to the kalo patch where the garden grows. Enjoy the fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. Take me to the kalo patch where the garden grows. The fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. To the kalo. Well, I'm searching for meaning, searching for faith. Put my hands in the garden, yes, this is the right space. To feel alive again, I'm here to thrive. These plants, they speak to me, say, open your eyes. Open our eyes now. And take me to the kalo patch where the garden grows. Enjoy the fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. Take me to the kalo patch where the garden grows. The fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. Take me to the kalo, yeah, where the garden grows, yeah. Where the garden grows, enjoy the fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. Take me to the kalo patch where the garden grows. The fruits of our labors. We reap what we sow. Planting seeds along, watch the garden grow. So plant a seed, watch it grow, and let everyone know this is how we'll survive in these times. in these times. Plant a seed, watch it grow, and let everyone know. This is how we will thrive in these times, yeah, in these times. We gonna thrive, yeah, in these times. Mahalo to everyone for tuning in today. Keep planting your seeds, planting seeds of love, vegetables in the backyard. Keep visioning that growth and abundance, that regenerative action that we take to move forward. Because we're coming together in this time, and it's a beautiful thing. Even amongst chaos and things that can seem to be separating it, I see a lot of people coming together. So keep lifting each other up. Yeah. Blessings and aloha, friends.